planet Earth is being visited by extraterrestrial travelers from a group of suns called the Pleiades, and it's time you knew about it. Hello, I'm J. Randolph Winters, and for the past 7-8 years I've been disseminating information about the most well-documented UFO case ever on record. I'm talking about the case of Mr. Edward Albert Meier. You see, in 1975, Mr. Meier began having contacts with extraterrestrial travelers from the star system we call the Pleiades. Now, these contacts are still continuing today. And we've always wondered, are extraterrestrial travelers coming here? And if they did, would they land on the White House lawn? Would they visit you and I? How would it happen? Or has it already happened? Well, it has. And they've been visiting Mr. Meier for many years. What we're going to talk about today is his conversations with those travelers. You see, he's been allowed to go on board ship with them, travel to other galaxies. He's taken over 1,000 beautiful, clear pictures. There have been metal samples, landing tracks, biological samples, and a lot of other evidences. But probably most important to you and I are the conversations. You see, he's been able to talk to them now for years and ask them questions about us. Where are we from? Where are we going? Who are we? Man's always been puzzled by his past. We seem to have been left alone here a little bit on Earth with no great contact with our past. So today we're going to discuss that, and I'm going to get you a little bit more familiar with our connection with the Pleiadians.
For a long time, we've had an urge to contact someone who sincerely wants to be helpful in our mission. Here and there, we open such contacts with inhabitants of different worlds, but only when they have developed enough to become rational, thinking beings. Then we prepare them for the thought that they are not the only rational, thinking beings in the universe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Billy Meier Contact Notes, the audio version that is. I'd like to start off and introduce myself. My name is Randolph Winters. I'll be your narrator throughout this tape set. And before we get started, I'd like to, of course, thank you for purchasing this and your interest in the Billy Meier material. You've just purchased 16 audio tapes and an accompanying book with drawings and descriptions and so forth that help me explain some of the many things I'm going to talk about. But before we get started, let me give you a little idea about who Billy Meier is and why there is this tape set and what you can expect to listen to. To begin with, for those of you that are not entirely familiar with who Billy Meier is, I should explain just a little bit about him and why it's important that you really would like to listen to this. Billy Meier, his real name is Edward Albert Meier. We've all heard many times from people who have claimed to have extraterrestrial contacts over the last few years, and sometimes people say it comes to them in dreams. Sometimes they see things in the sky, and some people have claimed to have gone to Venus, other worlds, had contacts and gone on board ships, any variety of things. Beginning in 1975, a Swiss farmer named Edward Albert Meier claimed to be having contacts with extraterrestrials, human just like us, from his little star cluster known as the Pleiades. What was most unique about these contacts was that he started providing physical evidences much better than anybody had seen before, in the form of pictures, metal samples, biological samples, other witnesses, and these continued on week after week. He started providing hundreds of pictures, and it came to the attention, of course, of UFO investigators all over Europe who flocked to his home to see if this was real, because never before had we seen daytime clear photos like this man was getting, and so, of course, it attracted a lot of attention. Billy's pictures, by the way, his name Billy is a nickname. It comes for his fondness for Old West heroes. He was very fond of Billy the Kid, and that's his nickname, Billy. His real name is Edward Albert Meier. Well, from about 75 to 78, he had a lot of contacts. They were almost weekly. These were physical. He took hundreds of pictures, actually 1,400 pictures in all. He took a series of movie film. And these pictures and movie film and the information about his contacts begin to get out into the public. And it attracted, of course, people from all over the planet great interest. And UFO experts like Wendell Stevens and Lee and Britt Elders and Tom Welch and Jim Delatosa and other people who were fascinated with the case began to work on the evidence to try to prove its validity. And over the course of years, it was learned that Billy Meier had taken extensive notes from his many conversations with these beings from other worlds and compiled them into what was called the contact notes. Well, unfortunately, these contact notes were only in German. Billy lives in a little place called Schmidreuty, Switzerland, about 45 minutes outside of Zurich. And in that area of Switzerland, they speak German. And he, of course, writes in German. He does speak a little English, but, of course, all of his writings are in German. So he wrote down all the information from all of his contacts, which counted to about 135 of them over a 3-year period, where he was allowed to ask questions and receive answers to all sorts of things. So all of this information went into a stack of papers that became called the Semjase reports, or sometimes they're called the contact notes. They comprise about 1,800 pages. Along with that, Billy has also written numerous books on other related subjects from his own knowledge and his own studies from these contacts. So, unfortunately, that information, unless you read German, and even if you do, it's hard to get the books because you can only buy them from Billy. They're not published and they're not out anywhere. It's very difficult to get a hold of that information. This is what led me to want to go over to Switzerland and find out more myself. I became aware of the contacts back in 1979, and I became attracted through the books, the investigative report by Wendell Stevens and the work of Lee and Britt Elders when they put their fine book out. When that came out, I saw the pictures, and something inside of me kind of clicked, and I felt like I just really had to know more about this, and I was very drawn to it. As a matter of fact, you could say I was almost kind of obsessed, I think, for a couple of years. It was on my mind all the time, every day. I was dreaming about it, and I felt so strongly, I was so connected to it that sometimes I thought I was going a little crazy. I thought perhaps I was getting too close to it. I was dreaming at night that I was actually seeing Billy have his contacts, and the whole thing became very vivid and very clear to me. So I started writing, and I tried to find a way to get over and meet Billy and find out more about it. For some reason, I felt kind of compelled to go over there. Well, I finally did, and I wound up staying at Billy's house. He invited me to stay there for a while, and I spent a summer with him here at the home, and he opened up his family, his heart, his books, and his information to me, and I had a wonderful experience of learning all about his contacts and getting all of his books and notes, helping him translate part of it, in an attempt to get this information out. I returned to California where I live, and I spent some time, actually about 3 years, almost on a nightly basis, giving lectures, talks, and classes about all this information. Well, this is how I've come about to make this tape set. Since the information in the books and so forth are all in German and they're not published, obviously many people would like to hear about this information and read it if they could. So what you've purchased is a 16 tape set. There are 16 90-minute tapes here covering the information from his contacts. Now, this is not investigation information. I'm not going to discuss at all any of the investigative work that's been such a fine job done by Wendell Stevens and others. This tape set and the accompanying book concern itself entirely with the information from the contacts, and that's what we're going to talk about here. So, thank you again for your interest in this, and let's get started. As with anything, when you want to start at the beginning, go back to the beginning. For Billy, this actually began in 1937. He was born 11 o'clock in the morning, February 3rd, 1937. We didn't find out till many years later that he was actually one of 4 people that were born at the same time, and their births were caused to be born at that time by these visitors, by the Pleiadians. It wasn't until some years later that Billy actually found out about that, but apparently the Pleiadians had caused Billy to be born. They call it procreation, and they somehow manipulated and procreated, as they call it, his spirit to be born at that specific time. If you're into astrology, you'll look at and find out that that particular time and day is the exact midpoint there when we move into the Aquarian age. The other 3 people that were born at the same time never had physical contacts like Billy did. Billy was chosen at the age of 5, actually, to have the physical contacts and made his decision to go on with it. The other 3 people had telepathic contacts from time to time for the Pleiadians, but were there primarily to back up Billy and to help him. As the years went by, they never revealed themselves, and unfortunately 2 of them died in a car wreck in northern Italy years ago, and there's only one left. And to my knowledge, no one really knows who that last person is. I don't know who they are, and Billy hasn't revealed that. But at the age of 5, Billy's contacts actually started. It was on June 2nd, 1942, in Switzerland, in the town he was born in a little place called Bulach, Switzerland. When Billy was with his father actually it was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and they were staring at the sky, and Billy had some odd feeling that he felt kind of compelled to look up in the air and look at the sky for some reason. A few minutes went by, and he started getting a very unusual feeling inside of himself to expect something. He looked up into the east and saw this very large disk. It was about 200 to 300 meters in diameter. This large disk is shot out of the east, and it was very silvery in color, very bright, he remembers, and kind of slowed down over their head. Then just as quickly as it appeared, it shot off to the west just as fast and disappeared. Well, Billy turned to his father for some sort of explanation. His father immediately retorted that he thought it was one of Hitler's new weapons. We were in World War II here, and he thought that was probably something that Hitler had made. Now, he may have just been offering that as some sort of explanation for his child, this 5-year-old kid, without even thinking about it, because what had just gone by them was a large UFO, and obviously was quite different than the airplanes that were being used in World War II. Billy immediately was kind of suspect that it would be Hitler's new secret. Weapon because he had spent a lot of time already staring at the sky and watching the airplanes, and he could tell a vast difference. But most importantly, he seemed to have some sort of knowing inside. Something happened when that ship came by, and he somehow felt very familiar and drawn to it. For the next couple of years, right after that, Billy began to watch the sky all the time. He would go out at night and watch, and he'd see little stars that would zigzag around and move in different directions, and when that would happen, he would have some sort of mental connection, almost like he felt something inside very familiar. And that went on for quite a period of time. Then something rather unusual happened to him. At one particular point, he'd only been observing these craft for a few months, and some sort of voice came into his head, and it was kind of like someone talking to them, but there was no one around. And he was a little spooked by this. After all, he's only 5 years old, and he really just didn't understand what was going on. Well, this voice came into his head, and there were some associated pictures and images that also came into his head, almost challenging him to answer and try to understand what the pictures were about. Well, he was quite confused and he was a little upset. He didn't know if he should ask his parents about this, talk to his father or whatever, but he chose not to speak to his parents. Instead, he sought the advice of a local priest. A priest's name was Zimmerman. He went to see the priest and explained exactly what had happened, that he had heard these voices in his head and he didn't understand what it was, and he was a little concerned. Well, the priest, oddly enough, calmed Billy down and attempted to explain to him that it was okay, that the voice that was coming to him in his head, he was not crazy, that he was receiving telepathy. And he explained a little bit about how telepathy worked. He explained to Billy that he was somewhat knowledgeable in these things, calmed him down. He also cautioned him not to mention to anyone that he had given him this explanation, citing that the people in his parish there probably wouldn't understand his friendliness towards telepathy. And he explained to Billy that Billy was receiving these transmissions probably from off-world, from human beings on another planet. And he didn't feel too comfortable with that knowledge floating around the village. But it's always been very strange that later on in life, Billy remarked, how did this priest know these things? And why was he drawn to this priest? But he was. Well, in November 1942, not long after that, a rather strange thing happened to Billy. He was walking in the forest nearby in his home. He felt a very strange feeling inside of himself again, and again a voice and some pictures moved into his mind, kind of forced their way in. And suddenly he was able to interpret the pictures, and the voice was very clear, and it asked him to walk to a certain location, which he did. So he followed the advice, walked to where the voice suggested, and waited there a few minutes, and to his surprise, from out of the sky, this silvery object came shooting out of the sky in broad daylight and landed right in front of him in this grassy area. Well, this device, as he called it, looked like a pear. It was not your standard UFO shape. It wasn't a saucer. Billy says it looked like a pear. Out of this pear, stepped a man, an elderly man with white hair, and Billy remembers that he had on kind of silvery clothes, looked like a jumpsuit of some type, and motioned for Billy to come inside the ship, which he did. Billy didn't seem hesitant at all. It didn't bother him. It didn't scare him. He felt rather comfortable. He went inside of the ship. The man offered very few explanations, just introduced himself, said his name was Sfath, S-F-A-T-H. Went for a very short ride. The ship just rose up off the planet. Billy noticed on a couple of little sight screens inside of the ship that he was away from the planet. And Sfath explained these sight screens were similar to something we would have in the future called television, and that there were several of them inside of this, and they allowed him, to be able to see things and learn certain information. There was 2 rooms inside of this little pear-shaped ship. Well, just about as quickly as it happened, Billy had been returned down to Earth, and the door opened up, and Billy floated right out on the ground. Even when he entered the ship, he didn't remember stepping in. He seemed to float right in. Sfath let him out, and the ship just disappeared. It was a very quick ride with very few explanations. Well, Billy was walking home, very concerned about all this, was actually not confused, and he really wasn't puzzled. He just didn't know what to make of all this. He was kind of searching for an explanation in his mind. First, he'd been having these weird sort of telepathic transmissions and pictures, and now this pear-shaped ship shoots out of the sky, and he goes for a quick ride. Well, the telepathy continued over the next 2 years. He kept getting these images, and the voices would keep coming to him, and they would be challenging him to answer, which he would try to do and try to figure out the meaning of the puzzle, you might say, of the pictures and the things that were asked of him. Also, there were many instances when the voice would be teaching him things, open his mind up to new ideas, explaining to him things that were far different than what he was learning from his parents in the beginning in his school years. Well, about 2 years this went on, and suddenly something new happened in his head. He received a telepathic transmission of a different type, something that he had ever had before. It was the same voice, but it came in differently, in a different part of his mind, and the images and so forth were entirely different. It was so different that it kind of spooked him all over again, and again he returned to the priest, to Zimmerman, to see what it was all about. It was at that point that the priest explained to them that there are basically 2 kinds of telepathy. We're all becoming more aware that we're both physical and a spiritual being. And the priest explained to him that on the physical side, that there's a type of telepathy called primary telepathy, which is primarily short range. And on the spirit side, though, that there's another type of telepathy that he phrased spiritual telepathy. And this type of telepathy could be felt from very long distances far away. He also pointed out to Billy that Billy was very special and that he was able to receive this spiritual type telepathy because he could receive high frequencies that most people on Earth couldn't. Matter of fact, as Billy became older and more developed, he would be one of the very few people who could do this at all. These new images and these new voices that were coming into his head were an example of this spiritual telepathy that was coming from some alien life form far away. Now, Zimmerman, the priest, encouraged him once again to relax, try to answer the voice that was coming in, and figure out the meaning of the symbols. This went on for a period of time, and again he received a telepathic transmission to come out into the forest again, which he did, and again he was greeted by Sfath in this pear-like ship. Well, this time the trip was a little bit different. He was met by Sfath. Sfath looked pretty much the same as he did before, the same sort of clothing. The ship was the same type. It was not a round disc. It looked like a pear. And Billy walked towards the ship just as he had done before and felt himself just kind of float right in through the doorway of the ship. The doorway shut behind him, and he was kind of standing there on the floor inside of the ship. Well, the ship took off. Billy was not alarmed at all. Sfath led him into the inner room where there were 3 seats, and they sat in 2 of them. He looked on the sight screens that he had seen before. He could see Earth way below them, and already they had moved up way above the Earth. They were 70 kilometers above the Earth. They stayed there for 4 hours, and during that 4-hour time period, Sfath began to explain a lot of things to him, that he was born on purpose for a very special mission. Now, he's only 5 years old at this point. 7 years old at this point. Svath is explaining to him that he was born on purpose for a very special mission, and that Svath and others had caused him to be born at that time. And Svath had been even watching over him to make sure that in his younger years that he would actually make it okay, because he had contrived pneumonia at 6 months old and almost died. Svath told him that he actually helped save him from pneumonia and help ensure the mission. That the purpose today was to explain to him what his life would be like and a little bit about his mission, because Billy was going to have to make a decision right there and then if he was to go on with this particular mission. It seems that they didn't want to force it upon him, but of course they'd already caused him to be born. They'd already sent him the telepathic messages without his permission. He had already had 2 years of telepathic feelings, images, and these sight things and pictures that come into his mind. And so now at the age of 7, they were asking him if he would want to continue on in this capacity and if he wanted to learn a lot more. And if he did, that his lifetime would be filled actually with a lot of hardship, a lot of very difficult times because of the role that he'd be taking on. Billy felt very comfortable with this for some reason. Actually, even at that age, he felt like it was a responsibility, something that he needed to do, and he decided to go ahead with it. He also, at the age of 7, was probably kind of fascinated by this man and this ship and all that was going on, and could also probably have seemed rather childlike to him, like, of course, let's play. So at any point, he went on with it. During those 4 hours, Svath explained a lot of other things to him, knowledges about telepathy and meditation and life and what the universe was all about. A lot of things were transmitted to Billy. Towards the end of that, Svath set him down in a chair and put some sort of device on his head. And when he turned the device on, Billy said that suddenly inside of his thoughts, inside of his mind, suddenly most anything that he wanted to know would come to him. He was kind of overcome with a feeling of well-being, like he wanted to help people, cure other people. He could suddenly think of the future and see projections. He felt very prophetic, very clairvoyant. Something had been done to him to really stimulate his mind. It's quite possible at this point something had been done in his mind to alter it, perhaps even grow extra neurons to store information. Later we're going to learn, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it, how information and wisdom from your spirit is stored in the brain. And we'll see that at the age of 7, this is probably what was done to Billy. Well, after the device was taken off, Svath explained to them that the knowledges and things that he had now learned and been exposed to would now become a part of him, that they had been opened up into his thoughts, and they would now be, his knowledges forever. Something else had also been done. Some sort of block had been put into his mind so that if someone else tried to pry into his thoughts, either telepathically, hypnotically, or whatever, or drug inducement of some type, that there was a block put into his thoughts so that couldn't happen. In other words, his knowledges were being protected. Svath went on to explain a little bit more about his mission. By the way, when this is happening now, this is the summer of 1944. And he explains to Billy that in the following year, August of 1945, remember World War II is on, that an event not unlike Sodom and Gomorrah would happen, but it would happen in Japan. And this was the event of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where in August of 45, the bombs were dropped. This was one of the first prophetic things that the ETs began to tell Billy about. Okay. Well, after that 4 hours, Billy was returned down to Earth. He never saw Svath again. The telepathic contacts continued throughout his younger years. He was only 7 there. And on his 16th birthday, February 3rd, on his 16th birthday, was the last time he heard from Svath. Svath's voice came into his head at that time on his birthday. It was very weak, very old, and kind of feeble sounding, but he'd grown quite accustomed to it at that point. The voice died out and disappeared, and that was the last time he ever heard from him. It was only a couple hours after that a new voice came into his head. The new voice had a feminine sound. The new voice said that her name was Ascot, and that she would be taking over his education. She knew Svath very well, and that from now on she would be coming into his thoughts, and his education now would be stepped up. Apparently she was far more advanced than this man Svath was, and now that Billy was older and his younger education had kind of had a basic ground laying now, it would be possible for her to introduce him to many new wonders. She told him that they would be going on time travel, they'd be going to other worlds, and many experiences that would help with his education. Now remember, this is only 16. In the contact notes, the information about his travels with Ascot and so forth aren't down till several books off into it. And I'm going to try to kind of present the information in kind of the same time frame as they happen in the contact notes. So I'm going to skip on down and go into his other contacts with the Pleiadians, and we'll come back later on and I'll tell you more and more about his years with Ascot and those particular contacts. But just to give you a brief idea, those contacts were telepathic, started at 16. He had several physical contacts with her, time traveling, like I did mention, and to different time frames and different experiences. He traveled through India and other countries and wound up back home when he was 27 with his wife, Poppy. And it wasn't until January, much later in 1975, on January 28th, when his contacts then began with the Pleiadians. Up to this point, Ascot was not a Pleiadian. She was from another race. So at this point, we pick up and we move up to January 28th, 1945, when very unexpectedly, Billy's first contact with the Pleiadians began. I say unexpectedly because even though he was told that he was going to have the contacts later in life, he wasn't expecting them then. He was told they wouldn't start until a year after that. So he was quite surprised one afternoon when he was working out on the farm when he felt this peculiar sensation come into him again. Some thoughts were forcing their way into him, and he was a little surprised because, like I say, he wasn't expecting it. Well, this new voice came in and introduced herself. It was a female voice again. And new images and new pictures came into his mind, which he had learned to interpret over the years. He knew what these symbols and pictures meant. He knew they were coming, and he was being directed to get on his moped, bring his camera, and she was directing him to a particular site. He was about to have his first contact with a new teacher. Well, Billy hops on his moped and proceeds to follow the information that's coming to him in his thoughts. And it turns out he's got quite a ride to go. He starts riding through his local village, and people are looking out the window and watching him. And Billy has already earned a reputation around, for being a rather unique person, just throughout his childhood and his teens and so forth, always having these strange experiences and missing so much and being thought of as kind of a troublemaker. He already had, kind of rather odd looks from people when he would drive through the village. Today, if they only knew what he was going to, they would really have some interesting looks for him, because he's on his way out for his first contact. The telepathic transmissions that come into him, he keeps feeling this cooling sensation on his forehead, by the way, that always lets him know that thoughts are going to be coming from them. He drives his moped out, and he's actually almost an hour away before he gets to the location that he's been led to. When he gets there, he gets off his moped and he notices that there's a truck on the other side of the road, is parked aside of the road. Apparently who's ever driving the truck had wandered off into the forest. It was a German truck, judging from the license plate. Billy waited a few minutes and he had his camera with him. And then he felt something was about to happen, which it did. It only took a minute or two, and this silver disc-like object appeared, comes swooping down out of the sky, completely quiet, and was floating just a couple 100 meters behind the truck over the trees. Well, Billy grabbed a picture real fast. He knew from previous experience that these things move very quickly and usually disappeared, and it was very hard to get a picture of them. So he snapped a picture right away as fast as he could before it disappeared. The ship floated around a little bit and then kept moving away. And a little farther down the road, Billy snapped another picture. Then suddenly the ship kind of shot away. Billy got on his moped. He was again led to move down the road, which he did a few 100 yards down the road. Parked his moped again, and noticed down the road that the German truck was moving away, and he was now left alone out here in the forest. He noticed a minute or two later that the birds were taking flight. Animals all over were, somehow sensing something was going to happen, and they took off. Well, the silver disc reappeared, and this time it came down very gently and set down on the ground. Well, Billy snapped another picture of it and started walking towards it. He said in his own words he was feeling rather cheeky, and he was very comfortable about this. He was actually getting kind of excited. He started walking towards the ship, trying to take another picture. He only got about 100 meters from the ship, and suddenly he couldn't get any closer. His progress was blocked by some unseen force. Some sort of energy around the ship was keeping him from getting any closer, and he couldn't move in. It was very gentle. He said it was like wind. You would move in, you didn't feel wind, but you just couldn't go any farther. It would just push him back very gently. So he sat down underneath the tree and wait, because he was quite sure that someone would come out of the ship, and they did. It was only about a minute, and he noticed someone coming from behind the ship and walking towards him. He immediately noticed their clothes. They had on kind of a tight-fitting type of jumpsuit, and he was quickly reminded of like an elephant skin that he had seen at the zoo. That's how he described the clothes that this person had on. As the person got closer, it became apparent that she was a girl. She had very long, kind of reddish blonde hair and appeared to be a young woman, very nice looking. And his first feelings that he got about her were very peaceful, nothing haughty, seemed to be a very pleasant, open, kind sort of person. He picked up on seemed to be a very pleasant, open, kind sort of person. He picked up on this right away. And he was immediately struck also with the fact that she was very pretty and very nice looking. He remarks in his notes that she was very pretty. But he says she doesn't act pretty. She didn't act like a woman who was aggressively trying to use her looks or whatever. She was just a very pleasant, down-to-earth sort of person. He was still sitting under the tree when she walked up. She extended her hand, which he took, and pulled him up. Billy only has one arm at this point. He, on his travels when he was going through India and Greece, he had lost his left arm in a bus accident. A bus had hit his car and taken his arm off. So he only had the one right arm at this point. In his earlier contacts, he had two arms. So he stood up, and they began to talk, and she says, let's walk over by where your moped is, and they sit down on the grass, and she says, today, this will be our first contact, and I don't have time for you to ask questions. I have a lot of things to explain to you. And she says, then later on, I'll allow you to ask questions at other contacts. And he kind of interrupted her, and, as she was talking, and said, well, who are you, and why have you come in here? And she remarked, well, for quite some time that her people had wanted to find someone who could help them in their mission to make things clear to the people of Earth. On several occasions, they had tried to have contacts with various people, but it hadn't worked out. These people had either been afraid of what other people would say about them, or they were, afraid they were going to go insane, or they just lacked loyalty and sincerity to help them out. But they had been studying Billy now for 10 years. It had been 10 years since he'd had any contacts, and they'd been watching and listening to his thoughts and watching him and studying him to make sure that they wanted to follow through with these contacts. She had studied him for the 10 years, she said, and she had gone to the trouble of learning his language. She was speaking to him in German, but oddly enough, it wasn't a regular German. It wasn't the German of his day. It was the German as it was spoken almost 300 years previous to that, in what Billy calls King's German. So they had a little fun with the language. Quite often they had trouble understanding each other. But she had learned this language somehow, through some sort of computer system, something like we would do when you sleep, and you would listen to a tape and pick it up. It took her about 20 days to pick up the language and so forth, and then she practiced with a language expert, and that's how she picked it up. And so she was speaking German to Billy. She told him that there were several reasons why they were going to have the contacts, and several things that her and her people would like to make clear to the human beings. One thing, she noticed that she told Billy that he was allowed to bring a camera, and she told him that photo proofs were going to be allowed for the first time. That for many years, different people had claimed to be having contacts with extraterrestrials, but most of these people were just deceivers or charlatans or kind of deceived in their own mind, and that most of them, it was quite untrue. But for the first time, they were going to allow someone to take very clear pictures of their ships for proofs. And so she had invited him to bring the camera along, and that later on he'd be able to take even clearer and better pictures. There's a few other things they wanted to make clear also. One, they were going to pass on a lot of information about religions. They wanted to make it clear that they did not come to Earth on behalf of any religion and were not connected to any. They told him that later on that there would be a lot of education about religions and the problems, some of the problems that religions were causing on the planet, because they felt that we were rather spiritually stagnant, that we had been misled by many different belief structures and religions, and that we had not really come close to the real accurate information about what was going on in the universe. She very quickly explained to him that there is a creational force or a creational energy that actually is above all other life forms in the universe. It is not a human form. That which we think of as gods in human form are also subject to creation, and that there would be a lot of other information about that later on. They were a little disturbed, apparently, that many people claim to be having contacts with extraterrestrials and quite often attribute it to some religion, or they were becoming on behalf of Jesus or a god or whatever, and they wanted to make it very clear that that was not true, that they were not coming on behalf of anyone else. They just felt a kinship to us like little brothers because we shared a common ancestry, which she would explain more about later on, but they came on their own behalf. She also wanted to explain that no one else that they were familiar with had ever ridden in flying saucers or beam ships, as they called them, and had not visited any other human life forms in our solar system. She even told him flatly, there are no other life forms in your solar system. There used to be in ancient times on some other planets, but at this current time that the Earth was the only planet in our solar system which supported life, and that other people who were claiming that were just making it up or were lying. Along with the religious information, they also wanted him to know that they were going to lead Billy, and they were aware that Billy already knew this, but Billy would be led to a man who had dug up some old writings from Emmanuel, the man who is commonly called Jesus Christ. These writings had been dug up and were being translated out of Aramaic and represented the original writings and teachings of the man we call Jesus Christ. They call him Emmanuel. Apparently there was no one named Jesus Christ. His real name was Emmanuel, and his name was changed in the writings later on to Jesus Christ in the year 186. And they were going to have this person who had these old scrolls written by the original writings of Emmanuel, that Billy would be led to this man. They would come together, and that Billy would write a very good book explaining the truths all about Jesus Christ and the forming of Christian religion to the world, so we would know what was true and what wasn't true. Okay. She also commented to Billy that later on that he'd be allowed to go with her in the beam ships and go for on rides and so forth. He naturally had curiosity about where she had come from and how the ship was flying, and she did tell him that she was from the Pleiades, about 450 light years away, and that the ship that she got here in was called a beam ship. She remarked, by the way, that her name was Semjase, spelled S-E-M-J-A-S-E. These beam ships, as she called it, operated on two propulsion systems. They had a light-emitting system for speeds below the speed of light. Actually, what they called the security band, that they could use these this light emitting device could be used within 153 million kilometers of a solar system. Beyond that, they had another system, something like a tachyon drive, for speeds well beyond the speed of light. Actually, they said that with the tachyon drives, they could break into what's called null time, where they could actually collapse time and space, causing them to fold into one another, and they could break into null time. And in this null time mode, that the ship could actually travel billions of light years just in a fraction of time, and then reappear wherever it needed to be. That there would be more information on that later, but this was not an area that they wanted to explain an awful lot about, because they didn't feel that we needed any help in our technology. They were mostly concerned that our technology was far in advance of our social development, and we needed far more help in those areas. So that was the basic content of the first meeting, which lasted, I believe, about an hour and 20 minutes, and then Semjase got into her ship and took off, and Billy snapped a couple of more pictures, and the contacts had then begun. One other thing that she did talk about in the first meeting, which I forgot to mention, that they brought up on several occasions, was that we have to become aware here on Earth that there are many other races who actually visit our planet, and not all of them are particularly friendly. She noted that on quite a few occasions, rather barbaric type races would come here and actually see some of our own people and use them for experiments, sometimes even take them back to their own world and use them in whatever. Apparently this is something that they couldn't stop altogether and really do anything about. She also mentioned that the time was kind of rapidly approaching when we could be openly having problems with some other races out there. Apparently we are afforded a certain measure of protection by the Pleiadians, as long as technically we're not able to leave our solar system. And once we are able to do that, then we're going to fall under a whole new set of rules out there. So that's a rather important idea, because that's these contacts now since 1975. Now we're in 1992. So there's been several years gone by, and we're becoming more and more aware that there are many other races visiting Earth, some of them not very friendly. An awful lot of people have been abducted, and who knows how many people may be missing or whatever. So perhaps they were quite right back in 75 in warning us about that. Well, Billy, after the first contact went home, the contacts continued almost on a weekly basis, sometimes twice a week for a while. The notes that he would amass was a rather interesting process. After he'd have a contact, he would go home. He would sit down at his typewriter, and remember, he's only got one hand, and they would transmit back to him, almost word for word telepathically, everything that was said on board the ship. And Billy would sit there with one hand like auto-writing, typing like a madman. People around the house would even watch him. He can type like 60, 70 words a minute with one hand. And when he would get done, he would just be kind of worn out, exhausted from all this energy that would flow through him. Apparently, the way that they would send it telepathically was through some sort of device they had on the ship that recorded all their thoughts and their talking while they're on board the ship. Because apparently, it would even stop if he made a mistake and replay until he got it right. So that's mostly how the notes were amassed. They did this continually for 3 years, where they would always send it to him after he got home. That way they were far more accurate, and Billy didn't have to take notes while he was on board the ship. Well, the second contact was on his birthday on a Monday, February 3rd, 1975. And the contact opened up when she picked Billy up. This contact was in the open. Billy had not been in the ship yet. She complimented him on his telepathic abilities. Apparently, he had been thinking about her very strongly and had a lot of questions in mind, and she was picking this up. Excuse me. And she was complimenting him on his mental abilities. She was actually quite surprised that he was as adept mentally as he was. And he was a little embarrassed about what he called the flowers, a compliment. He called them flowers. He says, "Stop the flowers. It's very uncomfortable." And she was very matter of fact that she was just trying to not compliment him, but just state the facts that they were very pleased to be having contacts openly with a human being who not only was so sincere and loyal to their cause, but was such clear thinking and was so advanced in his thinking that he easily grasped the subjects that they had talked about, and were very excited to lead him into other discoveries of knowledge because of that. She even reemphasized on that second contact that he should get the information out once again that there are other rather barbaric races kidnapping and taking people from Earth, and that the time was rapidly approaching when we may have problems. They seem to be very concerned that, from their observation, that on Earth, that we were very warlike, we were not very spiritual beings, and that our planet was pretty much dominated by greed and power. And they knew that we were close, and which we are, very close to being able to go into cosmic space on our own. We're not far away from that. And they were very concerned that if we move out into cosmic space as a ununited planet, many different countries with our warlike attitudes of power and control, that we're going to run into many other races that are out there much farther developed than we are, where their techniques are very developed, and they would have no second thoughts at all about either enslaving our planet or nuking this planet altogether. And they want us to be very aware of that we're not going to be able to get away with these very barbaric attitudes we have here on Earth. You have only to think about the evening news that you watch every day about our planet, and notice the many wars going on all over our planet, which are both caused by, instituted, and controlled by greed and power mostly. This need that most of our leaders seem to have to dominate and be important, this great ego thing that so many of them have. Well, they're very concerned about us going out into open space with us. So that came up again on the second contact. They had mentioned themselves, as far as their particular role here, that quite often they do search for planets that are developing like ours, that are on the very edge of starting to get out into space, and we've developed with some sort of rational thinking processes They then like to make contact with maybe just one person or a few people and gently awaken us to the concept that we are not alone and that we are not the only thinking, rational beings in the universe, and provide us with some knowledge as to our origin and what to expect when we move out into space. And this seemed to be the main thrust that the Pleiadians had in mind when they began to contact Billy Meier. That was the beginning idea, is to make these contacts. Billy asked them why they hadn't contacted the government and if they were planning on doing so, and they commented that, without exception, every government on our planet was not really interested in having a contact unless they could get a hold of the beam ships or kill the inhabitants of the ship to try to get the ship. It would just be simply for power. And they had no interest in that, so it really didn't serve any of their interest at all. One of the other subjects that Billy brought up right away was the concept of God, and this is going to come up in many conversations as we go through the contact notes. But on this second contact, she just mentioned to him that people quite often, when they will show themselves on a planet, would refer to them as gods and would either worship them as gods or kind of fall hysterical into some sort of spiritual fear if they were to make their ships, known all around the planet and take over. And they regarded Earth as one of these type of planets, that there were so many people on our planet who had fallen prey or they thought that their lives depended upon some belief structure or some god or some religion, that they would be so into themselves because of that and so closed-minded that they would probably just run in fear or hysteria if suddenly all the Pleiadian ships opened up into the sky. Besides, they mentioned it just wouldn't serve their interest at all, and they really hadn't found that it had worked very well in the past. Billy asked him also about age, that he said many times people claim to be having contacts with ETs that were quite old, like millions of years old or tens of thousands of years old. And she remarked that, no, that's not possible, that, as she would explain later, the man does go through a series of physical lifetimes slowly evolving. But when man has become millions of years old, say 10 to 12 million years old, that he would evolve into a different form. And after that many years of physical life, there comes a point where man evolves into being a spiritual being and no longer needs the death cycle and no longer exists in the physical form. So that no, there are no ETs out there, there are no life forms like us that live that long physically. She remarked that she herself was about 330 years old, and that the life expectancy on her planet, which is called ERA, E-R-R-A, is about 1,000 years based on our calendar. The fourth on Saturday, February 15th. So you can see they're kind of close together. As a matter of fact, he had another contact on that Sunday, even the next day. And Billy had a lot of questions at this time, too. He was concerned again, and he was asking about the beam ships, how they could travel and how long it took for her to get here. And she remarked that it was 7 hours travel time for her to get here to see Billy in her little beam ship. And basically how that worked, and she reiterated again that the ships have two drive systems. They have a light emitting system that's used for sublight speeds, and that when the ship reaches speeds at the speed of light or slightly above, that the ship is converted into another form and other drive systems are used. And that she felt that she really shouldn't go into that any farther, but she did tell Billy that at that time, even in 75, that some of our scientists had already been playing with the concepts and ideas of these kinds of drives, and it was starting to emerge a little bit in our own science, but she didn't want to help them out any farther by explaining that. She did tell Billy that the shape of the ship really wasn't important, that they used these saucer-type ships on planets where there was atmosphere or water, or when they had these old beam ship-type drive systems in it, because the large surface area helped make the drive system most effective. She commented that the shape of the ship, of these flying saucers, the saucer-type ship, that they were using it on purpose for these contacts because the shape of that ship would seem friendly or kind of comfortable to many of us. She was going to explain later on, she said something about the heritage and the history of many of us, where some of us may have originated on other systems, where we had in our previous lives already come in contact with ships of that same design and shape, so it would feel very comfortable to us. But she remarked that many of their flying devices were of all kinds of unusual shapes and weren't necessarily in the saucer shape. It was just something. I'm going to just stop right down here because we're going to have to flip the tape over, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, we're back. We're on side 2 here, and we were just talking about the beam ships and the comfortable shape of the flying saucer that they were using. Later on in 1981, Billy's going to take some pictures of another ship that's an experimental craft that looks quite different, and over the years has proved to be uncomfortable to people. It's been challenged more than any other picture, so perhaps they were right. A couple of the things I might want to mention about the beam ship that came up here was this, what they call the safety or security thing, that again they reiterated, and maybe they're dropping some clues here, that the light emitting device that they use for the slower drives is used within a range of 153 million kilometers of a solar system. They were commenting that this was important because they had already learned that if they try to accelerate into these with these tachyon drives or these faster than light travel propulsion systems, if they're closer to a solar system than 153 million kilometers, that quite often it can disturb the orbit of the solar system. Quite often it can throw comets out of their orbit or cause, asteroids and things to go a different direction. So it can be a destabilizing factor to the natural orbit of, bodies moving in a solar system. So they've learned to never accelerate or make these hyperspace jumps closer than 153 million kilometers to a solar system. It took her 7 hours to get to the Pleiades where she lived, because it takes them over 3 hours to fly out of our solar system at the slower speeds. And once they get past this security area they call this 153 million kilometers, they then accelerate the ship. The energy screens around the ship protect it from the mass-speed correlation so it's not crushed. Once the ship attains speeds at the speed of light or beyond at some point, the tremendous pressures of the mass-speed correlation of space pressing in on the ship are used to facilitate some sort of compression method where the ship is actually converted to another form. She says it's something like a thought form into particles that exist beyond the speed of light. These particles are then programmed for the destination that they need to go. They then reappear at that destination. Say, for instance, they're going to the Pleiades. They go to the Pleiadian area. The ship then is transferred back into its material form, and then it slows down and flies for 3 hours into the Pleiades. The actual time that the jump, or the in null time, I says is just a part second. That actually there is some time transpires, but it's very short indeed. So for the most part, the entire 7 hours is spent speeding up out of the solar system and slowing down, flying into the other solar system. Now, on many occasions, Semjase had to come all the way from the Pleiades, but as the contacts continued, on many cases she stayed on Earth for quite a period of time, living at one of their underground facilities in the Switzerland area. They had one there, one in Russia, and they did build one in the southwestern part of the United States. And on sometimes she would stay on board some of their very large ships, which they call great spacers. We call them mother ships sometimes. But on some occasions she did have to fly all the way from the Pleiades, and she regarded that as a very long trip. That's something very different for us, to take 7 hours to go 450 light years and think of that as a long trip. I suppose that's like if you got in your car in Los Angeles and drove to Colorado Springs or Chicago or something. You would think that was a very long, grueling trip, so they probably regard that as much the same. By the way, in your accompanying book that comes with this audio tape set, Exhibit 1, there's a little drawing you can refer to at this point, and it has a little diagram there of the beam ship breaking into hyperspace and flying over to the planet Eris. So you might want to refer to that. On the fifth contact, which was Sunday, February 16th, 1975, just one day later, there was another contact. And in this particular contact, it was brought out, something kind of interesting here, Billy's writing a book, and at this point they don't tell us what the book is about in the notes. He's writing a book about something, and they're very excited to see that he's writing the book because it contains some truthful knowledge that's been transmitted to him from some higher life form which they've arranged, and they're very excited to see this information get out into the public area. They are, it says in the notes, a little concerned because they think Billy's too anxious to publish it and it's coming out too soon, but they remark that they're going to leave that up to him, that it's his decision on what he does with the information from the contacts. So it's almost as if they're just kind of like, regarding this a little bit as a test, that they would feed him information, teach him things, and he's going to do books and lectures, and they're going to prompt him to go out into public, but these decisions are really up to him all the way through. It was on this contact that Semjase began to explain to Billy a little bit about our own history. It seems that in our own education, or these things that they wanted to make clear to the planet Earth, they wanted us to start understanding about our origin, where we came from, and how we really fit into the family of man, and I suppose most importantly that we're not alone, that we really do have some ancestry. The story I'm about to tell you, which is the beginning of the history that they related to Billy several times, gives us some real insight to where we came from, or of course where many of us on this planet come from, and about the terrible history that has gone before us and that we're possibly about to repeat. So let me tell you just a little bit about what happened on that contact. To begin with, one of the first things historically they mentioned, because Billy had asked about it, was the Great Flood. Now, in our current history, our current Christian historians date the Great Flood at 10,079 years back from that date. All the dates they gave Billy were from the day that they were talking. And so since he was talking in 1975, they placed it at that number of years. But they cited that that was not the exact number of years. And at that time, though, they didn't tell him how far back it really was. They just mentioned that in many cases, some of our history is far off. And I believe that the Great Flood is off about 1,000 years, but it isn't until later on in the contact notes where they explain it again, and we'll go back over it at that point. One of the interesting parts about the Great Flood was what caused it. The Pleiadians are telling us that there exists something they call a destroyer comet, a very large comet that passes through our system. Back at that time period, the Earth had a rotation, not of 24 hours, but something greater than 40 hours. And we rotated in a little differently. The sun did not come up on the east as it does today. So the Earth was a little different than we realize it right now. And that the comet itself had passed by Earth and caused the Great Flood. So at that time there was great destruction. As a matter of fact, this comet's going to come again in the year 2275. They say this great destroyer comet that caused the Great Flood comes by roughly over 575 and a half years. And it came by in 1680, 295 years ago. So we're going to get it back in the year 2275. It's going to come around one more time. It was the cause of the Great Flood when it came by. And that's what happened then. There was large amounts of water flooded over many mountainous areas, and then it changed. On two other occasions the comet has come by, and that's what's caused the major change in our planet, why we do no longer have a day that's more than 40 hours. The planet has been slowed down to 24-hour day revolution, and that's because of that comet, and it's even changed the position of the planet so the sun rises now in the east. 3,453 years back, this destroyer comet came very close to Earth again, but something really kind of fantastic happened. When it came by on that particular occasion, it was pulling in tow with it a very large other planet. Actually, the planet was about the same size as Earth, but most of the debris that the comet would pull would be smaller particles. But it had entrapped, some previous time, about 130 years before that, it had entrapped another planet and was pulling it. This is how large this comet is. It's so big it's actually pulling another planet alongside with it. Well, this other planet that's getting pulled along comes very close to Earth because the comet comes very close to Earth. Now again, this is 3,453 years back. And when it comes by, there's a major loss of life on Earth. The comet comes very close. There's a lot of loss of life on Earth. The comet comes very close. There's a lot of loss of human life and animal life, major loss. Many of the mountain ranges are shifted. Some of them flatten out. Some of them rise up. In the Mediterranean Sea, the lava walls of the volcano Santorini, in the ocean, the walls were erupted and lava spewed out into the ocean. It tore that up very badly. A large storm, rising almost 2,000 meters, is out over the ocean, tearing the waters up in the ocean. The floodwaters run in over Egypt and almost totally annihilate Egypt, causing a great epidemics there from diseases and so forth. The waters flood into Syria, destroying much of the landscape and the harbor cities there. This planet that's in trail behind the destroyer comet as it comes by the Earth passes within 600,000 kilometers and gets captured by our own sun and thrown into an orbit between Mercury and Earth. And this planet body then becomes what we know as the planet Venus. Now, it's not stated at this point in the contact notes where Venus came from, but later on we discover that Venus actually, 8,000 years back, had been pulled loose from its position as a moon around the planet of Uranus. And on several occasions, its orbit had been again changed by this destroyer comet, and it finally comes to rest in the location where it's at now. So that's how we actually wound up with Venus. Before that, we were the second planet. And when Venus came to rest between us and Mercury, it became the second planet, and now we're the third planet. One other interesting thing that was brought out at that point about the destroyer comet, that it also had some effect on our moon. Actually, it brought us the moon. The moon itself this is a strange story, the moon itself is a fragment of a planet that's far older than Earth. It's 4.5 million years older than our own planet. What happened was, in some other remote system, they say, in kind of a remote section of the Milky Way, millions of years ago, there was a very large sun that went nova. And when it did that, it pulled into itself. Just before it pulls in, apparently, they explode out somehow. And it pushed many of the planets and so forth that were in that solar system. It just literally blew them out into space. Some of them were destroyed, and fragments of those went floating into space. And this planet pulled into itself. It collapsed into a dark star. When it did that, when it pulled into itself, by the way, its original size was 11 million kilometers in diameter. And when it collapsed clear down to 4.2 kilometers. Now, that's really dense. It's estimated that 1 cubic centimeter of that type of planetary body then weighs several thousand tons. Can you imagine that? By the way, one of the fragments, there was a dark star in that solar system, a planet. They call a star anything that has an orbiting body around it. So if it's a planet even like Earth and it has an orbiting planet like we do, like a moon around it, they would call that a system. It would be a sun system. And they call a star most any kind of planet. So it doesn't have to be even a gaseous body. There was a dark star in that solar system that blew out. In other words, a planet that supported no life. It was like a dead planet. That planet was torn loose when that large sun went nova, and it was thrown out into space. It was considered kind of a fragment. It traveled for millions of years and finally floated into another system. When it did that, being very large and moving very, very quickly from that explosion, when it moved into that system, it came by the sixth planet of that particular system, which had life on it. There were inhabitants, primitive life on that planet at the time. But it rushed into the system so quickly, and the people, or the inhabitants of that planet, were not that developed. They were not able to leave their planet and get away, that the destroyer comet came so close to their planet that it caused their planet to spin, change rotation, and actually go the other direction. There was large floods, and there was so much major loss of life on the planet. Almost 2/3 of the life on that planet was destroyed immediately when the destroyer comet came by it. The destroyer comet then moved by the fifth planet of that system, but it didn't come very close to it, and there really wasn't much damage. It then headed straight into the solar system and was headed straight at the fourth planet of that solar system. As it got close to the fourth planet was so much smaller than this large destroyer comet that's racing into the system. Okay? You see, this dark star is becoming this destroyer comet. It races in headlong right into this small fourth planet, but just before it hits it, the fourth planet explodes and it blows it into all sorts of small pieces which blow out into space. This dark star, which is now becoming a comet because it's pulling all this debris behind it, will later be called the destroyer comet by the Pleiadians. Anyway, it races on its own path, and fragments of this fourth planet that it has destroyed are blown out into space. Well, fragments of that blow away, and about half of the planet is still intact. Half of that fourth planet is flung out into space, floats for countless millions of years, is bombarded by meteorites and other debris out into space, and slowly starts taking on kind of a round form as it keeps getting hit and goes through other things that it's doing out into space. Eventually, that half of that fourth planet comes into another system and is trapped by the second planet. And the second planet at that time of that new system is our planet, the planet Earth. That existing fragment of that old fourth planet comes into orbit around Earth, is caught by our gravitational pull, is pulled into orbit, and becomes our moon. So that was the origin of where our moon actually came from. The destroyer comet, which is what this old dark star has become, is still raging throughout the system. It's still raging throughout our end of the galaxy. And again, like I say, it'll be back again in 2275. The thing should be back again, and so hopefully we'll have the technology, whatever. Maybe we could possibly even destroy it. But the Pleiadians remarked that comet's been around for a long time, millions of years as far as their knowledge, and even actually relates back to some of their ancestors. It's no accident that these visitors from the Pleiades are coming to see Billy. They tell us that we share common ancestry, that back in their history, their ancestors were from a different part of the sky called Lyra. And the history goes something like this, that a long time back, about 22 million years back, the ancient Lyrians had come to Earth on several occasions and colonized here because they were a very high technical race and explored the galaxy many different times. Well, the destroyer comet on one particular occasion had surprised them and come into their system. They lived on 3 planets at the time. The destroyer comet had raced through their system and almost totally destroyed all the life on their worlds. What had happened was there was a throwback then almost to primitive times. They lost their technology. They were again back into primitive beings and took thousands of years again to develop into a new civilization. After they did develop back into a new civilization, apparently their technologies grew and developed very strongly. They then moved out into space, and they became a rather conquering race. They would take their great spacers, move in around a small planet, and with their great destructive radiation beams, they would just pulverize the planet and take it over. Well, apparently they did this thousands of times, seeding planets all over this into the Milky Way. Now, these are our ancestors. What happened was that after they had continued doing this for thousands of years, their society grew to great power, great strength, dominating thousands of planets. Their leaders were very, very developed people who learned the ways of the spirit, the power of mind, to be able to link your mind up and use the powers of creation, spiritual powers. What they did, by the way, these great leaders, they were the kings of wisdom, was the phrase, in which they had developed to a point where they had knowledge, such great knowledge of wisdom. They had a word for it in Old Lyra, and it's called Iwe, or Yahweh sometimes it's pronounced. I'm not sure exactly how the Lyrians pronounced it, but it's spelled I-H-W-H, and it means king of wisdom. And to the Lyrian people, it was referred to as God, and on the earth, that's what the earth people called it. A king of wisdom was a god. Okay, and that's where that actually started, from those old Lyrian leaders. Well, what happened was about 230,000 years back, the ancient Lyrians were going through a period of almost 500 years of continuous war, where the people were battling out all the time for their freedom because of the great cruelty of all of these, leaders, these kings of wisdoms that dominated their worlds and controlled everything. So what happened was, during one of their very violent wars, one of the leaders named Aesel decided to split with a lot of their people. And what happened was, Aesel leaves. He takes 183 of their great spacer vehicles, these very large craft, and there's 250 smaller explorer ships and about 360,000 people. They leave Lyra during the war and go off into space looking for their own place to settle. Well, what happens is they travel for some period of time out in space trying to find some place to land and put all these people. They find this small planet, and they land there and they start building their colony again. Eventually, they populate a couple of more planets in that system, and they're living on 3 planets now in that system. What happens is eventually their civilization is growing to new heights again, and they begin exploring other worlds. They detect... By the way, Aesel has a daughter named Pleja, P-L-E-J-A, and after Aesel had passed on, she became the leader of their society, and hence the name we're calling it the Pleiades. It's a hand-me-down in folklore from that name, but her name was Pleia. Pleia orders the ships to go out and start exploring again, because their society now is rising up to great strength, and it's time to go out and look for new adventure. So she sends the ships out. The ships come in contact again with the destroyer comet, see it, and in the debris of the destroyer comet find some remnants of one of their old home planets, Lyra, and they're following it. And what happens, but they come into the system where Earth is, and they discover Earth. Now, these people had never lived on Earth, but they found that some of their ancestors had. They found traces of old Lyrians who had lived here a long time before. Earth became like a new colony for them, for these people. We're 230,000 years back approximately. Well, they colonized Earth on several occasions, but unfortunately the colonizations did not work out. Almost in every case, wars broke out among the different leaders on Earth where they would be fighting, and so they would come from the home planets to calm it down and stop the wars, or in some cases they would just take everybody off of Earth. There was a long period of time for several thousand years when Earth was considered something like a prison colony. They would deport people from the Pleiades and send them here as kind of like an outpost or something, when they would be stuck here with no technology. Well, on one particular occasion, a very large culture was built up here. There was a raging war going on in the Pleiades. It's about 50,000 years back from now. 70,000 people flee the Pleiades, and they've got a leader named Pelagon, and he's one of these kings of wisdoms. Okay, he comes to Earth with all of these people, and a great culture is started here. This culture lasts for almost 10,000 years, and when it does, Pelagon is revered as a god. And this was the beginning, the Pleiadians say, in our own folklore, where the concept of God really kicked in and got started on Earth. That there were developing Earth people here on Earth at the time Pelagon was here. Now, Pelagon was a very developed being. Apparently he had all sorts of powers. His knowledge of the natural elements of the universe and of nature were well known to him, where things like levitation, telepathy, and so forth were very common. And the then developing Earth human beings, by the way, he was very large. I understand he was 8 to 10 meters tall. So the developing Earth human beings referred to him as the God. And that's how the concept of God got started here on planet Earth from Pelagon's reign. Pelagon lived to be about 4,000 years old. His society lasted for about 5,000 years after his death. And then finally, it fell into war, and most of those people left, and Earth was vacant for quite a bit of time after that. So that brings us up to about 40,000 years back in our history. At this point, Semjase stops this particular contact, and Billy's just kind of sitting there dazed with all of this. And she remarks to him that there's a lot more to this story, and that she'll continue with the history lesson a little bit farther on, in which she does periodically. Throughout the contact, she's always adding on little different elements of our history. But it's interesting to note that we have common ancestry with the Pleiadians. They're from the Lyra section of the sky, and that they were very warlike. It seems like we're following the same patterns of things that we're doing, that they were doing. We're developing up our technology. We fight among ourselves. We never unify, and we use our knowledge against one another instead of for the betterment of mankind. and that the Lyrians and the ancient Pleiadians went through tens of thousands of years of wars and destruction on their own. The Pleiadians now are peaceful. During the reign of Pelagon, when that war finally ended, that was their last war. They seem to have finally come to the realization that wisdom is a better method than fighting and killing, and they have not had a war since then, and the Pleiadians have developed as a very peaceful, happy race since then. Okay, Billy's seventh contact was on February 25th in 75, so he's having several contacts here pretty close together, sometimes within the following day, but so far at least within the week. By the way, he would shoot pictures on some occasions and send the rolls of film into Zurich. And traditionally, he would usually take 2 or 3 rolls of film and just get maybe one back. They started disappearing already early on. At this point, though, Billy hadn't really publicized what he was doing, and not a lot of people really knew about it. There was a group of people around him, but he wasn't really opening up his doors to the public yet. When they were on this 7th contact in February 25th, they were discussing other UFO contactees. Billy was concerned that other people around the world were talking about having contacts with ETs, and he was wondering if this was really so. And he brought up the subject of Uri Geller and wanted to know if he was really a contactee. Apparently Uri Geller was saying that he was having contacts with extraterrestrials, but Semyasi informed him to know that he was not having any contacts with extraterrestrials. He had not had any ride in the beam ships, but the mental abilities of Uri Geller, he says, were in some ways rather authentic, because he did have a certain amount of mental abilities, but the abilities weren't exactly what he thought they were. If you've ever seen a Uri Geller demonstration, he would bend spoons, and that's what he was doing, at least at that time, and he was attributing that to his great mental powers. And Semyasi informed Billy that what Uri Geller was actually doing is that he was somehow connecting with the spirit of the people in the audience, and he was using their spiritual abilities without them even knowing it. So he was somewhat, I guess, like a catalyst or a conductor somehow, that he would cause that to happen, and he wasn't even aware of it himself. There was a list made of different UFO contactees, like George Adamski. They told him that he was a fraud, that he was making it up. There was a few others, too. They mentioned that Daniel Fry was for real, but I don't think I want to go into that any farther here. It was an interesting thing to note that when Billy would ask these questions, she would usually ask him, "What do you think?" And he would usually comment and state his opinion on it. And it was interesting to note in the notes that they're always flattering him for being right, for being so much more intelligent than they expected. And it was kind of a common thing. You see it going all the way through the notes, where he's always getting flattered and kind of getting his ego buttered up, which was, frankly, to me, kind of a surprise that someone that developed would do that. Either they really been dealing with some very lowly evolved people, or I'm not sure. Anyway, the next question was about the different color races here on our planet. And Billy wanted to know, he says, we obviously have 5. We have yellow, white, brown, black, and the red race, the Indians. And I wanted to know, if that was common throughout. And she says, yes, it is very common, that depending on the sun system that you live in, that would determine the color. And throughout the galaxy and all throughout the universe, there were many different colors. There was even a blue skin race that lived here on Earth. And Billy said he was aware of that he had actually seen some of the blue skin race when he was in India. And she was surprised to know that. She didn't know that he was aware of that. It seems that the ancient forefathers of the Pleiadians, who were the Lyrians, they had dominated many different planets, as we heard a little bit about earlier in the history, and they had seeded many worlds all over our end of the galaxy. And when they do that, depending on which sun system they're in and the size of the planet, these people would grow to a variety of sizes, anywhere from 50 centimeters tall up to sometimes 12 meters tall. Now, 12 meters tall, some of those apparently had come to Earth from time to time, and 12 meters, my gosh, that's considered a giant. A meter is roughly about 3 feet, so you've got people 30, 35 feet tall here. So if a local Earth human being, if he's 5 foot tall and he suddenly sees someone that's over 30 feet tall, he's going to be impressed. He'll probably get out of the way quite easily, too. The ancient Lyrians, when they came here, began experimenting with the local Earth human beings, And this is where a lot of the unusual mixtures and folk stories came from. Actually, this is where the monkey came from. The Pleiadians told us that out of the experiments that the Lyrians were doing with Earth human beings, they were mating people with animals and so forth, and that's where the monkey actually came from. The Darwin theory is wrong. We did not evolve from the monkey. It was the other way around. They also created a lot of other mutations that we hear about, like Neanderthals and the Peking human being and so forth, and the beings in Africa. There's the phrase Evas, by the way, means bearer. When the Lyrians were mixing the people with the animals, the old Lyrian word for a person who bears that thing is called an Eva. And that's where that name come when they were creating Adam and Eve. That's where that actually started. When they were mixing people with animals, they came up with the Yeti, or what we think of as the Bigfoot. And that was a long time back. When they did that, they were violating, of course, certain spiritual and natural laws to do that, and they created these unusual creatures. The word Adam in the old Lyrian language meant an earth human. That was the word they had for us local guys, or the earth human, was an Adam. And that's where we got Adam and Eve. That's where it actually started. They created quite a few of these Yeti-type beings, these large experimental beings. One of the interesting things about them is they had a very long lifespan, almost 15,000 years and sometimes. For the most part, though, they were very shy and kind of not cowardly, but they were just, very afraid of things, and they hid out a lot, and they hid underground, and quite a few of them were killed. Semjase told Billy that even though they have a long lifespan, there were 7 of them alive as of 1975, but she didn't expect that we would ever find any of them because for the most part they hide out quite well and they stay out of the way. But it was this mixing of animal and human that the Lyrians did that gave us an awful lot of our old folklore and the Greek mythology and so forth. When we hear stories about giants and Goliaths and so forth, quite often that was nothing more than some ancient Lyrians that were quite tall during that time. Billy had a few other questions, and to kind of get on to another subject now, when he started his contacts, Billy was kind of preoccupied. He used to take a tape recorder and try to get sounds of spirits and different things on tape. He was experimenting with that. And he asked Semjase about this, if there was a spirit's world and if it was possible to do this on tape recording. And she made an attempt, and I'm going to get farther into this on a special set of tapes later in the series. So I'm going to just touch a little bit on what she said there. She said that there is no spirit world, as many people think of it, where you just go to another world where there's this material existence. You don't leave this existence and go into some other spirit world. She actually says what it amounts to is that there are 2 types of matter in the universe. There is coarse matter, which is the solid matter, and there is fine matter, which is energy. That when a spirit leaves the body, we are body and spirit, and when a spirit leaves the body, it really has 2 choices that it can do. It can move into another body, which it does sometimes, or the natural thing is for it to move into this fine matter world. In fine matter world is an energy world. It's not a physical world that you go to. Normally, when you go into the other side, into this fine matter world, there are certain periods of actually you even go through there before you return back in to a physical body in this coarse matter world. Well, at least it was encouraging to find out that they actually do come back. Apparently their science has actually kind of figured that out and nailed it down. So there's some hope there. We are going to come back in some way. If death is caused to an individual, like early in their life, they die by accident or they're killed or something like that, quite often the spirit is confused, does not want to go into the fine matter world because it knows it's not its time, it's not ready to go. And so quite often that spirit will just move right into another physical human being. Now this sounds like a really strange thing, but there are more and more people, even in mainstream fundamental psychology, discovering this phenomena, that a spirit, when it dies, does not want to leave the planet, does not want to leave the physical plane. It moves into another person. That person then is inhabited by 2 spirits, and obviously there's confusion of spirit. I know there are certain instances where psychiatrists have worked on this, and through hypnosis, Dr. Edith Fiore's work in particular, I've seen her work on people and hypnotize people, and she's related countless stories where this has happened, where she's found more than one spirit in a body. and through hypnosis she's been able to talk to that spirit and convince it that it has died, that it does need to move on to the fine matter world and move on. The spirit does, and when the person comes out of hypnosis, the confusion is gone and they're once again just a normal person. It's interesting also to think that quite often people who we think are insane or are just nuts might be invaded with more than one spirit. I understand it's possible there could be 3 spirits in a body at one time. Bill even remarked that in many cases where we think that people are retarded or nuts or stupid or something, these are just brand new spirits. These are spirits with no accumulated knowledge. So we have a few extra things we need to learn about this spirit thing. By the way, another little aside here, a spirit, as it goes through multiple lives and comes back, Semyasi commented that if you could see the spirit, that the face generally will always look the same. In the beginning development of any species, like in their first few lifetimes, most everyone looks pretty much the same because apparently they haven't lived enough lifetimes yet to accumulate enough wisdom, and our face does reflect something about our character and the wisdom that we have. So in the beginning stages of life, when you haven't lived too many lifetimes, everybody looks about the same. She said also that it's not a good idea to try to contact this fine matter world, that for the most part, the spirits over there would probably be confused by it anyway. They don't know any more than they did when they were in the physical world. It's not a creative world. For the most part, the fine matter world is just an energy state of cogitation. There is not creative thinking like there is on the physical plane. So they aren't gaining any new knowledge and information on that side. So they're not going to know any more than they did here. So you might as well just ask somebody on the street your questions. Don't expect that making any contact with the fine matter world is going to bring you any profound knowledge, because you're just talking to spirits that have died and they haven't gained any knowledge since they left. Also, they say it's just unhealthy. It's just not a good thing to even try to contact the fine matter world. And she remarked that most people who think they're doing it are not anyway. That very few people on our planet, there are very few mediums that really had the ability to do that most of them really aren't doing it. It is possible, though, she said, that there are some spirits worth contacting, and there are some things that can be learned. You want to be aware, though, of people who maybe have been a medium in this life, in the physical life, and when they pass over and they're on the fine matter world, they would still have the tendency and the idea that they still want to be that. And they would still be trying to fool people or trying to convince people that they know what they're talking about, just like they did when they were here. And if they were confused when they were in the physical world, they're still confused when they're over on the spirit side. So it's really not a good idea to even try to contact them. Billy asked again about the tape-recorded voices, that he's experimented with that, and a lot of people have, where you can turn a tape recorder on, and voices will appear on it, seemingly from out of nowhere. Well, she mentioned that sometimes those voices on a recording tape could be caused by cosmic travelers, higher advanced beings who normally use spiritual telepathy and or primary telepathy to communicate with one another or with beings here on the planet. Sometimes those thoughts can show up. But most of the time, the voice comes from the person who's actually running the tape recorder. Which is a pretty wild idea, because she mentioned that your thoughts as you're thinking can actually turn up on the tape recorder in the form of words. For instance, you may turn on a tape recorder and you're just sitting there hoping that it's picking up some sort of spirit information or something, and you're thinking about something. And your thoughts, which do not always express themselves exactly in the same words that your mind may do it, could be going right on the tape. This falls in line with some really interesting work that's going on right now on reverse speech technology, where we're finding out that you can tape record someone talking, play it back in reverse, and find that they are actually speaking, their unconscious or their subconscious is actually speaking what they really mean on the tape in reverse. And most of the time it's a little bit different, because we always form ideas and thoughts before we speak. And then when we say something, we, of course, usually tailor it or whatever to kind of fit what's going on, or, to express ourselves in a certain way. Whereas our subconscious mind is very honest, and we don't have to worry about our inside thinking, because nobody can hear us. So you may walk up to somebody and comment, "Gee, you look very nice tonight." And actually what you're really thinking is, "Oh, I can't wait to get away from this person so I can go get a soft drink or something, or mingle with somebody else at the party." But on the tape, when you play it backwards, what's going to really come across is what was really on your subconscious mind. So this technology, if we experiment with it a little bit farther, may be the beginning of some new technology which could really change our entire social system as we know it. Imagine if everybody had to tell the truth. There are occasionally some real spirit voices on tape, just as there are some mediums who can actually contact spirits. So she says it is possible that occasionally you do get real spirit voices on tape, but apparently I guess it would be really hard to tell, which was really which. They can come from the fine matter world, and here's a clue, another clue into the fine matter world. She says they may come from different fine matter worlds or dimensions. So here they're using the word dimensions, and they're insinuating also that there are different types of fine matter existences, as if there are slightly different levels of it. Apparently you go through different stages in the fine matter world of kind of preparation or something going on before you actually return to the physical existence. Billy also asked about ghost music, if it's possible that spirits can transmit music. And she says, no, that's not possible, that it doesn't happen, that that's not what's going on when people actually record and they get music on tape. It is not from the spirit world. Into that contact, Semyosi, when she said she was leaving, Billy asked her where she was going, if she was returning to the Pleiades, and, or where she would stay sometimes. And she remarked to him at that time that, no, they had a base beneath the mountains in Switzerland. And on many occasions she would stay there at that base. And that they had other facilities all over the planet. I know there was one in Russia, and they did talk later about building one in the southwestern United States. And there was frequently conversations about something going on in the North Atlantic or underneath the ocean. So they probably have a number of places. And she mentioned that they are in areas where they would be almost impossible to ever detect, even with our good instruments. So apparently they're quite well hidden. If they had a base under the North Atlantic Ocean, I would think that would be pretty well hidden. That'd be pretty hard to get to. I don't know how we would ever detect that. It was on this contact that she remarked to Billy that she was getting a new ship. She was going to get a new beam ship. The old ones that used the old wave principle of propulsion were very reliable, and they used them frequently, but she was getting a new ship. Actually, this new ship that they had coming in, they were getting 4 of them. And she remarked to Billy that he'd be able to take some pictures. And in the slideshow, if you see my slideshow, I have these pictures where Billy's gone out and taken pictures of the 4 ships all at one time. And they're pretty remarkable pictures. Other people have gotten pictures of the occasional UFO, but very rare to get 4 of them in broad daylight. So she got a new ship, and by the way, this new ship was had a little different capabilities than their old one. It had the ability to make a time shift or a time dilation. And with that, she was able to move in time and actually visit different time frames. One other group of information that she gave Billy on this contact before she left is she told him that she had noticed that Billy had a group of friends around him that were all interested in this material, and she had examined their thoughts and listened to some of their meetings. And she was not impressed, but she felt that they were all on the right track, and they were a very good group of people for Billy to be with. And she suggested that he actually form a group out of these people. And one of the main reasons was that she wanted to give Billy some information that he could get out to the world, to scientists around the world about certain things. And it would be helpful if he had a group of people to help him do this, to get the information together, do the mailing, etc. So she said, for many years, the Pleiadians had been controlling most of the aspects of the planet. Apparently they're involved in a number of things, like, the axis of the planet. They watch the weather. They have some sort of detecting devices all around the planet so they can monitor incoming ships all the time. She says one of the things that alarmed them is over the past 60 years they'd noticed a continuous breakdown of our ozone layer. Now today in 92 we all know that we are having a problem with the ozone. There's arguments over exactly what it is or what's causing it and so forth, but we're aware that something is happening. In 1975, then, Billy's being informed that for 60 years they'd been monitoring the ozone layer. They were watching the rising use of bromine gases that were floating up into the stratosphere and dissolving the ozone stratum. And she remarked to him at that time that there was 6.38% damage at this time, that even that amount of damage would already start having effect on the quality of life of people and animals and nature on the planet. They considered this a dangerous level. This, of course, allows an increase in the ultraviolet radiations of the sun coming through. There would be 3 different locations, she said, on the planet where, if left unchecked and this continued, that the ozone layer could get so thin it could actually break through and cause a hole in the ozone layer, and ultraviolet radiations could come through and be quite harmful. And one of those areas was over America, one of those areas was over Europe, and one of those areas was over South America. So we're starting to see that already. We've seen the one over the South Pole. She did remark that one of the things that scientists aren't aware of is that these ozone holes can wander, they can move. Now, if she said that in 75, we've been aware of the ozone problem now for a few years on our planet by our own scientists, and we haven't seen the ozone hole move. And if they remark that they do control many aspects of our planet, then it's quite possible they're controlling that ozone hole and trying to keep it down at the South Pole where it's not dangerous for us. So the other thing that really surprised them was they quite often monitor a lot of thoughts of scientists, and they monitor language all the time. They have these little telemeter devices that look like little small discs, and some of them look like round balls. They're all over the planet, and they monitor things all the time. They discovered that certain scientists on the planet, being aware of the bromine problem, how it affects ozone, thinking that they could make some sort of weapon that would cause an ozone hole over a certain country, scientists had designed like a bromide bomb where they could set it off actually in the stratosphere, blow a hole in the ozone hole, causing these, ultraviolet radiation to rush in from the sun. It would then shine down on our enemies and kill them off. And scientists had actually gone so far as designing and building this bomb, and they thought this was just crazy. So this is why they were remarking Billy to get his group together and try to alert some people about this, because if you blow holes in that ozone, she said naturally it would take hundreds of years before that to heal and get rid of those holes. So she suggested that Billy contact a Professor McElroy at Harvard University and let him know what was happening and give him this information, which he did. Billy did send the information to Harvard, but he never heard anything back. So I would imagine if Professor McElroy ever hears this tape or knows about it, he may remember that letter, but he may have thought it a little unusual to get a letter from a farmer in Switzerland about problems in the ozone when it was barely detectable at that time. At that time, several people were coming to see Billy quite frequently, and this was the beginning of the idea of forming the group around Billy, which later became called the FIGU, which is a German acronym for Free Community of Interest in the Border and Spiritual Sciences and UFOlogy. And today we know there's a thriving group of 49 people in it. So that was the beginning of it. Okay, that's the end of this side of the tape, and I'll just fade out here, and I'll see you on tape 2. Okay, welcome back. This is tape 2. In case you've gotten lost, we're on tape 2. This will be the third side in the series. Right now we're up to March 18th, 1975, and it's Billy's 8th contact with Semjase from the star cluster known as the Pleiades. The interesting topic that happened in that particular meeting, Billy had some questions that he was getting now from his group members. When he would go out for a contact, he would, of course, come back and tell everybody about what happened, and they would discuss the information because, excuse me, they were all starting to take part in actually helping him get the information together. Billy would type it out very roughly, and then they would clean it up. So already they were forming kind of like a work group to help him out. And along with that, of course, they had a lot of questions of their own, and since they weren't able to go on the contacts with Billy, quite frequently they would give questions to Billy to have him ask Semjase. And she would try to entertain the questions whenever possible. And this brought up a pretty good group of questions on this occasion. And the first one is, Billy jumped right off and says, "What is matter?" Well, she says, matter is a sizable idea. It is a solid form of energy that can be sizable. What she's referring to here is this, that throughout the universe, energy and matter are everywhere, and that you can take energy and you can convert it to matter, and depending on how much you can convert, you could convert it to any sizable amount of matter. All energies can be turned into solid matter. It's only necessary to condense the concerning energy very strongly and concentrate it very highly. Now, of course, they say it's very simple. The process by which you actually do that might be a little difficult, but we do that to some extent already. We convert ethers, gases, and so forth into different things now, and make certain compounds and metals and so forth. So we're working on it. What we do is, once you concentrate a certain energy, you can convert it into a solid matter, and this provides the basic building blocks of solid components. You create the neutron, the proton, and the electron. This forms the atoms of the chemical compounds, which then in their three aggregate forms form the solid outer wrap. And this is something that our scientists, I'm sure, are quite aware of by now. This means that the original energy is absolute matter, and original matter is absolute energy. General idea is that the entire universe is either matter or energy. It's either solid or it's non-solid. Coarse matter is what matter is. Solid matter is what the Pleiadians refer to as coarse matter. Okay? Energy is what they refer to as fine matter. Earlier we talked a little bit about our spirits, when they leave the body, they go into the fine matter world. Well, the fine matter world is an energy form world. It's not a solid matter or a coarse matter world. Okay? She mentioned that it's possible to create machines which actually convert matter to energy and vice versa. And apparently they understand that concept quite well. A side effect or an outdrawing of that might be the fact that they were able to take Billy into the ship, much like we see on Star Trek, where they would beam him up, somehow where the particles of his body would come apart, be arranged back inside of the ship. So they're having control of converting the solid matter of a person into fine matter and then putting it back into coarse matter. This also is one of the main ways that they actually move their ships around the galaxy, which we'll talk a little bit more about pretty soon. The most natural form of what we're talking about here, converting energy into matter, is done by the creation itself. And here again we find the Pleiadians bringing up this idea of what the creation is. They openly admitted to Billy that they didn't know everything about creation, but through their technology and their association with other races, they were learning a lot more about the actual creative energy that creates the universe and everything in it. So when they refer to the creation, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the original source of energy that created all things in the universe. Commonly on our planet, we generally refer this to as a god, but they're saying that gods are actually physical forms that are created in the universe by creation, just like everyone else. That gods are actually humans that have on the very highest development of knowledge, and that their knowledge of the elements and the laws of nature and the laws of creation are so high that it seems to us that they are creating things, when mostly they're just manipulating or generating things because of no knowledge. That the real force, the real creative force in the universe is what they're calling a creation. They have discovered that creation naturally on its own creates an idea of spiritual energy. And this is what they believe. They say that the creation, the creational force that started this universe, and we'll go much farther, more into depth in this on the tape series at the end, is that the creation has the idea of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy then is converted into different forms of matter, which begin to evolve, and everything throughout the universe then has logical reasoning to it. And the rocks, the planets, the animals, us, everything that is solid, which is coarse matter, has natural logic to it, and is part of the mapping, you might say, or the knowledge of the creational energy. So, since everything in the universe is coarse matter, and or it is fine matter, they can be converted easily back and forth once the knowledge is known. So, that was her general explanation of what matter actually was. In relationship to his second question, which was, what about the theory of relativity, and especially the dilation of time, because somebody in the group, of course, was familiar with Einstein's theory, E equals mc squared, which stands for energy equals mass times the speed of light square. They were curious as to what Semyosi would say about that, and if there was truth to it, if it was really a valid theory. Well, she says, well, in relationship to actually moving in space and space travel, There are many different ways to overcome space. As a matter of fact, there was way too many for her to expand upon, but she says the one main thing, no matter which method you actually use, you must learn to master what they call hyperspace. Because in hyperspace, this is where a time dilation is caused by the process of moving into hyperspace. She says this is where the theory of relativity is wrong, where it becomes just a theory. Okay? The turning off of a time dilation or time shift is caused by the breaking open of hyperspace. Well, how do you break into hyperspace? Well, here's a little short explanation that can go along with Exhibit 1 on your drawings there of the beam ship. We mentioned earlier that a beam ship can take off, leave Earth, move up to tremendous speeds. It makes a jump, and then it jumps to the Pleiades, returns in the physical form, and slows down. It takes 7 hours. The 7 hours are spent speeding up, slowing down, and the jump is almost instantaneous. Well, the jump is very, very fast. She says what actually happens is when that ship speeds up, it's protected by an energy field around it, because as you move any matter in space, as it begins to move, there is actually mass in space. It's like if you have a boat in water. The faster you go, you feel the force against you, right? Even when you're swimming. Well, in space, which we think of as a vacuum, it actually is not. There is mass in space. And when you speed an object up to 50,000 miles an hour, 100,000 miles an hour, 1,000,000 miles an hour, speed of light is approaching 700 and some million miles an hour, something like that. You're moving at incredible speeds. There is a mass buildup. And that mass will attempt to actually cause the explosion of your craft that you're in, because the mass will keep building. So what they do is they've learned to put energy screens around the ship that protect it from this mass speed correlation. And at the certain point when they get up around the speed of light or beyond it, they can accelerate way beyond it if they want to, they use this tremendous force to facilitate what they call the paralyzation. They turn off the protection screens around it. At that moment, there's a tremendous increase in the velocity of the ship as it bursts forward, and at that exact time, there's a tremendous enlarging of the mass, then, of that energy screen as it's coming in. They use that to facilitate some sort of compression concept, where the ship is then converted to fine matter, and it's a type of fine matter that can exist in hyperspace. So that's exactly what they do. She says that it happens very quickly, the matter gets distorted, and with a millionth of a second, it becomes fine matter, and it's able to pass through hyperspace. Speed is not the only consideration in this. She says you can go way beyond the speed of light and still do it. It's just generally you need to get up approximately at least to the speed of light before there is enough mass generated where this is actually facilitated. It's the mass of an object increases in relation to the growth of its speed. It even happens in airplanes dust when we're traveling. Space travel can be very, very dangerous. As we move forward in our technology, right now we're blowing rockets out into space at 30,000, 40,000 miles an hour, which is very slow on the scale of things that move throughout the universe. The speed of light is 186,000 miles in 1 second. And we're only going 30,000 miles in an hour. So in an hour's time, light travels a tremendous difference. If it goes 186,000 miles in 1 second, now it takes 60 seconds to make a minute, and then it takes 60 minutes to make an hour. So you're talking, a very large distance that this thing will actually speed of light in 1 hour. So it's tremendously faster than 30,000 miles an hour. It's a very difficult concept, she said, to understand hyperspace and time dilation. Because you're moving, when you are in hyperspace, when we break into hyperspace and make this time dilation, you're in what's called null time. It is a non-physical, non-three-dimensional world then where only fine matter exists. One of the real difficulties here is that if there is the slightest variance in the speed of the fine matter particles, there can be a tremendous shift in time. As a matter of fact, they mentioned that just a very slight change in that speed, you could slip millions of years in time and to get totally lost and not be able to find your way back to where you came from. She says there are stories all the time of developing races trying to figure this technology out, and they work on it, and there's a tremendous loss of life and equipment because it's such a difficult thing to actually figure out. She says even here on Earth we've had any number of space travelers who have come here in a variety of sort of time-type machines and gotten stuck, and they can't get away. If a spaceship breaks through the speed of light without going into hyperspace and without protection of these screens, these manufactured screens, there will be a catastrophe for the ship and the crew. A time dilation is only just one of the many dangers that happen, so something we have to look forward to as we get out there. Just to kind of finish up on this note, it may start becoming aware to some of us that even when we move here in our high-speed jets, there's an increase in mass. You're in a common airliner, maybe going 600 miles an hour. You actually are increasing in mass somewhat because of your speed. Now, just to fly in a normal airplane, that's a pretty low speed on the scale of things, so you don't really have to worry too much about any damage to yourself. But if that was done repeatedly, and if you were, for instance, in rockets going 30, 40,000 miles an hour, if you were, on a shuttlecraft going back and forth to the moon all the time at those speeds, eventually it would come into play. She says at the very slow speeds, like in an airplane, it could take hundreds of years for that damage to really, build up. But at the faster speeds, like in the rockets, it could happen maybe within a few years. So what's really happening is as you speed up, mass of your body is actually increasing, and that can have a damaging effect on your mental functions and on the actual functioning apparatus of the brain. So it could cause untold sort of mental damage. Might point out here again that Billy Meier lives on a small farm in a place called Schmidrudi, Switzerland, and because of his loss of his left arm, is very limited in the type of work he can do. And for the past many years, especially during the time of the contacts, most all of his attention has been focused on just amassing the information from the contacts and getting his books out. Because of that, he really has no other income. He gets a small pension amounting to roughly $600 a month in American to live by. And the expenses on the farm are quite high, so the group members all contribute to do that. Well, during these early contacts, Semiosi was always suggesting to Billy that he'd get the books out, and Billy was always having trouble just paying the rent. So he mentioned to her on a few occasions that that he had money problems, and she mentioned that she would supply him with crystals and other stones and so forth that he could sell. Well, to begin with, Billy says, "Oh, I'm not materialistic. I don't want to sell things for money," and then he says that there's a problem with the officials in Switzerland, and he wasn't too sure if that was a good idea. But she, on several occasions, offered and even suggested that they would bring him crystals from different worlds and other stones, the precious stones that he could sell, and that there really wouldn't be any problem with officials because there is no difference in the stones, for instance, a crystal from one world over the ones we would find here. That throughout the universe there is logic as to the structure and components of the things that make up a crystal or stone or whatever. So the idea was that a crystal on another world is just like a crystal here, and gold on another planet is just like the gold here, that the structure is pretty much the same. So she wasn't worried about them being able to detect that these stones were from another planet or something like that. Billy could just sell them as regular stones. But, however, he did receive a few crystals from him, but this led to some questions about, do certain precious stones, crystals, metals, and so forth have some sort of healing capabilities? And she said, well, yes, but it's overplayed, that many stones, such as crystals, have the ability to absorb some types of illnesses and pull them into themselves, and it can be beneficial where you can store healing energies and so forth in stones. But this was not to be exaggerated, and they really weren't that effective. She even commented to Billy that it's important that you know how to clean stones, because someone can be wearing a crystal for a period of time, and if they're suffering through some sort of illnesses, either physical, mental, emotional, or whatever, that also can get into the stone, and these stones need to be clear out. So she went through a brief description explaining to Billy how to clean them out and so forth using a pyramid. At the same time, she mentioned to Billy that their technology, of course, is farther advanced than ours, and she gave Billy the designs and plans on how he could build a machine that would cure most illnesses. And she expressed in some detailed explanation how this would go about. It was so clear that Billy even estimated the cost at being around 30,000 Swiss francs to build this machine. I've always wanted to know what the machine was and get the plans. And when I was visiting at Billy's, I asked about this. I says, was the machine ever built? And they told me no. And I says, would it be possible to get these plans? And I was sharply told there that the machine was only for Billy, which is very contradictory to what it says in the contact notes. So as of yet, I still have never seen the plans for this machine, nor do I know really very much about it. But apparently they do exist, and they are blocked out of the contact notes. It just they put some dotted lines in there where she's explaining how this machine works, so we really don't have a clue. But it could be very interesting someday if we could get that information. And here is some actual off-world technology that could be beneficial to man, but it's being held back over there. Billy, on several occasions, was always asking Semjase if it would be possible for some of the members of his family and his group to come out and actually see the ships. And most of the time, Semjase was always rather emphatic that no, that wouldn't be possible, that they had decided, that the Pleiadians had decided that only Billy would be able to see the ship. They seem to somehow be able to control matter and energy, and through some sort of distortion system, they call it, they can cause certain people not to see it. For instance, Billy could be standing on the road taking a picture of the ship, and you could be just like 100 meters down the road or 100 yards down the road, and you wouldn't be able to see it. So apparently they can control reflected light. They can control somehow, how the image bounces off the ship, or I have really no idea how they do it, but that is a possibility. I know that several people over in Billy's group who I've talked to that have taken him out on contacts experienced that same frustration. But on one occasion they did say, that they would allow that, and they allowed Billy to bring several members of the family out for a night demonstration where they were all able to bring their cameras and take pictures of the several ships at night, which they did, and there are some very good pictures there. On that particular occasion, Semjase was even very clear to Billy that it would be possible at this point for him to invite outside people, like members of the press, members of other investigative bodies, to come and witness the demonstration. And they told Billy to be very careful about who he invited, that they didn't want to bring really negative people out who would try to make this out as something, contrary or negative. That if there were, people in the media who would report this honestly and clearly, and then they were welcome to invite them. But Billy was to be very careful about who he invited. To my knowledge, he invited certain family members and other friends and witnesses, and a lot of pictures were taken, but I don't know of anybody in the press that was actually invited. During the ending of this contact, Semjase said that she wished to finish some of the history lesson that she had started once before, and so I want to continue that right here and tell you a little bit more about the history of our ancestors and bring it right up to today. Before, when we talked about history, we discussed the fact that the ancient Lyrians had spread themselves throughout the galaxy, seeded many other planets, and spread around, including under the leadership of an Ishwish named Aesol, had moved off and formed what we today think of as the Pleiadian society. That was 230,000 years back. And then down through the centuries, on many occasions, Earth had been populated in small colonies. As a matter of fact, there have been many people from the Pleiades, Lyra, Vega, and Orion on many different occasions who had come here and settled small colonies from time to time. The first really major mass colonization that they are familiar with occurred 50,000 years back when an Ishwish named Pelagon came here and brought around 70,000 people with him. Among those 70,000 people, there were 200 sub-leaders and scientists, each one a specialist in a certain area of scientific information. They built a very large society. That society covered the entire planet. It was on every continent. There were cities everywhere. That civilization lasted for almost 10,000 years before it ended in a very violent war. Fortunately for them, they had the technology to get off the planet, and most of them fled, the ones that could survive anyway. For 7,000 years, then, there's a period where the Earth is almost totally alone, where there's nothing going on. Now, we're back to 40,000 years ago. They fled and had their war. There's 7,000 years of almost no one being here except the then developing Earth human beings, the Adams and the Evas, that's us. And 33,000 years back then, the descendants of those who had fled that big war, many of them returned. In particular, there was a great leader named Atlant, and he had a wife named Caratide, and they founded the continent that would be called Atlantis. Caratide's father, his name was Muras, M-U-R-A-S, and through him they founded a city called Mu, which was located, the central city, in the Gobi Desert. The city of Mu had two underground cities, Agharta I and Agharta II, which had tunnels built between them, and that was the central seat of power for Mu. Mu and Atlantis both had their own colonizations all over the planet and sprung up all over the place. But they lived peacefully for many thousands of years, actually about 18,000 years. And then about that time, certain factions grew up in both of their societies, which were beginning to cause problems and causing one person against another. And after all these years of peace, strife broke out. There were some factions of war beginning. The governments at hand, the Atlantean and the Mu governments, would not stand for this war breaking out, and those who were attempting to cause the wars, they drove them out of town, literally. But in this case, they drove them off the planet. Well, these people left in large amounts. There was an exodus of those warlike people. They left, and I'm told they went to the Barnard Star. Some of the others may have split off and gone to different areas, but that's where the major amount of them went. 2,000 years went by where there was again peace between Atlantis and Mu and the cities of Earth. We're back to about 13,000 years now, back from our time. That's the time frame where we're at. At that point, those people who had left had built up on their own planet, the ones that were exiled. Their race had escalated and become very ruthless and very warlike. They then had a leader named Arus, A-R-U-S. They decided to return to Earth. Arus must have been quite a guy, because it says in their folklore that he was thought of as the barbarous one. He also had a strong following, had a couple hundred leaders behind him, similar to Pelagon, that were very high in the sciences and the arts. They settled in the high north country, it says, and in the area we now call Florida. In these two areas, and proceeded to start small wars again against Atlantis and Mu. One interesting fact, though, if you take the globe of Earth and look at it, and look where Florida is now. Now, if you take your hands and roll it over to where Florida moves up to the north, where Greenland is now, that's the position that the planet was in at that time. So just roll the planet over so Florida moves up farther north and up to that northern area where Greenland now is, and that's the position where things were actually at. That puts the area where Atlantis was, which was the large landmass between South America and Africa, that moves it up farther north, where it's north of the equator then. Okay, more on the line almost with where America is now. So you can see that the planet was in a different position. What happened was, war finally eventually did break out, that Eris and his people caused a great war to break out. There was a major war that happened between Atlantis and Mu, and that ended actually in one day. It was such a short war. They had such high technology. Just to give you a brief idea of what happened, on the history tapes that I have, this goes into much larger detail, and there's a much longer explanation all about the history and these things, but I don't have time for here. So you could listen to that if you're interested in more. But ultimately what happened was the Atlanteans, who had a large number of ships, a very large army of spacers, started an assault against Mu in the morning. And apparently within about 20 minutes' time, with these some sort of dissolving ray energy beams they have, they almost immediately annihilated the city of Mu. Now, the people of Mu were thought of as scientifically being more advanced than Atlanteans, but they didn't have the number of spacers, and apparently they really weren't prepared for the immediate attack. The Atlanteans caught them by surprise and wiped Mu out almost instantly, like I say, within about 20 minutes' time. Unknown to the people of Atlantis, as they were back celebrating and cheering their immediate victory, they had just wiped out millions of their friends, the people of Mu, the scientists of Mu, who had been expecting a war, had taken a large group of their people, flown out into space in the area where the asteroid belt is, and found rather large chunks of the old planet Milana, which is what the debris of the asteroid belt is made up out of. They took one very large asteroid that was floating out there that was several miles in diameter, and they actually, by hooking some sort of engines or ships to that asteroid, propelled it towards Earth. They then propelled this large asteroid and smashed it right into Atlantis. When it hit, it actually didn't hit Atlantis. It exploded when it hit the atmosphere several miles above the land. But when it exploded, it ignited and blew up the atmosphere. It caused the ocean floor to crack open, and that's why Atlantis sunk down to the ocean floor. The air, the atmosphere of Earth was just black smoke and ruin for, I think, something like 40 years. It threw us off our axis and caused the rotation of the planet to actually change. So it was a rather disastrous war and wiped out just about everything. There was hardly any life left on the planet. Eris and his people survived. Most of the people who survived from Atlantis and moved from the different cities fled to get away from the wars and the evil tyranny of Eris and took off back to the Pleiades, Vega, Barnard Star, or other friendly places. When the dust had settled, so to speak, Eris, an Ishwish who has an expected life expectancy of over 3,000 years, was still alive, along with all of his followers. They had taken Earth. Well, there weren't too many people, though, to rule over. There was the then developing Earth human beings that were left here, and just the people that had followed Eris, and hardly anybody left from Atlantis and Mu, because the destruction was so wide-filled. Well, after a period of time, these sub-leaders of Eris, the scientists, began experimenting on the local Earth human beings, the Adams and the Evas. Through that experimentation, all sorts of diabolical creatures were created that have gone down through the years as myths. They bred humans with fish and all sorts of animals to try to do things. But among these rather diabolical experiments, some were conducted by a scientist, one of the Eris' scientists, named Semyas A, with an A. In the Lyrian and Pleiadian language, if you end a name with A, it's masculine. If you end it with E, it's feminine. Billy's having masculine. If you end it with E, it's feminine. Billy's having contacts with Semyas E, and Semyas A would be a man. Actually, the names, these are kind of like code names that they use, and they are, I guess you could call them spirit names. And they use these names to, one, express the level of education that the individual is currently in. And Semyas A or Semyas E is a spirit name that indicates that a person is more like a half Ishwish, that they've learned about half the knowledge that would be necessary to be a king or a queen of wisdom. That's the general idea. So that's what the name actually meant. So here in Eris' time, we have a scientist named Semyasa that began conducting experiments again on the Earth humans, the Adams. And this is where Adam and Eve actually came from these experiments, that he took a local Earth human woman and coupled her together with in some sort of lab experiment and created Adam. That's where Adam actually came from. He then did the breeding again and created a young lady. Okay, now he had in the lab creation an Adam and an Eve, a man and a woman. And when they grew up, he coupled them together, and that was the formation, or where the story of Adam and Eve actually started from. That's how it actually happened, and that was the beginning of the current race of people here on Earth, that they had been genetically altered through Adam and Eve, and that's how it really got started. You see, after this big destruction and all this war, there weren't very many people really left on the planet. We only really had about 3 tribes left. There was the Indian tribe that we think of here in the Americas. There was the inhabitants around the Black Sea, and there was the race called the Hebrews or the Gypsies at the time. That's about all the people that were left. We had the Sumerian race, which was hiding out over in India, up in the mountains and so forth over there, but those were ETs, and they weren't considered among the developing Earth human races. So we have 3 developing Earth human races which have genetically been started by Semyasa, this scientist from Eris. Eris is very upset that this is happening when he finds out, because frankly he just didn't want his people mixed with the lower forms, the Earth people. And at first he was outraged. It's not known exactly what he did to Semyasa, but the many other scientists that were also experimenting with Earth people, many of them were killed or exiled or whatever. And apparently he was quite enraged until he discovered that now he had a whole new group of followers, that he not only had reign over his people, but he could also had more followers in the form of 3 groups of Earth people who were developing in these 3 areas around the planet. So to them, he set himself up as God, the creation, and they became to worship him. He thought so little of them that he demanded sacrifices from them. He was very cruel to them, quite often demonstrated to keep him in line by killing some of them. Now remember, Eris was an Ishwish, a very, very, very powerful man who understood much of the laws of nature. To him, things like telepathy, levitation, and most importantly, the ability to put thoughts in another person's mind was something that he understood. So that would be very scary to developing Earth people who had abilities nothing like this. Even on our level of knowledge today, someone like that would be very scary indeed. Well, Eris eventually died. He had a son named Jehav, Jehav, who was just as ruthless as he was and continued his reign of domination and fear, hate, and anger all over the planet. So the planet Earth was not in very good shape. We're going back now, we're about 9,000 years back when Jehav comes into power. Jehav has another son, Jehovah. Jehovah is the one who continued that tradition and actually helped pull all the Hebrews together and told them that they were his chosen people among all the other people on the planet, and instilled this thought of speciality into the Hebrew people through his ability mentally to do that. And this is where the concept started to the people that they were chosen over the other people of the planet. Well, perhaps they were, but at that time I don't think that was any great prize, considering the level of evolution and intelligence that was going on at the planet at that time. I don't think that was much of a prize. But at any rate, that's where the concept started. There were 2 or 3 other leaders after that who were not as vicious, who were not as bloodthirsty as Jehovah, who eventually wanted to return to the Pleiades. Life in the Pleiades had become very peaceful, very comfortable, and very loving. And life on Earth was very distasteful to these older, more evolved beings over a period of time. And eventually, they decided to leave. And it was 1943 years back from the year 1975, which puts us in the year 32, that they decided to leave Earth and return back to the Pleiades. At that time they did. That was kind of the end of the Lyrian Pleiadian leadership on the planet Earth. And for a long period of time, they just did nothing more than just occasionally watch in on us. It wasn't until around the 1600s that the current race of Pleiadians took an interest in us again, because we were starting to develop rapidly. And they began to build bases here on the planet again and actually monitor our civilization and take an interest in it. On several occasions, they had open contacts with other people like Billy Meier, and leading up to 1937, when they again decided, because of the acceleration time that we're moving into, this Waterman era, that they again would procreate several spirits, and they did procreate 4. Procreation means to cause them to be born. And on February 3rd, 1937, at 11:20 in the morning, once again, the Pleiadians intermingled, you might say, into the society of Earth, and caused Billy and 3 others to be born with a mission in mind to get themselves back involved with Earth people, pass on certain information, mostly spiritual information, to try to help us through this difficult time. You see, the Pleiadian theory is that the New Age, Waterman era, whatever you want to call it, the Golden Age, Age of Revolution, whatever you want to call us coming up, is a very important time. They understand scientifically what is actually happening and explain that to Billy, but they feel it's very important during this time of potential growth and learning, that they try to bring strong people forward, light bearers, light workers, teachers, prophets, and intelligent people forward, educate them so that the Earth has a chance to grow into a peaceful civilization instead of the rather warlike greed power system that currently prevails over our planet. First of all, let me make a couple of things clear, at least clear by the Pleiadians, that they wanted to make it known that the New Age time is not a time of ending. Many religions, beliefs, and different people like to think of this as the end of the world, that this is an ending time, and it's not. It is actually a time of change. It's a time of beginnings, and it's a time of wonderment. It's a chance for opportunity. They told Billy that we have roughly 800 years, they estimate. During the next 800 years will be the massive changeover, with the potential to move into a new type of social structure and a new society with a new way of thinking, where we would live closer in harmony to creation. If we miss that, if within the next 800 years that we instead fall into barbarism and continue with our greed, war, and power, that we most likely will annihilate ourselves, or someone will do it for us, and we would fall back into, dark times again. That let me explain a little bit more about what this means. The planet Earth is in a solar system. We're taught 9 planets, but there's actually 11, we're told, revolving around a sun. This solar system, then, that we're in is on its own path. It's in a large kind of oval pattern of its own. And every 25,860 years, our solar system, it's just a scientific fact, returns to the same spot that it's at right now. We are revolving, we're moving very slowly as a solar system. Just like our planet revolves around the sun, our entire solar system also revolves around a central sun. That central sun is very, very powerful. We're just beginning to understand that radiations, electronic waves that are emanated by other heavenly bodies, planets, stars, etc., actually do affect our thoughts. They affect nature, and they have effect on a lot of things which we really don't understand yet. But the scientific understanding of the Pleiadians is that every 25,860 years, the solar system that we live in, all of our planets and our sun, move close in proximity to this central sun. The strongest point of radiation from that central sun is just as we enter it. That's when we get kind of a boost in energy. There's a surge of power, kind of like turning up the switch on your hair dryer from high to low, and there's this sudden surge of heat, and then after you use it for a second, you kind of get used to it. Well, it's something like that. So what they want to make us aware of, that this is a great time of potential. It's a time of change. It's a time of wonderful opportunity. Along with that, the downside is that there's going to be a lot of problems, too. Anytime we have change, we have fear and a lot of other problems. You don't have to be a genius to look at our planet right now and look at our planet as a whole and see all the people around it in China and Africa and the Polynesian Islands, Australia, Asia, everywhere, that everybody is growing up with different ideas, different concepts. We are a world in turmoil. We are being thrown together through communications and technology. Some places it's going well, some places it's not going very well. But unfortunately, most people, when things aren't going well, they turn to whatever they regard as their religious beliefs. They try to put faith in what they believe. And these ideas are not going to serve them in the coming years, because these old philosophies, old thinking, old religions don't really provide answers for the coming questions that we're going to have. Consequently, there's going to be a lot of emotional hardship for many people. Murder, suicide, crime, things like this are going to be tremendously on the rise. We are going through a time of change. On February 3rd, 1844, we began 184 years of change. This is when we start to move into the proximity of this new age position, this new cycle. And at that point, things start to accelerate. We've noticed just ourselves in the last few years the great acceleration of inventions and so forth. There is no other time in the development of our society when we will accelerate as fast as we have the last 100 years and will the next 20. Look where we came from, covered wagons to going to the moon in such a short space of time, where for 2,000 years before that we hardly grew anything at all. Well, we had this 92-year period from 1844 up to 1937, which was the beginning, or the first half of this changeover period. The Pleiadians say the changeover period is 184 years long. It goes from 1844 up to, let's see, that would be what, 2028. So they're saying that the first half, the things start changing, inventions and everything greatly accelerate. Since 1937, on February 3rd, that's the second half of this changing period. This 92 years is dominated now by all the problems that come up because of this accelerated change. And boy, aren't we seeing them. There's going to be a lot of wars, a lot of other emotional problems. One thing they said we can count on seeing is there will be a tremendous rise in new religions and new ideas. So apparently, and we are seeing some of that, apparently as things get more difficult, people search for answers. They search for ways to solve, their problems. And when they do this, they come upon their own conclusions. They then form together, maybe in a small group, give themselves a name, and we have a new religious sect. Well, we can expect that to happen a lot more as times get more and more difficult. One other thing of note, they mentioned that because of this change and because of the increase in radiations, that those people born on February 3rd, 1937, as close as possible to 11:20 in the morning, have the greatest possibility of being the teachers, prophets, and geniuses of our time. See, that was the optimum time, apparently, for people to come in and be affected by the radiations just as they were at that moment. From that date forward for a year, through the whole year of 1937, beginning of February 3rd, like I said, was the highest probability of these geniuses, prophets, and way preparers and teachers to be born. So we might look to people at that age. We're in 1992 as I'm speaking now, so those people would be, 55 years old. So we could look to, as you're looking around at people that are speaking, lecturing, and talking, you might keep an eye out for people who are roughly 55 years old right now, and let's see how many of them have really come forward. Because, of course, even though you may be a highly evolved spirit, and evolved means wisdom gained over a number of lifetimes, okay? So we may have a number of those people that were born, but they were born in poor environments, or for whatever reason they weren't able to really come through. So it's also interesting that that's when Billy was born, right at that moment, why they caused him to be born at that time. And they seem to have very high respect for Billy's evolution. Billy is not Pleiadian. He is not Lyrian. He's from an unusual little race called Lossless. Apparently they live on only one planet, are very, very old, older than the Pleiadians themselves, and consequently are very good beings for becoming prophets because of the age of their evolution, they can withstand and understand things very well. Also, I think it has something to do with the brain matter itself being able to grow larger numbers of connectors, which can hold more acids and consequently more intelligence. So there seems to be something to that. That's probably why they altered Billy's thoughts when he was 7. There's probably a strong connection there someplace. So anyway, they wanted us to be aware that scientifically it's just a fact that our solar system is moving into this new period, that we're in new geography. We're getting closer to the central sun. The radiations from the sun have a really strong effect on our thinking and so forth here. Consequently, this new age period, which is here, is a very good time for potential. It's potentially a great time for us to grow. But this means those of us who move more towards a spiritual life, seeking out the answers of creation, learning to develop our world and our society around spiritual laws, have a much better chance now because of this location where we're at. We have a better chance of being heard, being understood, and developing ourselves. So it's important, if you feel the need to be somehow involved, to be inspiring, to be a role model for others. And I think inspiration is the word here for the next few years, that it's not a good time probably to go out with a gun, pick up a gun and shoot the bad guys. It's not a good time to go out and fight in direct opposition to the negative influences on the planet. Instead, it's a time to turn away from that and let the negative things spin out on their own, fight among themselves. It's a good time to do some woodshedding for yourself, to become a spiritual person yourself, to rise spiritually within yourself to your capabilities. Work on, development of self. And by that, you will become a role model and an inspiration to others. And most importantly, as you're doing this, as you're developing yourself spiritually, make sure there's integrity with it. Don't do it, and don't let your ego get involved. Catch yourself if you find yourself, becoming ego-minded, wanting to be popular, needing to be successful to write a book, or you want to do a television show. In other words, don't make things up. Because true spiritual development, part of that is the development of integrity to self. You will not be a good role model, nor a successful inspiration to others if what you're doing is not filled with integrity. I think integrity is probably the main thing that we look for in our leaders and our role models, and sadly enough, it's one of the main things that's missing right now among our leaders that we normally see in today's world. Our presidents, our leaders, our generals and so forth, even though they think they're doing the right thing, that this world is terribly lacking in integrity. So keep that in mind when you're on your own path of spiritual growth here. Incidentally, the Pleiadians see a pretty good future for us. Even throughout all of the chaos and other things that are coming up, they see a rather positive future. As a matter of fact, there are a couple of ways of calculating the future. As you said, there's one way to calculate. There are two ways to see the future. You can use mechanical or spiritual means to see what's called a future vision. You can look ahead into the future, and that's fairly accurate. Or you can also use numerology and the numeric systems and so forth, mathematics to predict future, and that's not nearly as accurate. They have looked ahead in future view, and seen a rather pleasing future for us that we actually, based on events in 1975, they showed Billy a future where we had grown peacefully to a society. He was looking 500 years ahead, that we had spacecraft very similar to the Pleiadians. We had facilities on the moon and the outer planets, and we were doing fairly well, and our population was much lower. So there is, sounds like a pretty good possibility for growth in the future. So let's see what we can all do to be part of that. Okay, I see on the old little wheel here we're ending the side of the, or coming to the end of this side of the tape. So I'll see you on the next side. Okay, we're back here on side 2 over here. This is actually the 4th side of the tape series on tape 2, so I hope you're still with us. I was just getting ready to discuss a little bit about some of the problems in Billy's group. Bear in mind that Billy's a farmer, and his friends are all farmers and live in small town areas, and suddenly to find themselves in the middle of contacts from highly evolved beings from another world, obviously they got a little excited. Some of the members were having a lot of difficulty believing what was going on. Much of the information that was coming from Semjase and the other Pleiadians was very disturbing to some of the members of the group. It was very hard for them to throw off years of upbringing and things that they had been taught and suddenly change their minds to another way of thinking. I think the most disturbance was probably caused by much of the information surrounding religion and Jesus and the Talmud and so forth. There was a lot of information brought to Billy about Jesus Christ and all that. Since there's so much of it, I put it on 2 special tapes that you can listen to in this series, and they're called the Talmud Emmanuel. And the information about Jesus came in many different parts of his experiences. He had some experiences about it when he was young, in his teens, and then on many contacts there would be little snippets of information, as well as the uncovery of the book, the Talmud Emmanuel, which was translated out of Aramaic into German. So I've put all that together on 2 tapes, so it's a little bit more coherent, so you can listen to it there. But some of the members in his group were having trouble with that, and it caused problems. Billy took a picture once of several members of the group with the ship floating overhead, and Semjase was very uncomfortable that a couple of these doubters and people who were having problems was in the picture, and so she actually destroyed the pictures with her mind. And she didn't want these pictures out, and she wanted Billy to kind of remove these people from the group before they caused any problems. So already we're having difficulties with Billy and the people around him. While Billy is a very nice, warm, intelligent person who is full of integrity, he's not your leadership type. The two don't seem to go hand in hand. And throughout the whole history of his contacts in the group, he's always had difficulties with, with members. But that's to be expected. There's so much pressure on these people from inside their own ranks, from the outside world, and from these extraterrestrials that obviously there'd be a lot of difficulties springing up. They're no different than just the rest of us. So overall, though, I think they've done a wonderful job of coping with all this stress and pressure from outside influences and trying to keep this information as honest as it is and to try to get it out to the world. So, okay. Semjase also mentioned to Billy that not to be too worried about his acceptance, because Billy was being led to go out and do speeches and talks in public, and he didn't want to do that. He says, I'm not good at that. I just don't know how to talk to people in public, and he really never has. And she told him not to be too concerned, that there were a lot of good people, she called them friends, around the planet that would hear about him and be drawn to the information that could be helpful in those ways. A couple of times people from Billy's group also went out and gave talks, and I understand Billy tried it once or twice, but he was not received very well. I think it was just too difficult for someone that had had all the unusual experiences that he had had, contacting people in other worlds, seeing other worlds, traveling in other times. actually visiting, moving in time and visiting prehistoric times, medieval times, visiting Emmanuel at the time just before his crucifixion. These were all amazing things. Billy, thinking, of course, everybody would be fascinated to hear about it, comes out in public to give a small talk, and people really think he's kind of insane or crazy. Billy spent some time when he was younger in a mental hospital. Because he was incorrigible, and they thought he was really difficult to handle, and he was having problems. So he was always kind of concerned that people were going to think he was totally nuts, and that he would wind back up in a facility someplace. So this always was concern to him when Semjase would press him to go out into the public arena. Early on, too, in the contacts, the Pleiadians were making it clear to Billy that the purpose of his education was to get information out to the general public, speaking, putting out books and so forth, and letting the world know about this, because they were very adamant about the main part of their reason for coming was to try to educate us about the universe, about life, who we are, things that we would call philosophy or spirituality. And throughout all of the contacts, there's quite a bit of information about that. I have not interjected too much of that to this point, just a little of it, because it was kind of sporadic throughout the meetings whenever they would start talking about it. So again, like in the Talmud information, I've assembled that all in kind of one coherent straight through message and put it on the 2 tapes in your series called the Creation Tapes. Actually, one of them is called the Semjase Spirit Lessons, which is Semjase speaking on the philosophy of life based from a Pleiadian point of view. Then there's the tapes marked Creation, and those have more of, I guess you'd call them the spiritual laws on them or something like that. But that's where most all that information is. Instead of just putting the little pieces of it here and there, I tried to put it all together in one coherent statement. So you can listen to those just on their own. Before she leaves, Billy has a couple more questions that he has to ask. He's concerned once again about other people claiming to have contacts with extraterrestrials and other life forms in other worlds. Excuse me. Semjase again tells him that there are no other life forms living in our solar system, and that no one on Earth is having any contacts with other T's. As a matter of fact, she goes so far as to tell Billy that he is the only person on Earth having contacts with ETs. But in another part of the notes, they also suggest that about 3,000 ships a year come in, and occasionally ETs do have contacts with people, but maybe only for one time or so. So there seems to be some contradiction here, but I think what they're making reference to is the fact that Billy was the only one having ongoing contacts of his particular nature. And that's probably true. There doesn't seem to be any other cases on record so far of anyone having contacts the way that he has had. Billy is also at a point where he's getting kind of upset and frustrated because he's having a lot of problems at home, and he's trying to, do something about that. So she's trying to comfort him to keep going, and again she suggests that perhaps he could sell some crystals or something. And she hammers home again the fact that Billy is the first person in 2,000 years that has been able to be in contact with higher intelligence. That the Pleiadians for the past few weeks have been putting Billy in contact with a higher form of consciousness for his own spiritual growth, and also so he can put a book together on this particular subject. So even though things are getting kind of difficult for him, she's pushing him to hang in there and so forth and hang on, that if he gives up, this is the interesting part, she's saying, well, it's your decision if you want to go on. And Billy's saying, well, I've got to get a job or something because things are tough at home and I don't have any money. And she's saying things like, well, it's your decision, but of course if you have to get a job, then mankind will suffer. That if you have to get a job and we have to discontinue our contacts, then she's putting all this pressure on Billy that the development of Earth itself will suffer from this. And I know after, this is in 1975, and I know I didn't meet Billy till 86, I guess it was. And even then, in the summer of 87 and 88, when I was there, Billy had the same feeling that he had somehow let the Earth down, that he felt by the fact that the contacts had come to an end years earlier, that he somehow had failed the Earth. So there was all this pressure on him, even at this early time back in June of 75, that they were pressuring him to make him feel like the entire fate of the Earth was dependent upon his shoulders. And here's the poor little guy that's trying to do his best to understand all this information, write it down. He's got a wife at home and kids that need attention, need money, and need help, and he's not providing well as a father, and that makes him feel bad. So he's in a rather tough predicament here, and she's really not trying to help him out very much. She's suggesting that they would help as far as crystals and so forth, but she's leaning on him all the time and reminding him how valuable he is, how important he is, how evolved he is, how important he is, how evolved he is. There's really a lot of psychological pressure on Billy at this time to deliver. Well, on another note, he asked her at one time about government on how they make decisions and so forth. And she mentioned that the Pleiadian worlds, of which, as I understand, there are 3, that the Pleiadians belong to an alliance of about 127 billion people on a variety of planets that all belong to a certain alliance. And they have come together and have agreed upon certain rules and laws governing their section of space and how they do things. And under these laws follows the rules on contacting lower species like ourselves and what they can do and what they can't do. So apparently they do have a large alliance. It's a collection of human and non-human races. And quite frequently throughout the context, she would always refer to the fact that she would have to get permission from her council. And her council refers to a group of people in the Pleiadian worlds who make the decisions for the Pleiadians based on information they get from this alliance. The head of the alliance apparently is a very highly advanced group in the Andromeda galaxy that offers information or advice to the alliance, and then these people take it back to their planet, discuss it among themselves, and then they decide what's good for their own race. That's kind of their form of government. Interestingly enough, they don't have voting like we do. Their world, everyone has to agree. Here, if we have a 51% majority, you can be president. But on their world, it takes a much larger percentage. They figure, and if all the people don't agree, then there could be some valid reasons for it, and they like for everyone to agree, so they work everything out until all are in accord. On his 25th contact, which was June 16th, 1975, Semjase informs Billy that the group demonstration that she was intending to have has been called off. Now, Billy's group members have been asking him time and time again, can they see the ship? Can they meet Semjase? I mean, I would do the same. That was certainly one of my interests when I was going over there. I was hopeful that something like that might happen. And I can imagine the excitement back in 75 from the group members that were helping Billy when he was having contacts regularly, that they would certainly be excited about wanting to see the ships. So they were waiting in anticipation because Semjase had said a group demonstration would be forthcoming. Well, apparently she changed her mind. And she changed her mind, she said, because after examining the thoughts of some of the group members, she found them to be, in her words, were not mature enough and could not understand what was going on. She explained that they felt that certain members of the group were of such low evolution or such low understanding and mentality that they would not take the demonstration correctly, that they would misunderstand, that they were not spiritually developed enough to properly, absorb this, I guess. I guess they felt if they made themselves visible to these people, that this would kind of overload them, that no longer would there be room for doubt in their minds. Normally we go through life making, kind of rationalizations about things, and we say, well, we don't have the real answer, so we make up our own answer about something. Like, we really don't know what God is yet on our world, so we just make up our own reasoning and our own logic, and we subscribe to whatever religious group kind of goes along with our thinking, and that's our acceptable standard. But if something were to come along, like, if we had irrefutable proof that God was this or God was that or there was no God at all, and it was irrefutable, well, there was evidence, where we would have to immediately drop our own logic, and we would have to change our whole view of the world based on this new information. They had no choice. That could be very disruptive to our mentality. And they find the general mentality of most people on Earth in that state, a state of confusion, a state of ignorance, and they feel that sometimes facing certain people with irrefutable evidence about things is too much for them. They'll literally kind of overload and turn over in their minds, was the expression. So apparently they felt that certain members in Billy's group really weren't mature enough yet to be faced with irrefutable proof that ETs existed. So she decided to call the demonstration off. So Billy was very concerned. He was going to have to return back to the house and explain to these people that the demonstration had been called off. There may be a future demonstration, but it would only be in some smaller fashion and probably for him only or something. So he didn't have good news to return to the house with. Again, he reiterated to her that he was seriously considering stopping the contacts because of all the pressure at home and the money pressure and things on him. And again, he was told that he would have to decide, that there was a lot of pressure on him. So already in the contacts, we're only the 28th contact, and the 25th contact, and he's already feeling the pressure of this. Well, all in all, there turned out to be over 130 contacts before it finally ended. So already at the beginning stages of this, was a lot of pressure on Billy. Billy had a question about talking to spirits, if mediums, seances, things like that were correct, if people could actually talk to the dead. So he asked him, Yossi, about it. He said he had his own viewpoints, but he kind of wished to keep them to himself, which means he probably wasn't too sure himself and didn't want to embarrass himself. So she told him that, well, in 95% of the cases, know that it's fake, it's not true. That generally what mediums do, mediums, whether they're aware of it or not, many of them are very sensitive telepathically, and that they can pick up thoughts from the subconscious of their customers. These thoughts may be old memories and ideas and memories that they've had about a loved one. They can be picked out of the subconscious. The medium then senses them and will tell the customer that they're receiving a message from great Uncle Harry or something, and remind them of something that happened in the past. The customer, because they can't remember it, they've forgotten about it, because their conscious mind can't recall this, they think this is just a wonderment that this lady has actually done this, and surely it must be happening because how else could she know about these things? When actually what's really going on is that the medium is just sensitive telepathically and is pulling that information out of the customer's own subconscious. So it's something to be kind of careful about. She did remark that in some cases there are people who actually can contact the dead. She only knew of 4 people on the planet, she said, that were developed enough, understood it well enough, and actually could do it. None of those people were in Europe, so that would exclude Billy and any of his group members. None of the people were in Europe, and all 4 of the people that had the capability, she says, would never do it for the public, never for money. These were all people who were developed to a point where they were spiritually developed enough, where creationally they understood how to handle this information, and they would never really reveal it to others and do it. So this is suggesting, even though they're telling Billy that he's very evolved and the highest evolved person on the planet and all that he's very special, that he wasn't special enough actually to be one of these people. That there were obviously 4 other people on the planet that were spiritually probably more developed than he was and had these abilities and these understandings that Billy did not have. Okay? So there's some contradiction here that they're feeding Billy, where all along they're telling him he's the most advanced, very special, that he's the highest evolved person on the planet, and then they make these statements where there are apparently 4 other people on the planet more evolved than he that have the ability to contact the dead that Billy doesn't understand. So there are some areas of contradiction here where Billy is being led down a path, and by psychiatry standards, you could say he's almost being brainwashed in some instances without even being aware of it. She did, in summing that up, she did mention also that they don't even feel it's a good idea to talk to the dead, and reminded Billy that a dead spirit, once the spirit passes over into the fine matter world, it doesn't have any more knowledge and information than it did when it left. That once you pass over into the fine matter world, all that goes with you is the current wisdom. It's the wisdom of the experiences that you've just had. There is no creative thinking and no new experiences in the fine matter world. The point is you don't know any more in the fine matter world than you did when you were here. Actually, even less, because you lose recall, apparently, of many experiences. Mostly what goes with you is just the wisdom of those experiences. So someone over in the fine matter world couldn't answer your questions now any better than they could when they were here. Apparently also it's similar to something like a sleep state in the fine matter world, where it's kind of a cogitating thing, where you kind of cogitate is the word that Billy used, that you're working out or kind of finishing out things and experiences that you've had in the things and experiences that you've had in the physical world. This would be very similar to like sleep at night. when the experiences of the day are still kind of working around in the machinery of your subconscious. So she remarked on this because she says, for the most part, spirits don't like being contacted. They don't like being bothered, and they really aren't even interested in sending any information back to the physical plane, and in most cases will lie, make things up, or just play a joke on the human because they don't want to be bothered. It seems to be an attitude they have once they're separated from the physical body. So the Pleiadians don't make any effort to contact the dead. They see nothing helpful about it. She did remark that it can be useful and helpful in some areas once the individual has spiritually developed enough where he can contact higher forms of life. But that's very rare because very few people know how to do it. But in that event, you could contact a higher form of life, a being of higher consciousness and higher knowledge, which, if that being was interested, could transmit knowledge back to you and educate you. The drawback seems to be that it's very difficult to do, and in most cases, a being of higher consciousness will have little interest in sending you any information, and that information that they send may be too much for you. There's something to this learning thing that you should get information when you need it. If you are working on a particular problem in life and need to solve it, then information pertaining to that problem is useful at the time. If you receive information about something that you don't need, it's not useful. Or if the information is not of the right type, if it is too high information, if it is information that doesn't pertain to the learning steps that you need at the moment, it may only cause frustration, anger, or whatever, and it's not really of any use to you. So it's not a great answer either, just assume that you can contact higher forms of consciousness and that it's going to be a wonderful thing for you. So there are problems at contacting the spirit world. Semyasi then suggested that it might be a while before she gets back to Billy because they have a special mission going. They've apparently been doing some work on Mars and watching something's going on Mars in 1975 that they're very fascinated with, and she wouldn't tell Billy. It was very clear throughout the contacts that on many occasions, well actually quite often, they were very open to Billy that they would not tell him certain things, that they would eliminate information from him on purpose so he would only be hearing the things that he needed to hear for his mission. They would purposefully eliminate information about governments and so forth that he didn't need to know. One, they didn't want people to get the information out of him accidentally. And two, they felt it was a form of protection. If he didn't know something, then he wouldn't be considered, a threat to a government organization. They also informed him on quite a few occasions that they would only tell him part of a truth. It became obvious in some areas of information where they would only tell him half of the truth, and he wouldn't even know that. They would just tell him part of an explanation, and later on he would find out there's more to it, and he'd want to know why they didn't tell him the rest of it. And that came up a couple of times, and she just remarked that they had decided that there were, in each area of information, they would only tell him certain things, and they would only tell him enough information for what he needed to know at the time. So right here they're already dealing with him on a need-to-know sort of basis. When you sum this up with the way they talk to Billy and so forth, it's plain to see that they regard Billy almost like an experiment or a test case in some cases, where they're trying out to see what he can do, what he can understand. They then feed him information. Like at this point in the context, they were very adamant about him doing public speaking, about getting certain informations out. They were very adamant about him wanting to go out speaking about the ozone problem. And Billy kept kind of balking. He didn't want to do this. He did not want to go out speaking in the public. It's just doesn't suit his personality well. You'd think they'd catch on to that. After you meet Billy only for a little while, you can see right away he's not the public speaking type. Billy's your little guru type. He's the kind of guy you seek out in a quiet cave somewhere and have a beautiful, wonderful, loving conversation with. But he's not your public speaking type. If he was speaking in a crowd, you would probably need, for one, you need a translator, and you would probably need some visual aids or things to help him out. It's not his forte. Well, anyway, as I was mentioning, she told him that it was going to be a while before the next contact because events on Mars were going on and something new was happening. The Apollo-Soyuz hookup was getting ready to happen. The Russians and the Americans were planning a joint capsule venture or satellite venture in space. Billy was a little surprised because he had been told by the Pleiadians that was not going to happen until years later. So apparently their future view can be off too. They were surprised that events had moved forward so fast and they were getting ready to happen. And she commented that they were very, very concerned and wanted to be careful about this mission because they didn't want the Russians or the Americans to learn certain things. That they were concerned that on this mission that the Americans or the Russian team, the scientist team, may come about certain knowledges and cognitions which could be dangerous to mankind, they said. They were afraid that some of this information they may learn in space, if fallen into the wrong hands, could provide entirely too much power to either the Russians or the Americans. Apparently they say that both the Russians and the Americans were already working on so-called doomsday machines, technologies that were very advanced and could actually cause the destruction of the Earth itself, all in the name of peace, of course. She mentioned to Billy that on several occasions on different Apollo missions and even on Earth under certain projects that they would interfere from time to time, causing these projects to go astray, causing the scientists to suddenly lose their memory or certain things to happen so that the projects couldn't be finished in order to slow down the progress of scientists. This was generally always done in areas where it was military oriented, where scientists were working on something for the military that would be harmful to the planet Earth. So they are affording us some measure of protection, and they are staying involved in certain areas. They are interfering, just plain interfering in our development in certain areas, which I hope is helpful. One other question before we stop this contact was Billy was concerned that other ETs were also coming here also, and what, these other ETs that come to Earth that the Pleiadians are telling them about, what kind of effect does this have on people? Because there are other people like George Adamski's and other people who are claiming to have contacts, and Billy says, how can you be so sure that they're not? Well, Semyosi told him that yes, there are other splinter groups of the Pleiadians, one in particular called Bafath, B-A-F-A-T-H, we're going to hear more about as we go through the contact notes. There are other groups that continuously do contact human beings from time to time. This one particular group, the Bafath, seems to be very well organized, and it is their MO, their modus operandum, to infiltrate religious leaders and political leaders and instill thoughts of grandeur and ego into their minds, causing them to do certain things. They particularly play on religious leaders, they say, because people who follow religions, that their minds are oriented to being a follower, to being a servant, to worship, to be on their knees, to information and so forth. These people are easily controlled. And if through religious leaders they can implant thoughts into these people, then they can control their thoughts. Apparently, the Bafath, for years, a small group, much smaller than the whole Pleiadian nation, has been concerned and has been trying to control the planet Earth through force. They can't openly do this because their existence would be confronted, of course, by the Pleiadians and the others that protect the planet. But the Bafath seem to be doing their dirty work on the side. We'll learn later on that even back in the 50s, there was a large group of people, a list provided to Billy when he was a teenager, of over 700 religious and political leaders around Earth that were being broadcast delusions during their sleep and so forth by the Bafath. Our subconscious is very open and susceptible when we're sleeping, and it's possible for these beings and for the Pleiadians to literally push information, ideas, and thoughts and dreams into our thoughts, and we will have no idea where they come from. You'll think it's your own decision-making. So this could be, of course, be very dangerous, and she told Billy that, yes, it is happening, but they really can't do anything about it. For one, they don't know when it's happening. They can't detect it. For one, they don't know when it's happening. They can't detect it. And they said, well, it's just unfortunate, but it does happen. They can't stop it, because there's no way to really detect when it's going on, and would hope that the Earth human being would start following a more spiritual path and learn to develop his own personal spiritual strength and knowledges so he could defend himself against this sort of thing. This was one of the reasons why they kept coming back to this idea of religions, of worship, of being subservient and believing in gods and idols and so forth, that this makes us very susceptible to this sort of thing, and then we do not take responsibility for ourselves. People who generally tend to worship and are followers do not take responsibility for their own life. They're always blaming the problems of their life on other things. Like, well, gee, I can't get this job because, well, it's just the way God meant it, or it's just the way things ought to be, or whatever leader they're following, whatever the name of their religious belief may be, they would blame it on that, and they just chalk it up to, well, that was God's will, or that's the way I guess it's going to be. And that's not true. We are all 100% responsible for ourselves. We are all 100% responsible for our own actions and our own personal growth. This is probably the main, if there was any particular one statement that the Pleiadians are really trying to get across to us, it's that. It's get off your knees and take responsibility for yourself. This is your life. We go through a period, a succession of material lives in order to gather information to feed our spirit truth. That's the purpose of our life. That is the meaning for it. So in order to do that, you must learn to be clear thinking, clear and balanced when you gather this information. It is the purpose of our life to feed ourselves. You feed your stomach food, you feed your spirit truth. You feed it wisdom so it can carry forward and grow. That's the whole purpose of what life is all about. So if you are caught up in some sort of religious delusion or grandeur, what are you going to be feeding yourself? Delusion and, lies and deceit. So they look at us as a planet of spiritual stagnation, a planet of hundreds of different belief structures and ideas, idols and so forth, and they would like to see us, and they know that we must grow up. They know we must start being responsible for ourselves, and they're very concerned that we're going to develop technology and speed off into space with our spiritual stagnation and all of our religions and our anger and hate and greed and power, and we're going to go speeding out there with that attitude, and we're going to run into some very dangerous adversaries who would take us out in a second. That could be, it could throw mankind back into, total slavery and primitive times again, if we were to do that. They are far more hopeful that the light workers, the leaders, the way preparers, the prophets, the more spiritually advanced people on our planet can make some breakthroughs. And by providing role model and inspiration to others, and inspiration again is the key here, that we can help other people on our planet develop more spiritually so this planet can be taken back. And we can get our planet back and live in a more spiritual, more creative, creational way, and get rid of the current structure of power and greed and mayhem. And then when we move out into space, we can align ourselves with them and other peaceful races and have much better hope for our entire civilization. So that kind of summarized up through the first 25 contacts through June of 1975. Okay, now we're up to June 25th. He had his 27th contact. Up to now, all the contacts had been situations where Semjase would telepathically get in touch with Billy and direct him to a certain location. And Billy would ride his little moped out and meet her, sometimes at night, but most of the time during the day. But it was getting a little bit more difficult because people were starting to follow Billy, and it was getting difficult for him. And he lived in a little town called Hinwil at that time. And word was getting out more and more about what he was doing, and a lot of the locals kind of frowned on it and thought he was kind of strange, and so things weren't real comfortable for him. But he was still going out and meeting Semjase on these contacts on the ground. He had not ridden in the ships yet, but things were to change because on this particular contact, Semjase informed him, "This is a surprise. Get ready. We're going to go for a trip." And she said, "Would you like to go for a ride in the ship?" And he said, "Of course, when?" And she said, "How about today?" So they did, and she said what she had planned was she was going to take him on a little ride in the ship up to Saturn, and they would go by Mars and also go by Jupiter and come back, which they did. And Billy didn't seem too surprised, which kind of was drawn to Semjase's attention. She was searching his thoughts and found that he was almost emotionless, that the idea of going for a flight to other worlds didn't seem to get him that excited. So I know it would certainly get me excited anyway. Well, anyway, she landed the ship and directed him mentally to where she was parked, and he went there. When he got there, they talked for a few minutes, and after explaining what they were going to do, they started walking towards the beam ship. And Billy says that there was no steps or anything involved, that somehow, as they were getting close to the ship, they just floated right up into it, and the hatch just shut right behind them. And he doesn't have any idea really how that works. But when he got inside of the ship, he had his camera with him, and she told him that he'd be able to take pictures. He could take pictures on the out the windows of the ship, and he could also take pictures inside the ship on these little sight screens they have. And it's television screens that allow them to see things, whatever they want to see. So Billy right away noticed that inside of the ship it was kind of green, the colorization in the air, and the windows were green. But from the outside, the windows appeared orange. So he asked her for an explanation of, why the windows, if they were glass, why were they different? She explained that on the outside of the glass, there was some sort of coating or something on the glass that detected the atmosphere. It would let them know if the atmosphere was harmful. And when they were down on the ground like this, where in the normal atmosphere, the windows would appear orange outside, and they would be green on the inside. And that was a sign that everything was okay, that the atmosphere was usable, they could get out. If for some reason they landed somewhere and there were different colors, reds, blues, or greens, whatever, that came through the window, if the windows changed that color, they'd know that there was a problem. And that they'd have to wear some sort of atmospheric suit before they could get out of the ship. Also, if the windows were a different color, it would not allow them to open the hatch and get out of the ship. They couldn't do that accidentally unless they had their atmospheric suit on. So there is some intelligence going on in the ship here. Later on, we're going to find out that the intelligence in the ships are primarily organic, that they're growing, what we think of as computers, that the ships are somewhat intelligent and can actually do some of their own thinking, which you have to figure for a race that evolved much, way beyond us. It's probably not such a big surprise. Well, anyway, once inside of the ship, they take off, and Billy notices as they get out of the atmosphere that the windows turn clear. And she said, yeah, when you're not in an atmosphere, they turn clear and you can see through them. Also, the windows block out radiations. So if you're looking out the window and it should be a comet or you go by a sun or something, that the radiations are blocked so there's no harmful effects from pressing your face up and looking out the window. That's probably what I'd be doing. I'd be right over at the window with my nose against the glass, looking out like, what's going on? Well, inside of the ship, too, they had several sight screens that they could watch on. Well, this was a rather short trip by their standards. It took 2 hours and 34 minutes, and they went, as it's expressed in the contact notes, they traveled 3,000 million kilometers, which would be equal to 3 billion kilometers that they went. And I don't know the exact route they took, but I know they went by Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars, and then returned. When they got back and sat down, Billy, for some reason, was just as emotionless, and she was a little surprised that he wasn't more excited than he was, but he assured her that, it had made quite an impact on him. He was just thinking about it. He was just considering about all the things that he had seen, but he didn't act excited. I know I'd probably be jumping around in the ship going, yeah, wow. Probably have a little trouble containing myself there, but there weren't any other remarks in the contact notes about these things. Except later on it does mention that around Mars they were careful that there was something going on with Mars, and he was not able to take any pictures there. They wouldn't even get too close to the planet. They apparently got much closer to Jupiter and Saturn. He got some nice close-up shots on Saturn and on Jupiter also. So unfortunately, though, those pictures didn't come out. When he got his film back, they were all blank. He goofed up something on the camera, and that rather historic trip, there are no shots of it whatsoever. It was only a couple of days after that for his 28th contact, which was a telepathic contact. Up till this time, Billy's contacts had all been with Semyasi. And she contacted him telepathically and said that her base commander, whose name is Quetzal, wanted to meet Billy and wanted to talk to him. Well, Billy had not met Quetzal or any of the other Pleiadians up to this time, so he was a little surprised. And he was actually a little taken back, and he says, well, what does the big chief want to talk to me about? Have I done something wrong? She said no, he just wanted to meet him, and that he had a few things he wanted to tell him. So she says, please pay attention, and he did. And telepathically, then he started receiving, actually he says he could hear the voices right in his head, and he was listening to Quetzal. Quetzal was the base commander over all of the bases and Pleiadian action on the planet Earth. And I don't know how long he'd been at that particular position, but he said hello to Billy, was happy to meet him, and had some responses to a book written by a lady named Gloria Lee that a couple of people in Billy's group were reading at the time. And this book apparently was all about Gloria Lee claiming to have contacts with extraterrestrials. And he wanted to assure Billy that it was not true, that this lady, Gloria Lee, had not had any contacts with extraterrestrials, and it had not really taken place. So they chatted for a while and pushed thoughts back and forth, and that was his first introduction to one of the other Pleiadians. So it had been 28 contacts before this had happened. And this one was telepathic, by the way. On his next contact, Billy met Semyasi, and they were talking, and this again was a ground contact. He had some questions, since now he was an interplanetary traveler. He had some questions about Venus, because in our past, quite a few UFO contactees have claimed to have been having contacts with Venus or knowing people from Venus, and Billy asked again if this was true, and she assured him that no, Venus historically, like she had mentioned before, had only come into its present orbit about 3,453 years ago. There was no life on Venus, and she remarked to him also that Venus originally, as I think I mentioned earlier, was a moon around Uranus, and 8,000 years back it had been knocked out of its orbit by the Large Destroyer comet. It had been pushed into two other orbits closer to Earth, and then finally, at 3,453 years back, it moved into the orbit that it was in now. So originally, it was an ice-covered moon around Uranus. It had a lot of moisture on it, but was covered with ice. But when it passed close around the sun and moved into its final orbit, all that ice was greatly heated up, and it became like a cloud, a vapor of clouds all around the planet, and that's how we see it today. And for 3,000 years or so, it's been like that, where it's been very, very hot. So she gave Billy a few statistics about Venus that he could use to compare notes with other people in case someone said they knew something about Venus. She wanted him to know the vital statistics of the planet. So here's a few things that she told him. For one thing, when the planet Venus came into the orbit it was in, its rotation is much different than ours. It's very, very slow. It turns in the opposite direction that the Earth does. And a day on Venus is only is equal to 117 days on Earth. So every time we have a 24-hour day, I'd have to quickly add that up, 117 times 24, and that's how many hours it takes for a day in Venus. There is no life at all on Venus of any form. There is some equipment there. They do have some equipment there, but very little because of the intense heat there. The surface temperature on Venus is 450 degrees Celsius, which is very hot. So that's just about the temperature it would take to melt lead. So, as a matter of fact, she remarked that one of the unusual features on Venus was that they had noted there that a Russian probe that had been sent there a few years before, she didn't say when, a Russian probe had landed on Venus, and when it hit, it looked, she says, just like somebody had taken something and splattered against a metal wall. It just looked like so much solder on the ground. It had melted and just splattered right against the surface. I remember when that happened, as a matter of fact, the Russian satellite was shooting towards Venus, and then they just suddenly lost contact with it. So apparently what has happened is it got close to Venus, and then as it moved in and started descending down to Venus, it got too hot and just melted and just splat right into the side of the planet. At sea level, the atmospheric pressure there is 334 times greater than Earth's. The atmosphere is 87% carbon dioxide, which would be very difficult for you and I to breathe. We couldn't. It'd be poisonous to us. Oxygen exists at levels of 4.23% in the air. Nitrogen and other rare gases count for 55.47%. There's very few water vapors on the planet at all. It's all in the clouds. The pressure of Venus's atmosphere is 107 times greater than Earth's. There is actually no water on the surface of the planet to support life. I suppose at that temperature that would make sense. So it's going to be some time before the planet actually cools down and the very beginnings of life could get started there. They have a very, the magnetic field on the planet is very low. The Van Allen girdle is very weak, and the solar wind factor, she says, is not screened well at all. At least those things don't mean too much to me, but they might to someone that's more scientific minded. She says Venus, the surface of Venus is very flat around the equator, around the center part of the planet, and there's mountains up in the higher range. The temperature is about the same day or night. There are very great differences in the wind between the low flat areas and the high mountainous regions. In the high mountainous regions, there are very high winds reaching up to about 117 meters per second. Okay. The cloud level, the vapor level of clouds around the planet, about as low as those get, are 43.17 kilometers on the average, except, of course, when they have storms and so forth there. The average mountain height on Venus averages 2.3 kilometers. She says there is life on Venus, but it is nothing like human form or human shape. She didn't say exactly what it was. It might be some sort of biological life or something on there because there was moisture at one time. But she says for the most part, if you just look up at the moon at night and see it just crater-filled and barren and so forth, that's what Venus looks like. And then if you just cover it with clouds, then that's what you have. They have to be careful, she says, also sometimes there, because on certain areas of Venus, the temperature will rise suddenly greater than 500 degrees Celsius on the surface. The mixture of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, helium, argon, and neon gases fluctuate occasionally, and the atmospheric pressure varies from 88 to 107. So that's pretty incredible there. So Venus is a planet that used to be a moon, has now become a planet, is in a stable orbit, but is in the very first development stages, so it's going to be quite some time before there could be any life there. Possibly in our own technology, once we get off our planet, and then Venus is not that far away. That may, after Mars, which would probably be our first planet we'll inhabit, Venus could possibly be the second. At least it is a solid, hard planet, and it would be possible there if we could find some way to cool it down. So our technology may advance to that point sometime, and Venus, maybe somewhere in a couple thousand years, whatever, might be possible to control the environment there and habitate it. We might even be able to change its orbit and move it a little bit farther out or something so it was in a little bit cooler orbit than it is right now. Okay? So that gives us some vital statistics on Venus there that we might use to compare to other things. At the end of this contact, she told Billy some pretty good news. She said that they and the others had decided to take him with them, and they were going to be making a trip to the Pleiades and to another universe, a neighboring universe. And apparently there was a barrier between these universes, something built by the Timur race, which we'll hear more about later on, and they would be going through that. And Billy remarked, "Oh boy, we're going to go to the edge of the universe." And she said, "No, we do not search for the edge of the universe, because such does not exist." So apparently there's a barrier, a way to get between them, but there is no edge to our universe. Okay, I see we're coming to the end of this side of the tape, so you'll need to put in tape 3, and I'll see you there. Okay, we're back. Here we are on tape 3, and this is a really fascinating tape because up till now Billy's experiences and contacts have pretty much all been on the planet Earth. But things are changing now. He's up to his 31st contact, which takes place on July 17th, 1975. Just a couple of days before this, Semjase has contacted Billy telepathically and asked him to prepare for a surprise for a rather long mission, that she and the others have decided to take Billy to the Pleiades, and that they have some other things to do, and they're on a certain mission of their own, and they plan to take Billy with them for a period of time, actually amounting to several days. But they mentioned to him that he would only be gone for about 30 hours. So apparently they plan to return him somehow, kind of making some sort of time shift. So the time comes, and Billy's ready. He gets some extra film together and his camera, and he heads out for the location. He, again, is feeling the familiar telepathic cooling on his forehead, receives a message from Semjase, hears the voices in his head, and he's off to the contact. Well, she picks him up. First of all, she's on the ground when he gets there. The ship is already parked, and they talk for a minute, and she explains to him what they're going to do. that they're going to go for a ride and that they're going to go visit several other planets, and ask him if he has his film with him, which he does. So she says, well, all right, let's get going. So they walk over to where the beam ship is parked, and Billy notices once again that there are no steps involved or anything. They just seem to float right up into the hatch of the ship. Now, the hatch is in the bottom center of the ship, and they pull right up inside of the ship. Billy's got his camera ready, and before he can hardly even get oriented, the ship is already leaving the ground, and the hatch is still open. So he manages to snap a picture or two in the open hatch of the ground as it's kind of racing away from them. And already they're pulling away from Earth. Well, she informs Billy that the first part of their trip today, that she's going to give him a ride to Venus and Mercury. And they're going to fly by those planets, and she has some things to show him. And he says, well, will I be able to take pictures this time? And she says, yeah. Now, we know the difficulty quite sometimes that your camera has inside of the ship and that you have focusing that little camera. So they had designed something for him to help take the pictures so he wouldn't have to take them through the sight screen, the little board windows they call them on the ship, which sometimes are in different colors because of the atmosphere, the radiation outside, and mess the pictures up. Billy, matter of fact, snaps a couple of pictures as they're leaving planet Earth on that day, and they come out kind of green, just like she said they would, because the board windows reflect green in our atmosphere. They're orange on the outside, and as the light comes through them, it appears green on the inside. So whenever he takes pictures inside out through the window in an atmosphere, he gets this green thing. There are a couple of pictures in his collection. You can see the ship in front of him as they pull it out of Earth, and there's another one far out in front. So there's all three of them leaving that particular day. Well, they made for him a special screen for photographing. And Billy said it looked like a plain, just a sheet of glass almost with kind of a border around it. And she says, well, this will allow you to get pictures on the surface of the planet and other areas without taking the pictures through the windows of the ship, which doesn't always work well. So Billy looked at the glass and held it in his hands, and he said it was about 50 centimeters square. And when he looked at the glass, you could see outside the ship. It apparently somehow had the ability to wherever you kind of aimed the glass, it would see outside the ship. Something much like a video camera mounted on the outside of the ship might show up on a television screen. So he said, well, how do I work this? And she says, well, there's really nothing to do. You can just aim your camera at this little screen, this plate of glass, and take a picture of whatever's on the plate. And that should allow you to get a little better picture. So he's kind of fiddling with that and looking around the ship, and they're on their way to Venus, which it isn't going to take very long to get there. He's noticing all around the ship, and it's circular inside, that there are all sorts of instruments and screens and all over the ship. The middle of the ship, there's kind of a round table that has a lot of instruments on that. And over on the, I guess you call it the console, where she actually controls the ship, there's a lot of different screens there, but he notices that they're quite different than like our television screens, which are normally flat, just one-dimensional things, that the screens inside of the ship seem to be kind of like holograms or some sort of 3D effect, that when you look at the picture on the screen, you don't get the effect of looking at a screen. It actually, excuse me, almost looks like you're looking at the real thing. So they're already arriving at Venus, and she apparently slows the ship down, and he takes a couple of pictures on his little sight screen of the planet as they're approaching it. Then she cautions him and says that they're going to fly down on the surface of the planet now, but he won't be able to use the screen that they've made for him for photographing, which is kind of curious. And he says, why? He says, well, it also it's heat sensitive, and that the planet Venus is very hot. In some parts it's up to 500 degrees Celsius on the surface temperature, and that this screen somehow is affected by heat. It can sense cold and withstand cold very well, but it doesn't withstand heat very well. So he wouldn't be able to use this screen for these particular pictures of Venus, although he can use them for pictures in the rest of the mission, the flight. But so here he has to go over and he takes pictures of Venus on the sight screens, these 3D or hologram screens, whatever they are inside of the ship. They proceed to lower the craft down. The beam ship lowers down in the clouds because Venus is covered with a cloud bank. And Billy kind of notices how long it takes to slowly sink down through the clouds. When they finally come out into open air where they can see the planet, he is told by Semiosi that they're about 40 kilometers still above the surface of Venus. He notices right away it looks just like our moon. It's just craters and kind of a sandy, rocky-looking desert sort of thing, just kind of like the way we see the moon. And this is the same way that Semiosi had told him that it would be, that it really looks just like our moon with a cloud bank all around it. He notices that the surface of Venus is kind of very flat, just like she said, around the equator. It's kind of smooth. And he says, well, I'd be able to take pictures of other parts of Venus. And she said, sure, that's just exactly what she had in mind. And she immediately, the beam ship just starts skimming over the surface of Venus, and they circle Venus 3-4 times, something like that, and Billy's snapping several pictures as they go. Then immediately the beam ship just snaps out into space, and within a few minutes they rush right over to the planet Mercury. And it says in the notes that nothing really eventful happened there. He just snaps a couple of pictures of Mercury, and they're off back out into the free space. It mentions in the notes that they also fly by Jupiter and Saturn, which Billy had been to before and already taken a couple of pictures, which didn't come out. So he's able to snap a couple of others. And again, he asks if there's any life forms of any types on these planets, and she remarks, no, there are not. However, there are ETs that have bases on some of the moons. And she didn't elaborate on which ones or what they were doing there, but says that on some of the moons, which are actually solid ground little planet sort of things, that they have equipment there, and that they and other ETs do use that. But other than that, there are no living species there. There are no civilizations there. There are no spirit form life there either. There's no intelligent life of any kind living on Jupiter or Saturn. They're not even real planets. They're just gaseous balls. Okay, very uninhabitable sort of place. So it would make sense that no living creature with any intelligence would want to be there, and for what possible reason. Well, after doing that, they immediately shoot back into the space right around the planet Earth. And Billy's watching on the screens, and he's surprised to see that he sees a little Russian capsule. And he looks closely out there, and he sees the initials CCCR on the back of the capsule. And she explains to him that this is the Russian space capsule that has been shot up into space. Saying that this is the Russian space capsule that has been shot up into space and is going to hook up with the Apollo capsule quite soon. And they've been very concerned about this, as we mentioned earlier, about the knowledge that would be gained from this particular mission by the Russians and by the Americans, and they did intercede somewhat, causing certain things not to be learned that they felt that we weren't quite ready for yet, that may be misused just for, war or whatever. Billy notices that there are 5 other saucers like their own around the capsule. I guess it looks kind of crowded up there. And he looks through the window of the beam ship and can't see anything. And then he looks over on the screens inside of the ship and he can see the 5 other discs. She remarks to begin with that only one of them is Pleiadian, that the other 4 discs are all from different races that are also interested in what's going on here. And he asks, why can't I see them through the window? He says, well, they have their own screens, that distortion screens, that protect them from being seen so that they won't be visible, but these screens on the inside of the ship have the ability to see them even though they're cloaked or hidden by these distortion screens. They fly very close by the Russian capsule, and Billy's just kind of surprised how small it is. And he says, I can't believe how little that thing is. It looks like a little flying coffin in there. And she says, well, here, let me show you a little bit closer. And she says, would you like to see inside of the capsule? And he says, how is that possible? And she says, well, with our technology, we can see through the side of the capsule. And immediately on the screens inside of the ship, Billy is seeing that. And he's kind of surprised and that suddenly it looks like a cutaway. You can see the 2 Russians inside of the capsule, and they're kind of laying in a horizontal mode there. And he's a little surprised, and she says, now, calm yourself, don't worry, this isn't having any effect on the capsule, it's just a visual effect. We can see through the side of the thing. And again, he's thinking to himself, what a miserable situation that is to be locked inside that little box, and he's thinking like a coffin. And Semjase says, careful there, dig deep into your thoughts, that those feelings of fear you have of being in a coffin relate to a previous life somewhere, and that's still some sort of trauma that you're carrying with you into this life. And she tells him to, when he has time, to trouble himself for following those thoughts to find out more about it. And again, he's a little confused because he can't quite grasp what she's talking about yet. Billy immediately notices that the Apollo satellite, which now comes into position, is quite a bit bigger. And she explains, yeah, that's because it carries the linking equipment. Well, the linking takes place, the docking hooks up, and the two Russians float over into the American capsule. And again, they look inside the American capsule, and Billy notices that there's quite a bit more equipment and dials and knobs or whatever in the American capsule, and it's a little bit larger. Then he notices on the screen that one of the Americans bumps his head inside of the capsule. He's apparently not used to the weightlessness, and bumps his head and kind of rubs it. And Billy chuckles a little bit and says, you notice, and remarks how cramped the quarters are in there. After that, they don't stay around any longer. Then they take off immediately, and Semjase reports that some of the others there would be gathering information, and they're going to keep watching this event. But they take off. Say they've got, Semjase says they have a lot of things to do, and she takes off into free space again and says that they're now going to hook up with this great spacer vehicle of theirs and continue their mission. And Billy is kind of left alone, deep in his thoughts for a few minutes as he's just looking out the windows of the ship and looking on the screens, and he kind of gets lost in his thoughts and drifting away, and he suddenly just starts feeling these sensations of tranquility and peace and being at ease, and he's feeling very comfortable out here in space. And he's noticing the many different stars and cloud formations and nebulas which are appearing on some of the screens inside of the ship. And all in all, he's just becoming very, very tranquil and comfortable, and he's having these wonderful feelings of kind of euphoric feeling about him, while he's traveling through the space. And Semjase again remarks that, once again, your feelings are digging deep into feeling comfortable, because these somehow connect also to a previous time for you, and tells him to trouble again to search in his thoughts for connecting thoughts about this. So they're always teasing him, you might say, or intriguing him with these ideas of places that he has lived and things that he has done in previous lives, and to search for it himself and try to figure them out. Well, they approach the Great Spacer, and they call it a Great Spacer. It'd be similar to what many people call a mothership. It's kind of unusual looking. It's not disc shape. There's no need for the disc shape out into the free space, because normally the disc shape is used in smaller vehicles where there are planets with atmospheres and water, etc. But out in free space, on a very large craft like this, there's no need for the disc type shape. So when they approach the Great Spacer, Billy's a little surprised. Matter of fact, he snaps a picture. It looks kind of like a great big egg. And down at the bottom of the egg, there were either 3 or 4, I forget exactly, smaller kind of round-shaped things that are hooked with the large body of the ship, some sort of connecting bars or something. It's kind of an unusual-looking device. And out in front of their ship, as he notices on the screens, there are 4 or 5 other discs like theirs, which are also pulling in, it looks like a landing hatch or something, and one of these small balls that's on the bottom of the large one. Off to the left of the screen is a large planet, which looks like Jupiter. And it's suggestive in the notes that this Great Spacer is somehow in orbit around the planet Jupiter. They fly right into the bottom of this large object and land in an area, and they stay inside the ship for a few moments. Billy notices that around the ship when they came in, he looks out the window and he sees that there are hundreds of other ships, all rather similar to the one that they're flying in, and he can also see some strange looking craft that he can't tell if they're flying things or what, but they are far different shapes than the beam ships. And she explains to Billy that this is their largest ship in its class. It's their newest technology. It's just 4 years old at that point. And that it came about really because of Ascot. Billy's a little taken back. He said, Ascot? You know Ascot? And because he had contacts with Ascot when he was a teenager, long before he had the contacts with Semjase. And he was not even aware that Semjase knew Ascot. And Ascot at the time told him that he would have to keep quiet about his contacts with her and not to discuss them with anyone, which Billy had not. And now suddenly Semjase's bringing up all about Ascot and suggesting, that that's where they got the technology for the ship. And Billy wants to know, says, well, what do you know about Ascot and me? And Semjase says, well, I know everything about it, that Ascot and I are friends, and I know all about your contacts earlier. And Billy's kind of surprised. He says, well, I was supposed to keep quiet about that until I received some sort of sign that it would be okay to talk about those contacts. Well, Semjase says, well, consider this the sign. This is it, that at this point from now on, we would like you to take the information that you got from Ascot's contacts and use those, write those up. And she wanted to know then that if Billy still had all of his notes from those contacts from back 56 through 64. And he said yes, that he did. And she says, well, it would be time for you to get those out and to put those into your notes. Billy wanted to know how she knew Ascot, and Semjase said that after Billy had his contacts with Ascot after they'd ended in 1964, Ascot, being aware of the Pleiadians, had made contact with them and come to their planet, and one thing led to another. There became open commerce between their two societies. One of the outshots of that was that Ascot's people, who are called Timmers, provided the Pleiadians with the data and technical knowledge to build the great spacer that they were in. And that it had only been 4 years ago that they finally created this craft. And up until that time, up until about 9 years back, they had never had the ability even for time travel. The Pleiadians themselves are not a race that try very hard for the technical knowledge. They mostly seem to be kind of spiritual people. And even though they're far older and far advanced of us, they had never really made the efforts to break through in the knowledge of time travel. Ascot's people, the Timmers, come from another universe that they call the Dal universe. And their technology technically was far more sophisticated than the Pleiadians, and they had kind of exchanged information with the Pleiadians, swapping their technical knowledge for some of the spiritual things that the Pleiadians knew about. So that's how the great ship came about, and it had time travel capabilities, could move in the future or the past, and that's where the design actually came from. The Timmers, by the way, the Pleiadians estimate that are probably about 350 years and evolved higher than the Pleiadians are. So at that point they get outside of the ship, and the air apparently inside of the hangar now is being conditioned, whatever, so they can get out. They get outside of the ship, and Billy's looking around at how big the place is. The ceiling seems to be like 600 to 800 meters high. And almost as far as he can see, there are all sorts of flying craft parked inside there. Almost instantly, a little floating kind of platform pops up beside them, or just drifts over somehow. And Billy likens it about to the size of a Volkswagen. And they just sit down on it, and they start floating up in the air very comfortably, and they're rising almost straight up. And Billy looks up above and sees that there's a rather large hole up in the ceiling, and they seem to be floating up towards that. And she says, yeah, we're going to go right up into the ship. And Billy, after just a minute or so, he's saying, my, we're getting awful high. How high have we gone up? How big is this thing? And she remarks, well, so far we've gone up 11,000 meters. And he's quite surprised. He says, 11,000 meters? That's higher than the highest mountain on Earth, Mount Everest. And she kind of chuckles and says, well, yes, you're right, but the highest mountain on Earth is not Mount Everest. And Billy says, come on, I know my geography. Our highest mountain is Mount Everest. And she says, well, that's because your scientists measure the highest mountain from sea level. We don't. We measure from the center of the planet. And because around the center of the planet, around the equator, it's farther from the center of the planet, that actually the highest mountain on Earth, the way they measure it, would be in Ecuador. And Billy says, oh yes, I remember from my geography studies, in Ecuador there's a mountain range, or there's a mountain called the Chimborazo or something like that. And she says, now you've got it. That's the highest mountain range on Earth if you measure it from the core of the planet. Well, as they float up, suddenly the little floating craft, whatever it is they're on, just floats over to the side. They're in some sort of great big open area where it just floats up through the ship. And as they're going up, they keep noticing off to the left and the right there are all these different kind of levels. And they're going by, many of them. And suddenly they float over the side, and there's sits right down on the ground, and they get off. Billy steps out, and he's just knocked out. What he's looking at, he says, looks like the most beautiful garden he's ever seen. They're in a huge area which serves as a recreation area for the people on the ship. She remarks that there's 143,000 people living on this great spacer, and that it is completely self-contained. It contains everything you need, almost like living on a normal world. It has outside recreational areas, lakes, streams. They can fly. They can grow all of their own food. They are completely self-sufficient on this great spacer. And this area that they're in is kind of a recreational facility. It's an outside area with real mountains, streams, lakes, everything, and it's huge, almost as far as you can see in here. Billy is just flabbergasted by the size of this thing, and he wants to know how big this craft really is. And she remarks that, well, the diameter of it, where we're right now in the main part of the ship, the diameter of it is 17,182 meters, which is over 10 miles in diameter. So you get some idea how big this thing is. And it's much taller. I don't know the exact height it is, but it's far taller than it is wide because it's kind of an egg shape. So the thing could be as much as maybe 20 miles high. Well, she's explaining all about the recreational facilities and so forth, and what their next thing that they're going to do. She says that that the leader of the spacer, that would be their next stop, that they're going to go up to the top of the ship, on the dome of the ship, where actually it's kind of like the flight center, I guess, the control center where they fly this. And the Billy is going to be allowed to meet the leader, who is an Ishwish, a king of wisdom, who actually is in charge of the ship, the leader of the ship. And Billy immediately says, uh-oh, I'm going to meet a god, huh? And he says, I hope he doesn't expect me to hit my knees and, get down on my knees and bow down to this guy just because he's the god of your people. And he's going on, just very politely so, but he's making remarks about, in our folklore, when people think of gods, they think of worship, and they get very rattled, and he's real concerned that this god's going to expect him to hobble or worship him or something. And Semyasi starts to break out kind of laughing, and Billy's still going on about how he doesn't expect to grovel at all for any great god, no matter who he is. Suddenly there's this kind of loud boom in the air, and it's kind of like he hears this huge laughter, kind of like a roar across the place that they're at. And he says, what in the world was that? And she says, well, that the great god, the Ishwish, up on top was actually listening in to their thoughts, and he also thought it was funny that Billy thought that he would be, a person like that. That Semyasi explains in their society that people become Ishwishes because of the wisdom that they attain. They become a king of wisdom, but they are not revered or thought of as any better or less than anyone else. That everyone has equal value on the world, and they gain respect for their knowledge. But there's no groveling, there's no worship, and to be an Ishwish, a king of wisdom, which means God in our language, on their planet, doesn't mean that they're anything particularly special. You can still talk to these people, and they don't put them on any great pedestal and worship them. Well, Semyasi says, follow me now, and they go over to another open area where there's another one of these little floating platforms. They get back on it, and they float all the way up to the top. And they're in some sort of great big kind of circular open area where there's a lot of other platforms going up and down. And they just float up to the top to this great dome. And when they get up to the top, they stay on this little platform, and they're just floating along this huge open area. First thing that Billy notices is he looks up to the ceiling and he can see the stars, and he's immediately kind of surprised that looks like we're outside. There's no ceiling. And she remarks that no, that through these high technology distortion beams they have, they project something at the ceiling, and it allows them to see right through it. That actually there is a metal ceiling there that's very strong, very hard, and protects them, so not to worry about it. As they're floating along, Billy notices that it must be several kilometers distance long, because he can't even see the end of this. And there are all sorts of people up there working, doing different things. And he notices right away that there are some very peculiar looking humans. And it's explained to him that these are droids. They're organic people that the Pleiadians grow on purpose for specific functions. It would be like what we think of as an android. And Billy's just watching this as they're floating along. He even notices that there are some droids that looks like built right into the equipment, where they're only like half a person. And these are beings, she says, that they've learned how to organically grow a brain and program it so it can do particular functions. And they're all over the place like this. Well, they're moving along, and she's explaining to him more about the equipment and where they're at and more about the ship. And Billy glances ahead, and he sees like a big kind of horseshoe-shaped area that they're slowly approaching. And there's a man standing there that's kind of looking at them. He appears to be about 70, 75 years old, and he just kind of gently smiles as they approach it. And they step off the little floating platform, and Semyasi immediately runs over to this fellow and grabs him, and they're hugging, and they give each other a big kiss, and they look very, very excited to see each other. And Billy notices that he has kind of a sinking feeling. I think he's just a little bit of jealousy kind of creeps in there, because he's very, very fond of Semyasi, and whether he knows it or not, he really has strong, heartfelt feelings for her. And so he feels a little bit of a sinking feeling here, a little rivalry, he comments in his notes. And Semyasi walks back over with this elderly fellow and says, "I'd like for you to meet Ptah." She says, "This is my father." And Billy is immediately kind of embarrassed that he was feeling that way. And she says, "This is my father, Ptah." And Ptah immediately starts speaking to Billy. And Billy's kind of surprised right away that he knows German. And Ptah says, "Very nice to meet you." Just the usual cordialities are exchanged between them. And Billy notices right away that he speaks great German. And he says, "No, I don't at all. I'm just wearing this little translator device here that takes my thoughts and converts it to what other language that I want it to, any language that we have on our program bank." And Ptah asked Billy if he speaks any other languages, because Ptah doesn't speak German, but he speaks Greek and a few others, and wants to know if Billy can speak Greek, because he'd like to turn the thing off and they could practice. And Billy says, "Well, I speak a little Greek, but not very well." And he says, "Well, that's okay." So he shuts off the little translator box that he's wearing, and Ptah begins to speak this old Greek. Well, Billy is a little surprised that he can actually kind of understand it, and they give him a little device to wear also, so that when he thinks in his own language of German, it comes out in perfect Greek. So they're exchanging things in Greek. Ptah is speaking Greek himself. Billy's thinking German, and it comes out Greek, so Ptah can understand it. So this was how they were conversing. Ptah mentions to him that his name is a little unusual, and asks if Billy understands the historical reference to the name Ptah back on Earth history, that it was used by some Egyptian, he says, leaders. He says he has an old ancestor named Ptah that was used that name, but Billy wasn't familiar with it, and says perhaps he would look that up when he got a chance. Well, they discuss a few things about the ship, and Ptah explains more about what's going on, and invites him to sit down, and explains to him that they have a certain mission that they're on, that they're going to be making different stops in different places today where they're going, and he invites Billy to sit down. There's a couple of kind of chairs there in this big horseshoe area, and Billy's looking at all of the equipment, and suddenly he looks up. He's looking at the top, at the ceiling, actually at the stars, because you can see right through the ceiling, and notices suddenly that the stars seem to almost blur for a second, like they're streaked, and then they straighten right back up again. And he says, "What happened there?" And Ptah explains that, well, they've just made what we would think of as like a jump in space, that they have just gone from the area they were at in the earthly space that they just made a jump through hyperspace into the Pleiades now. And that's all it took. There was just a little secondary kind of blurring of the stars. And Ptah is beginning to explain to him a little bit how that worked. He also reminds Billy that they've managed to stop about 153 million kilometers away. They're farther than that, but that's as close as they can get to the end planets. Because again, these great spacers, like some of their smaller ships, when they make these jumps into hyperspace, then it has an effect on the orbit of the planet. So they had to make sure that they were quite a ways away. Well, as Ptah is explaining to Billy a little bit how this works, he's reminding him that, as it was explained to him earlier, that the universe is made up of coarse matter and fine matter. Coarse matter being the solid, real matter part of the universe, and fine matter are the many different energy levels that also exist in the universe. And that he was giving him a brief rundown again of how it works, that when you make the jumps through hyperspace, first there's this great speed which is obtained, and they use the great speed, of course, to increase the mass-speed correlation, so there's this tremendous pressure in on the ship that's held back by the screens. And then what they do is they drop the screens, increase the velocity, and break into hyperspace. And once they do that, they can create these time dilations, where they can actually, the ship then is in a fine matter world, and it is no longer solid. They can then project or program the ship somehow to go where it needs to go, and then it comes back into the coarse matter world, wherever it is that they want to be, and it's instantaneous. Time is paralyzed there for a second, so no time is really going by. All that you really notice, he says, is sometimes in the body you can feel the feeling of the body coming back together, because just for a part second it was no longer physical when they've broken into hyperspace and moved into this fine matter world. So Billy's real intrigued about that. And as he's sitting there talking to Ptah, during their course of conversation about a variety of things, which was mostly about Billy's mission and how he was doing and how it was affecting him, they made another jump, and again Billy felt some unusual sensation. And Ptah was picking up on that in his thoughts, and he says, I'm noticing that you're picking up on something here, that you're sensing just a little bit of what it's like to be in the fine matter world. And Billy says, yeah, I'm something I've never really experienced before quite like this, that each time we make a jump and break into this fine matter world, or null time, whatever you want to call it, that there's a very short sensation or connection to that somehow that feels kind of pleasant. And Ptah remarks that yes, that what you're doing is that remember that you are body and spirit, that when the body is no longer physical, that the spirit then has the ability to feel the sensation at being close to eternity or creation, whatever you want to call it, and that just for a part second there, you know, that you are a total spiritual being and you're no longer in the physical body. And he was very surprised that Billy could actually sense that, because he says most people in the Pleiades, they have to be experience this several times and have it explained to them before they really pick up on what it is. And he could tell from Billy's thoughts that Billy was already figuring out what was going on spiritually, that his spirit was somehow touching eternity and sensing the great creational energy of the creation itself. And Ptah thought that was rather amazing that he could actually do that. And then he continued to explain to Billy that he really shouldn't be surprised that he could do that, because he actually was quite aware of Billy's high evolvement. And again, evolvement refers to a number of lifetimes and wisdom learned in those lifetimes. So it's not like Billy is better or less than anyone. He's older. He's lived more lifetimes, and contained within his spirit is the wisdom of things learned in those lifetimes, and that's what spiritual evolvement is. Again, that is the reason for our material life, to gather information with our senses and feed the truth from the result of that logic to your spirit. Your spirit's always open for business, paying attention to what you're doing all the time. So you might want to start considering, as you're going through life and you're doing all these things in the material world, that there's an attempt always to obtain spiritual growth, that your spirit is inside always paying attention to what you're doing. So be careful what you try to feed it. Um, there was a short conversation about how the ship can actually move in time now, that because of the technology given to them by Askett's people, the Timmers, that this great spacer not only could make these great jumps, it could paralyze time, but they finally had learned to understand a little bit about how to make a time shift. And he began to explain to Billy a little bit how what happens is when you make the jump from hyperspace and create these time dilations, that it's very important that when you're in the fine matter world, that the particles of the ship do not change their velocity. If the speed of the particles is changed, in particular slowed down, if it varies, well, then there's a change. When you come back into the physical world, you will have slipped millions, maybe even billions of years in time. It's that sensitive. And he was starting to explain that a little bit, and Billy was getting just a little lost, and he was curious how fast they were going at the moment. And Ptah showed him some dials or something there on the equipment and how they were working, and Billy was able to figure out the speed that they were going at and relate it to kind of like, and I've translated it to miles per hour. It came out to 280,000 kilometers per hour. Kilometers per hour was the speed at the moment that the ship was traveling in free space. So they've made the jump to the Pleiades, and Billy's getting a little excited, and somehow Semjase senses in his thoughts that he would like to take a picture of all this. And she just says, yes, you can take a picture if you'd like to. I'll have one of the droids get your camera equipment out of the ship. He apparently had left it there. And Billy didn't even notice that she picked that out of his thoughts. He hadn't even asked the question. So Semjase already had sent a droid of some type to get the camera equipment, and it was back real quickly, and Billy had his camera equipment. And about that time, Ptah mentioned to him, he says, well, we're going to make another jump in about 9 seconds to the area that you call the Orion Nebula, and we will be approximately 1,800 light years from Earth. Well, Billy gets his camera ready because he wants to try to record on film what happens and what you actually see in space when they make this jump to hyperspace. But it's way too fast, and the light's not strong enough, and his pictures never came out in this, because apparently all you see is everything looks the same, and then there's a very kind of a momentary blur where all reality right around you seems to blur just for a part second, and then it's over. And that's all you don't experience anything. Well, they apparently had several things they needed to do to that day. They made 2 or 3 different jumps to different areas. And during the course of time, they continued to explain to Billy a little bit technically more about how the ship was operating. Each time they made a jump, Billy was becoming more sensitive. He was trying very hard to pick up on this feeling that he was getting when they made the jump, this small microsecond there where he's in touch a little bit with eternity. And he's getting more and more intrigued by it, and in his mind, he's, trying to figure out how it works. And Ptah senses that he has a lot of interest in this, and explains to him that, well, in the normal hyperspace jump, that it's no problem for them to paralyze time. That actually when you watch your watch, no time really transpires. It's just almost instantaneous. But because that they are actually leaving the coarse material world that we live in, the matter world, and that the ship actually is entering the fine matter world. It's no longer physical. It's just fine matter like thought then. Since it is actually converted to that, it does exist in a different state there for a very brief time. And he explains to Billy that they can stay on purpose in the fine matter world for a period of time if they're very careful about how they control the speed of their particles when they are in the fine matter world. And again, he explained to them if they don't control the speed just exactly right, if they slow down a little too much or drop the speed, that they would find themselves in endless, timeless loss. They would never find their way back home. They would be, apparently, they would get so far out of time, wherever they would be, that it would be impossible for them to even find their way back. So they had to be very careful, but he says they had learned to control it where they could control the speed, the velocity of the particles just a little bit, so they could actually stay in the fine matter world for 7 minutes. And he says, here's what would happen. He says, if you are interested in that, we can do that we're going to be making a jump to what they call the barrier. There is a barrier built, a man-made barrier built by the Timmers, Ascot people, at a certain place in the universe that connects the two universes together. And they're going to be going to that today. And that apparently, on that particular jump, he says, if you would like, we've done it many times, and we can cause the ship then to stay in the fine matter world for 7 minutes. And we can do this by controlling the velocity of the particles very, very little. And he remarks that in the fine matter world there actually is time. Not like we have time here, but it's on a whole different scale. That just one little millionth of a second is equal to millions of years in the physical world. So to be outside in the fine matter world and to change the velocity just for a part second, they would slip just a little bit. They would remain in the fine matter world for 7 minutes then because of that very slight dip in velocity just for a part second. They would stay there for 7 minutes, and 35 minutes would actually go by in the known physical world. Now let me explain that one more time. In the normal world, here's how it would work. Let's say there are two of us, and we synchronize our watches, and we're on planet A, which is Earth, and let's say we're going to go to planet B, which is Era in the Pleiades. And we're in our ship, so we synchronize our watches. Okay, the ship takes off, and we start our watches here. We're watching our watch, and we're getting ready to make this jump over into the Pleiades. And normally when this is done, they paralyze time and space so that there is no time loss at all. But on this particular occasion, they're going to, on purpose, control the velocity of the particles in hyperspace so that they stay in hyperspace for 7 minutes, and there will be 35 minutes elapse on our watches. So here's what happens. The experiment starts. The ship then initiates the hyperspace, the jump into hyperspace, and we hit the button on our watches. Time is running now, okay. The ship goes into hyperspace, creates the time dilation. The programming is set in motion then for the ship is no longer solid. It is in the fine matter energy world. It is now in an energy state, and we have pre-programmed those particles while we were in the physical state so that once we enter into this fine matter, there's a very, very slight retarding of the speed of the particles just for a part second. And I don't know how long that is. They said it's just a millionth part second. So it's a very fast thing because you can't retard the speed very long or we slip way off into time and we'll be totally lost. So the ship does that. The particles are programmed. We go into the fine matter world. We retard the speed just for that part second. We now, in the fine matter world, 7 minutes we will actually experience being in fine matter, in a non-physical form. 7 minutes will go by while we're in the fine matter world, and we will have awareness of that your spirit will be aware that it's in the fine matter world for 7 minutes. At the end of that 7 minutes, the ship and everybody in it then is converted back into the physical world. Only 7 minutes has gone by on our watches for those of us who are on the spirit side. We were there for 7 minutes. But we look at our watch, on the people on the planet, 35 minutes went by. That equates to 1 second in the timeless is equal to 5 seconds in the physical world. That's the general ratio. So 35 minutes went by, but we only lived 7 minutes. So in effect, 28 minutes, we're now younger. The people in the material world live for 35 minutes, but we were gone during that 35 minutes, and we only lived for 7 minutes. So there might even be the beginning of a technology or somewhere where we could do with the cells of our body somehow, where the process could actually be reversed, where we could run all of our cells through the fine matter world or something and retard the life span. I don't know. But that's how they do it. And they had learned technically to get to that particular point where they could control the speed of the particles in the fine matter world. Well, Billy says his mind was boggled and he couldn't begin to understand how all that is possible. But if they were willing to retard and do this and allow him 7 minutes in eternity, he was very excited. He says, well, how would it be possible? Is everybody here going to experience that? And he says, no. All of us on the ship will feel it. Everybody on board the Great Spacer will sense that they are in the fine matter world. And Semjase remarks, one of the drawbacks here, Billy, is that because we're in the fine matter state, it's not possible for our physical minds at that point to record your thoughts while you're in the fine matter state, which is what they normally did. So when Billy got home, they could play all of it back. They have devices that record all of your thinking, so when Billy would get home, he could play it all back and then write it down so we could read it. But that wasn't going to be possible while he's in eternity. I see here we're coming to the end of the tape, so go ahead and advance it, and I'll meet you on the other side. We are on the next side, and when we left Billy on there, he was on board the Great Spacer, and he just was getting ready to experience eternity. And where Ptah had explained to him that they had the ability to cause the Great Spacer, when it's in timelessness, when it's in that null time fine matter world, they had the ability to retard the velocity of the particles just minutely enough to allow the ship to spend 7 minutes in the fine matter world. And again, now the universe is comprised of coarse matter, which is all the solid matter, and it's also comprised of fine matter, which is the energy, non-solid parts of the universe. So the ship is going to enter this fine matter world, which is sometimes described as a hyperspace mode, a null time, whatever you care to call it. But it's in this non-physical state that they are able to make these long jumps. And Ptah has just explained to Billy how it's possible that they can control the duration that they are in the fine matter world so he can experience eternity himself. Apparently this is something that most of the people on the Pleiades at one time or another have done, and it gives them the ability to actually experience a little bit of what the creational energy is really like. So Billy's got a little bit of time here alone with Semjase before that they're going to do that. And she's explaining to him how they have these apparatus which allow them to actually record his thinking while he's in the fine matter world, because they wouldn't be able to do it normally. Billy, out of the clear blue, says, Semjase, while we're waiting, could you write something for me for the people back home? And she says, what do you mean write? What's that for? And he says, well, I'm always having a lot of contacts. I'm always talking about you and explaining things to people. But they don't feel very close to you at all because they never get to see you or whatever. And it'd be nice for you to do something kind of personal so they'd feel a little closer to you. And if you were to write something, just a short message, hello, or draw a picture or most anything, that'd make them feel real good, kind of, closer, more of a friendship thing. And she says, I understand, but because I have no idea what to write. And he says, well, maybe you could write something like in your own language, and that would be kind of interesting. He says, by the way, what does your alphabet look like? So she draws the alphabet. She begins to write in the symbols that they use. And he recognizes right away that, well, many of those characters that you're drawing, symbols and so forth, look very similar to some of the old writings and things that exist on Earth. How is that possible? And she explains that, well, it was only about 11,000 years ago that our ancestors still lived there in the great continent of Atlantis, where they used the same language. And at the time of the Great Destruction, when they blew up Atlantis and Mu, there were still many of our ancestors living on the planet that understood this language. For instance, the Sumerians in the old India area. And that language has just kind of filtered its way down. Many of the 3 Indian tribes that still existed, remember there were 3 races of humans that were pulled together that existed after that. They were familiar with some of these symbols and some of these writings. So some of it is filtered down. Some of the words and so forth are similar. So the Pleiadians themselves today still use the ancient Lyrian language. And some of it has worked its way into our society. And some of the words, like the word Salome, is not so much different than the word Shalom. Salome in their language is spelled S-A-A-L-O-M-E. It means peace in wisdom. So there are many characters, words, and so forth from their old language which have found their way into our earthly cultures of different types. So Semyasi writes a little message out for Billy to take home, and Billy goes through her alphabet and jots down all the characters of their alphabet, and then makes some notes about the pronunciation and so forth. So we have the Pleiadian alphabet. As a matter of fact, I'm just deciding now as I speak, I'll put that in the little diagram book that I'm going to draw for you. So there'll be a sheet in there showing the Pleiadian alphabet, and it'll also show the symbols of the Pleiadian world and so forth, and a few of their words and how they speak and so forth. So I'll put that in there for you. About this time, as Billy's waiting, he says, well, I guess it's now's as good a time as any since I have a little time here. I'm ready to meet this this God, this Pleiadian God that was listening to my thoughts earlier. And the Semyasi begins to chuckle a little bit, and he says, well, what's so funny? And she says, well, you've already met him. That was my father, Ptah. Well, Billy suddenly becomes really embarrassed in his thoughts, and he's kind of stumbling over himself. Oh my, what a fool I've been. All this time I thought that the great God may be a big pretentious so-and-so, and your father's so nice, and he's so pleasant, and you treat him just like anyone else. And she said, yes, even on our world, unlike yours, where people are all treated the same. Men and women are treated the same, and even those people who have become ishwishes, kings of wisdoms, or gods to your people, she says, even these people, we still revere them on a very personal, we think of them on a very personal basis, that they're no better or less than the rest of us. They just benefit from greater lifetimes. And again, a reminder here that your spirit accumulates wisdom from lifetime to lifetime. And after a period of time, you gain in this wisdom. That's what spiritual growth is. So an Ishwish is a person who's lived more lifetimes, who through those many lifetimes and through the physical senses has gathered information, experiences, carried that wisdom forward in their spirit, and slowly after numerous lifetimes has gained the knowledge and experience of the physical world. At a certain point, these people have all the knowledges of nature and understand the elemental world and what's going on, and then they become a king of wisdom. A king of wisdom, again, is an Ishwish, which means God, or king of wisdom. And this is a person who has gained the knowledge and is still in the physical realm. He's still a physical person. Looks just like anyone else, but his mind is so spiritually developed that he has these knowledges. So that's what Ptah is. There apparently are many Ishwishes in the Pleiadian world, but they still seem to be very casual. There's no worshiping involved and so forth. So Billy was rather taken back this, but he was glad to see that it turned out that the Pleiadian God was still just a good guy you could sit down and have a conversation with. Well, it was time to get on with the jump. Billy's about to experience eternity, so he's getting a little excited, and he says, well, how's this going to work? How is it possible that myself and you and everybody else in the ship are going to go into the fine matter world, and how am I going to be able to experience this and remember it later on? She says, well, here's how we'll do it. We have a device, and she takes him into a special area, and she says, you'll sit in this chair, and he says, kind of an unusual looking chair, and he sits down in this seat, and she says, we have a device that will record your thoughts, that we can program this thing, so it will sense your thoughts while you're in the fine matter world, and we'll be able then to recall them later on. I have no idea how this works. It's a helmet of some sort that's lowered down over Billy's head. Billy notes that it doesn't touch the head, it would just lower down over it. And it's a physical thing. It's a device of some type that's going to record the thoughts that you're thinking. Well, the unusual part is if the ship is going into this fine matter world and it's a physical object, I really have no idea how it's capable then of recording thoughts, because it also would no longer be physical and non-operative, I would think. So they have some pretty advanced technology then if they're able to do that, that somehow even the particles of the computers and this equipment can be programmed so they can be operable when they're in the fine matter world to record his thoughts, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Well, we're getting close to the time for the jump to come, and Billy is sitting in the seat, and the device is lowered down over his head, and he's preparing his thoughts and trying to get ready for what's going to happen next. So he's sitting there, and he notices it's just about getting ready to happen, and He sees the Semyasis backing up, and suddenly he looks up and sees that the stars are beginning to change again. That here comes the the jump, just like it happened before, and he sees everybody kind of freeze and go into this milky thing, and there's a kind of a little streaking action where all the stars are slightly blurred, and then suddenly all this goes black. There's no more stars, there's nothing, there's no coloring at all. They're in the fine matter world now, and it's just this plain, dark, black area. And at the moment, there's no sensations whatever. Suddenly, the darkness gives way to kind of a golden color. All around him becomes gold, and then slowly moves off into kind of a silver color. Everything is changing, and it gets brighter and brighter and brighter. The light becomes kind of a glistening, like a sparkling sort of thing, and gets super bright. And Billy notes that it's brighter than looking at a sun, but yet it doesn't hurt your eyes. Well, of course it wouldn't. At this point, you don't have any eyes. You're in a non-physical existence. The ship has just made its jump into hyperspace. There's a time dilation, it's called. All of your particles, all of the physical existence then, are now in a fine matter state. They're only existing as energy. Matter has been converted to energy, and it is now programmed for 7 minutes to be in this timeless situation. Well, in Billy's notes, there's about 5 pages here describing his thoughts of all the things that went through his mind while he's in this 7 minutes of eternity. So, not having it experienced myself, I can't tell you exactly what it's like. He said words even escaped him also, but I'll try to do the best I can explaining what the 7 minutes were like in this eternity. After he's immediately overcome with kind of the sensation of the light, he's still aware of himself. He's still aware of his personality, his own identity, and he's still thinking like in his normal mind. He has that awareness. But one of the first things that really happens is his feeling is changing. And he starts using a word like magnificent, magnificent. Man, oh man, this eternity, it's magnificent. What a feeling. And he's going on and on here a little bit about how his feelings are starting to change. There's this wonderful feeling of comfort, of love overcoming him. Gone and dissipating are any feelings and stress, the remembrances, the thoughts of the physical life. Several times throughout this, he will start to remember what it was like in the physical life. Oh man, he says, oh, the physical life, so much pain and strife, and it's hard work and difficulties of putting up with the material physical world. How different this is. How wonderful this is over here in the fine matter world. Because what's happening? We go through life perceiving everything with our physical senses, don't we? Sight, feel, touch, smell, hearing, so forth. And we perceive everything with those senses, and then we make decisions and judgments and values and everything based off of our physical thing. But we're not used to perceiving things with our spiritual self. And this is what's beginning to happen to Billy. Initially, I should say, when he first gets into this fine matter world, he's not used to experiencing things with the non-physical, so there's still the feeling of self. And then slowly, after a little bit of time here, he begins to start sensing things around him with his spirit. He's disconnected now from his physical senses. Sight, feel, touch, and smell, they're gone. So you no longer perceive information with those senses. You begin to perceive the information with your spiritual self. Very much like you would do in a very deep, deep meditation. But here, there are no physical senses, so it's like instantly into the deepest form of meditation that you could probably get. And a few really wonderful things start to happen. First of all, he begins to feel his spirit. He can understand his spiritual self without bearing the weight of any physical existence. This is probably something like what happens to us now when we slip off, when we die, and we leave the physical body. Suddenly there's this dissipation of the physical awareness. And he's becoming aware of his spiritual self. And he's sensing his surroundings. And he starts to feel the presence of other beings. He feels the presence just mildly. He almost hears someone calling out to him, but he can't quite grasp it. But he knows that there are other energies around him. He's probably experiencing the other people that are on the ship that are going through the same thing. So this feeling continues to grow into him. And now after a minute or so, all the feelings of the physical are left behind. And he's left in there in this glistening light, becoming aware of the fact that he's slowly becoming in touch with eternity. And he starts to see this clearer and clearer. What's happening here? He's getting in touch and he's sensing the creational energy, and here we're using creational energy and eternity to mean the same thing. He's becoming aware of this energy. Normally we're not aware of this. We're so busy perceiving everything with our physical senses that we don't really have any living physical proof that there is a God force or creational energy, whatever you want to call it, really out there. But now Billy is slowly becoming aware that it does exist, and here it is. His feelings slowly start growing into the fact that he realizes that he's no longer alone. He is not just one individual. In our physical world, we're like that. We think of all of ourself first, me, I, because we're always aware just of self, and we go out and perceive other people and other things with our senses. Here something new is happening. Here he's in a spiritual form, and he's sensing the other spirit forms around him, and suddenly he's feeling the connection to other spirit forms. He's beginning to feel like that connection between all spirit forms, where everybody's connected together, sharing. There's a connection between all the people, and there's something greater even in here. There's even something better than just the connection to the other spirit forms. They are all, and he also is connected to the creational energy. And for the first time, he's beginning to feel very strongly that it is really there. There's this overwhelming feeling of love and calm and warmth and just generally feeling good. There are no more feelings brought on from the physical world of depression, of anger, of anything. Any tensions are left behind from the physical world, and you're left alone in this blissful state where the creational energy that's out there, which is perfection itself, is beginning to move in and make its impression on his spirit, and he and everyone on the ship is feeling it. Imagine, if you can, the ability to shut off your physical existence and just for a moment to feel the complete love and perfection of the spiritual energy of the universe. Billy's starting to move into this. He suddenly becomes aware that death is no big deal at all, that it is no great terror or horror. It's simply a conversion from the material form into the fine matter form. And actually it's a really wonderful, blissful state. That over here in this fine matter world, there is existence. And most importantly, there is awareness and there is connection with other spirits and the creational energy of the universe. So he's becoming more and more fulfilled with this. As he's doing this, the things that he's learned about spirituality, about adding things to your spirit and this accumulative wisdom, become more and more clear to him, because he can begin to feel other spirits all of different levels. He can sense people, their spirits, that they are different levels of evolution, and he can feel clearly now that everyone in here, there are millions of spirits, uncountable spirits, all connected to creation, and that everyone has their own path. Everyone's on their own level of evolution. You see, again, the reason for the physical life is to gather information with your senses. You create logic, you have experiences, and when you've had experience and it becomes part of yourself physically, the wisdom from that experience is passed on to your spirit. That information moves on from lifetime to lifetime. And as your spirit gathers in wisdom, that's what spiritual evolution is. So everyone is slightly at a different spot. We're all learning different things and experiencing things at different times. So it's a little different from all of us. We're all on our own paths of discovery and going different places. So the important thing is that Billy is sensing this very clearly. He can feel other spirits and sense that they're all different, that they're all experiencing different things. They have different feelings about them, but they're all connected to creation, and they all share that in common. What a wonderful thing it would be on our world, in our physical world, if we learn to calm down and use our spirit when we meet someone to perceive them as a spiritual being instead of just what we experience with our physical. Normally, let's say a plant, for instance. Normally you just go drive by a bush and you don't think anything of it because it's just something to walk by. Now maybe if you're really into flowers, you might stop. And notice what a pretty flower it is, or what kind it is, or how it was grown, or where it's grown. But let's think just for a second that suddenly, even with a flower, because it's part of creation also, it's just at a different level than us. Let's just for a second imagine that we could look at a flower, and anything in nature for that matter, and look at it as a spiritual energy, a spiritual being of its own. And just for a second perceive it that it also is just like us, a spiritual form moving through an evolution, and that it also is connected to creation. It's not just a material thing. Something really wonderful happens when you perceive anything in creation as a spiritual being on its own and look at its wonderful self that it's doing, that it's creating its own life and it's creating its own petals. It's having its own experience. It's not mad at you. It's not challenging you. It's not threatening you. These are things that we do with our physical senses. We learn in our difficult society to be prejudiced and hate and anger and these things, but all these things dissipate for the spiritual person. The person who can perceive anything in life as a spiritual entity, as a spiritual form first, hate, anger, and these things just vanish. They don't even ever come up. So Billy's in this fine matter world, experiencing the love of all of these spirits, and he's feeling more and more the connection to creation itself. And as the minutes go by, that feeling gets stronger and stronger, and he becomes clearer and more aware that the creation itself is the true perfection. What is happening here? Well, what really happened is that creation itself is a collection, it is an idea. I think you could describe the creation best as the creation is a spiritual energy that embodies the idea of perfect love, of perfect coming together of all the senses, of all forms of creation. It is the creation that had the idea for the spiritual energy to begin the universe. And all these things that we know of, from all the solid matter, from different creatures, planets, and so forth, are all forms, spirit forms, created by the original idea of creation. So creation is a collection, then, of all forms of energy that have evolved up to their own perfection. Billy can start to sense in the fine matter world that there are entities who have gone beyond the physical, no longer need the material senses. Some of them have gone into what we think of as they've moved together and become collective consciousnesses together, where spirits then begin to come together in small groups of like sevens, and then they move on and come into larger groups. Then they totally lose awareness of the physical altogether. They are now contributing to the general welfare of the universe by creating thoughts and energy forms and so forth that help the universe itself actually work. Eventually, the human form will evolve into being part of the creational energy itself, and goes on as the universe is going through its cycles to help with the actual creation of the next one. So the creational energy, and this is where the concept of we are all gods who are sharing in God comes from, that it is true that we are all part of the creational energy, and that the creational spirit itself is just other energy forms before us who have, you might say, graduated through all these levels of accumulating wisdom. They have evolved to the point where they have, through wisdom, earned the right to be part of the creational force of the universe. And that's what we are all doing. We're just very young on the scale. So Billy gets more and more excited, and he is affirming and confirming all the things that he's been learning over the years about spirit, and it becomes very, very clear to him what life is really all about. Imagine having an experiencing like that. So in a Pleiadian world, most all of them have been able to experience that for themselves. It's not to the point where you just have to like stumble around and try to figure out what life is all about. Here you've had a full dose of it. Here you have clear understanding that life is physical and non-physical, that the universe is solid and its energy, coarse matter and fine matter. Here is proof that there is a creational force. Here is proof that there's a creational force that we are all connected to, that we are all sharing in, and we are all growing on our own paths. And here's proof that we are a spiritual being that is moving through a series of material lives to grow on our own. So what a wonderful experience he had. He got deeper and deeper into this where he was just at a loss for words. He's just rambling on about magnificent, wonderful feeling, the love of it all. And finally, it's getting to the point where he's starting to sense the creational energy itself more and more. He is so overcome with the loving, caring feeling that he's getting from it. He is just lost. He's so caught up in this. Well, unfortunately, it's about right here that he suddenly senses that it's over, that he's pulling back into the physical. The ship has re-entered out of the timelessness, out of the fine matter world, and is coming back into the physical, and he doesn't want to. He's trying to stay there. He's fighting it very hard, and he's saying, no, I don't want to come back. I don't want to go back into the material world. It's wonderful here. Oh, surely the Earthman must know how wonderful this is on this side. Everyone must learn, what it's like to be a spiritual self, and how could anyone ever, think a mean thought, and, if they know about the spiritual side. And he's going on and on like this, and suddenly he feels Semyasi is shaking him. And he kind of snaps to, and she's grinning, and she can tell what's going through his mind. And he just does not want to leave this state of mind and come back into the physical. And she comments to him, well, I understand, I know, we've all experienced the same thing, and this is your first time. And he's just babbling. He's going on and on about how wonderful it is. And she helps him out of the chair, and I can almost imagine what state you might be in at that point, having had an experience like that. You can even begin to see now a little bit why Billy's the way that he is. There are a lot of stories about Billy being a hermit and keeping to himself and not wanting to really see other people and talk about his life much anymore. And maybe now you can start to understand why. Billy is a very a unique person, both by his experiences and his thoughts, in that the things that he's experienced in his life make him quite different than the rest of us. It's very difficult to have lived and experienced and gained the knowledges that he has and come back into our 9-to-5 world of credit cards, freeways, cars, jobs, and things like that. So Billy keeps himself in an environment that's conducive to his thoughts. He's trying very hard to hang on to the feeling and the wonderment of all the things that he's experienced, and keeps himself in an environment like that. This is the reason that he and the people around him, which are learning from him, they try to protect their environment. They're not being cold or rude to other people. On the one hand, they're trying to protect their lifestyle so that they can also learn and gain experience from this and try to interface with the real world that's always knocking at their door. And that's not a real easy task to do. Okay, well, Billy's out of this, and Semyasi says, we have a few other things to do, and he says, now what's going on? And he's just kind of shaken up. And Ptah comes over to talk to him, and they get into a conversation, and Billy's commenting on the great experience that he's just had, because being a physical person, a normal human like the rest of us, he keeps forgetting all the time how telepathic they are, and they already know everything he's just experienced. They probably, tried to listen in or whatever they could afterwards, or if that was possible, to what happened to him. But Ptah is already sensing in Billy's mind the experience that he had, and he's just kind of nodding his head, and yes, I understand. And Billy's going on and on about how wonderful it was, how great it was, blah, 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 and they have to slow him down and calm him down a little bit. And Ptah calms him down, and they sit down and they have a lovely conversation for about, half an hour or so, which is in his notes. And it's basically all centered around reminding Billy the importance of his mission, how special he is, and Ptah's explaining to him how important it is that he understands that even though they seem to heap praise on him from time to time about how capable he is, they're trying to make him really understand and become aware of how special he is. That he was born into a physical family of a normal farmer's family in Switzerland, but he had a very special lifetime ahead of him. That he is a prophet of our times. He's not greater or better than any of the rest of us. A prophet is a person who helps us, who's inspired the rest of us. A prophet is a person who helps us, who's inspiring, who's a visionary, who leads us down a path of self-discovery by nature of the things that they can tell us. And this is what Billy is. Billy was the chosen one to have all these experiences with the Pleiadians and experience things because he's capable of it, because of the age of his spirit, and so he passes it on to us. So that's what he is as a prophet. And Ptah is making this clear to him that, he's not to think of this as a big-headed thing. It is his job, it's his mission, it's his role. and to look at it and take it seriously. So they have a lengthy conversation about that. And somewhere in here, Ptah motions to him and says, you'll notice out here in space now where we're at. And Billy looks up, and it's all very black, and he doesn't see anything except one little star off there. And Ptah says, well, we're coming to a very special area now in space, and that little star over there called Galtos, I think was the name of it. He says that's the farthest, most remote sun in the universe. It's at a very special place. And Billy says, oh, the edge of the universe. And Ptah says, no, as we've told you before, there is no edge to the universe. The universe doesn't have an edge, but this is a very remote area. And the reason we're here is that this is where the barrier between universes is. And we are going to go into another universe called the Tao universe. And Billy's thoughts kind of go snap, and he says, Tao universe, that's where my old friend Asket was from. And Semyasi's sitting there, and he says, Semyasi, this Tao universe, Asket, that's what the surprise must be all about. I'm going to see Asket again, isn't it? And she smiles, and Billy's getting even more excited because he never dreamed that he would see Asket again. Asket was his teacher and mentor from age 16 to about age 24. And at the age of 16, he met this woman. We're going to hear a lot more about her in the next few tapes, but just to give you a little rough background, she is from a very highly evolved race of people called Timmers, and they live in the Tao universe. She came into our universe, met Billy, and became his teacher when he was young. Billy was only 16 when he first became exposed to her. When he first physically met her, he was quite overcome by her and very impressionable, of course, by a very highly evolved, nice-looking woman, and just like any of us would be. But he never expected to see her again, and he has great feelings for her. So he was also getting very excited that he was about to meet Asket again. So Semyasi explains that they're coming to the barrier, and he looks up and he can see it. And it's this very large area. And he's just kind of going, wow, one thing after another. And look at this. And there's this huge man-made thing out here. It's like a big tunnel that is built that they're going to go through. And he says, well, do we have to make like a jump or something to do this? And she says, no. We're going to go right through this in physical form. It's about 1 million kilometers long, and I forget how wide it was, but it was very large. And they go right through it, almost before she can even finish explaining what it was all about. When they get through it, they're again in black space, and the Ptah mentions we are now in the Tao universe. Well, Billy looks up and he sees a little ship floating out in space, and he says, that must be the ship of Asket. And she says, you're right, we're going to meet up with Asket. Well, Billy's little heart is pounding again. He's all excited. What a day he's having. So he's excited again, and he's up on his feet. And Semyasi says, well, come on, we're going to go have our meeting with Asket now. Let's go over to her ship. And she takes Billy by the hand, and they walk over to an area, and there's like a hole in the floor. And she tells Billy, just go ahead and step off into that space, and it's a lift, and it'll lower you down to where the ship is parked. And Billy's a little apprehensive because, who wants to step into a hole and just fall down into free space? But she assures him that it'll be okay. He goes ahead and he steps off into the space there, and he doesn't fall. He just slowly starts being let down. He looks up, and Semyasi is right behind him, and it just takes a few seconds, and they go thousands of meters, and suddenly they're standing right down next to where the beam ship was parked way down below. Well, they get into Semyasi's ship again, and they pull out from the great spacer, and it's just a short distance over to where Asket's ship is parked. Asket's ship is much smaller than the spacer, and it just has room in it for one beam ship to park. They pull right into Asket's ship and park in, I guess you call it a hangar or something like that, in the ship. And Billy's getting quite excited just at the prospect of meeting Asket. My, what a bunch of great experiences he's having all in one day here. He's going to have emotional overloading here. So he gets out of the beam ship, and they're walking with Semyasi, and he notices that everything's kind of metal looking, the hallways, it's kind of cold looking. And they go down the hallway, and this wall kind of opens up, and they go into this very nice looking, comfortable room with chairs and very comfortable furniture. And he looks across the room, and there's Asket. Now, Asket's a tall, blonde, very nice-looking woman. There's a picture of her over at Billy's house. She's a very beautiful, nice-looking woman. And he's just kind of overcome. He hasn't seen her in ages, and he was very impressed by her when he was young, when he had these meetings when he was 16. And it's been a long time now since he's seen her. I think he stopped seeing her in 64, I think it was, something were in there. And so we're up to like 75. So it's been 11 years since he's seen her, and he never really expected to see her again. One thing I need to tell you about Ascot, her race, the Timbers, are far older even than the Pleiadians are. And they have total faculty of the mind. And by that I mean is they have recall of any thought or word that they've spoken throughout their life. An incredible concept, right? But they're using a very large percentage of their brain. Later on we'll find out that Ascot was even able to recall to Billy word for word and thought by thought almost all of their experiences and help him go over his notes from his encounters with her years later. Well, one of the special things about Ascot also is the fact that they have an interesting way of saying hello. We kind of shake hands and, hi, how are you, and talk for a few minutes to establish an atmosphere between each other when we meet each other. Well, with Ascot it's slightly different. When Billy first met Ascot the first time, the physical contact years ago, he remarked that she has the ability, when they say hello, she takes and kind of pushes telepathically all of her feelings and love and concern for another human right into you. And Billy says every cell in your body tingles with the sensation and the feeling that she pushes into you. And he's never forgotten that, and it just happens to him again. She just rushes him mentally with her wonderful feelings of love that she has for all of humanity, and especially him. And his heart's just pounding 90 miles an hour. He can't even talk. He's trying to speak, and he's just like stuck. Nothing comes out of his mouth, and he's just stuck right there on the floor. So Ascot walks over, sensing this, that Billy's a little overcome. He's just about to tears. And she takes him by the hand and pulls him close and gives him a really nice hug and a little kiss. And he's just kind of beside himself like a little puppy, I guess. And he says, a kiss, a kiss. And she says, well, of course, it's people on Earth aren't the only ones that kiss. We can do that too. And he says, Ascot, I never thought I would see you again. And she said, well, I wasn't sure that we ever would see again. When last I left you, this meeting was not projected. I didn't really expect to, so there was no way I could let you know that it was really going to happen in the future. And they're talking for a few minutes, and he's calming down, and he says, well, what is the purpose? Why are you here? How come we're meeting? And she says, well, it's twofold. Mostly I just wanted to see you, but we do have another mission. And I think Semyosi had explained a little bit about Billy to it before, that Ascot explained that her people, the Timbers, who live in the Tao universe, some years back, about 9 years previously, they were experimenting with kind of a time projectile capsule that they could time project from their universe into ours. It doesn't fly. They somehow just cause it to time displace. And it would come from their universe and just appear right in onto Earth. Well, they had sent one of these projectiles as a test, and it had gotten lost. There had been a miscalculation somehow in the time projection, and the Earth was not where it was where they thought it was going to be when the capsule hit the planet, and so it got lost. And apparently the capsule was a little late, and the Earth had already rotated and moved, and they couldn't find it. It took, I think, Semyosi about 3 years, she said, to find the capsule, and it was in India somewhere, and there was even an accompanying story and letter that Billy had heard from earlier. He says, oh, I've heard something about that. And he turns to Semyosi and says, I received a letter from a couple of women who say they came across an extraterrestrial woman digging something out of the sand in India and said her name was Semyosi. And I thought, well, that couldn't be. And then Semyosi confirmed, yep, that was me. I did have those experiences. That's one of the reasons we're here, is to return the time capsule. We could have done it in other ways, but we wanted to tie this in also with your reunion with Ascot. So they came to retrieve the capsule, and Billy's just so excited, And Ascot says, excuse me just a moment, and I'd like you to meet Nira. And Nira, and it's spelled N-E-R-A, she's a dark brunette-looking woman, very nice-looking woman, and I'd like you to meet Nira. And Semyosi says, Ascot, is this your ship? And she says, no, this is not my ship. I'm acting here as the first commander. The captain of this ship is named Scholars, And unfortunately, you won't be able to meet him, though. He was off doing something else. But she introduced Billy and Semjase to Nira as her deputy, second in command here. And she says, Billy, if you'll speak with Nira just a few moments, and I need to go, she goes with Semjase to get the time projectile out of the beam ship. So Billy's left with Nira to talk, and he takes one look at Nira, and he immediately has these swelled up feelings in him again of, what a nice looking woman, how pretty she was. And Nira kind of giggles because she's feeling what Billy's thinking, and Billy, again, being an Earthman, forgets how telepathic they are, and he's a little embarrassed. But she calms him down and explains, well, it's very kind of you for an Earth person, that I've been on Earth many times, and I'm not used to Earthmen having those kinds of feelings of sincerity about women. A little slam towards us there. And Billy says, really, you've been on Earth? And she says, yes, several times with Asket in the past, and sometime in the future we will probably return again. And he says, when is that? He says, well, no time soon. It'll be long after you've passed away in your physical life. We may return again there in the future sometime. They also, like the Pleiadians, enjoy a much longer lifespan than we do. Well, Nira, they have a little chat about life on Earth and some of her experiences, and she explains to Billy, because of his question about why always women, that she says, well, the Pleiadians and their people had discovered a long time ago that on Earth it was much better to use women for contacts because we're much more open to it. That when they have a contact with a man, that the men always seem to feel a little threatened or whatever, and the contacts don't go as easily, that they have found that the Earth men get along much better with Earth women. And Billy comments, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't get along with other guys as well as I get along with other women. But I'm sure it has something to do there probably with the sexual attraction, too. Semjase and Asket are back with the time projectile. Billy asks if he can take a picture. He wants to get a picture of all three of them. And they decide they'll consent to that because Asket and Nira won't be on Earth anymore, and they don't mind. And they comment that, well, Semjase can join us in the picture, but this must be for only your own private use, and you can't pass it around because Semjase still has work to do on Earth and doesn't want her picture around, anybody to know what she looks like. So Billy agrees, and he takes the picture of all three of them. I have not seen that picture. Unfortunately, though, it probably is part of the collection that got lost. Billy shot several rolls of film on this trip and only got about one of them back. The rest are disappeared somewhere in the mail or probably in private collections and in government drawers and so forth. But anyway, he snaps the picture with Semjase, Asket, and Nira, and then he also takes a couple extra pictures of just Asket and Nira, which we do have. They're a little blurry and they're slightly greenish gray, like most all of his pictures inside of ships. And his camera is jammed just a little short of f/16, so his pictures never come out remarkably clear when he's close. So they're just a little bit off. So the reunion is kind of solidified there with Asket, and it's time now for them to leave. And Semjase remarks that, well, we still have some other things to do, and it's time for them to say goodbye. They have some other experiences for Billy to enjoy before they take him back to Earth. So Semjase and Billy leave the ship of Asket and head back towards the Great Spacer. On the way, Billy's asking about this concept of parallel worlds. And Semjase explains that, yes, there is a parallel universe. That all the planets, suns, and everything, all the physical matter of the universe actually has a parallel form. That each planet has an exact parallel of itself. That there is a parallel to the planet Earth, where you would see the same people, buildings, and cities, so forth. The only difference is there's a slight difference in time. And Billy comments, gee, I'd like to take a picture of that. She says, well, it really wouldn't reveal very much because it looks exactly the same as the present world really does. She says it would be okay, but you really couldn't expect to get very much. They get back over to the Great Spacer, and they park the ship again in pretty much the same place that they did before. And once again, they take the little floating craft, whatever you want to call it, this little floating platform, and they go back up to the top of the spacer where Ptah is. Ptah immediately senses how excited Billy is from all these experiences he's just had, and invites him to sit down and talk with him a little bit. He explains to him that what's going to happen next is they're going to go back through the barrier, back over into their own universe. And so Billy's looking up in the space, and he can see the big barrier up in front of him there. And Ptah remarks that they're going to go back through the barrier. When they get to the other end, that they're going to have some time. They have to wait when they get through the barrier on the other side, because they have to close the barrier. And when they close the barrier, he says it's automated. The ship is automatically programmed to do that, but it takes about 50 minutes for the actual closing of the barrier. Apparently this barrier, he also explained, was that there are only certain locations that it would be possible to build this barrier. And he didn't specify where those may be. Of course, we wouldn't have any idea what he was relating to anyway. But so they do get through the barrier and they stop. It takes a very short time to get through it. And they pull through, and Ptah mentions that they're going to be waiting out if Billy has any questions, that he could be a good time to ask. And Billy says, sure, I got lots of questions. And Semyasa remarks, when is there a time when he doesn't have questions? So one of the first things that Billy wanted to kind of talk about was, he says, repeatedly throughout the contacts and even through his other contacts with other races, there's always been the subject all the time of religions, and he understands to some degree why religions can be difficult for people when they become, cult followers, so forth, of certain belief things, and it forces them not to be taking responsibility for themselves. But he also realizes that religion is also like a learning step that people can go through. So he was interested in Ptah's comments about religion. One of the main things that he did comment on says, yes, religions are a learning step, and it is something that everybody has to go through. One of the things they were concerned about, though, is that on Earth, unlike on other planets that go through belief structures and so forth, it had gone so far where religions had become so powerful, they had not seen this happen anyplace else in the universe. The term religion, as they referred to it, is organized Christianity. They had never seen it done quite to that extent. And he remarked that nowhere else in the universe had they seen that happen. His biggest problem with it was, he says, that Christianity had distorted the truth so much that it was interfering, really, with people's ability to learn. That people were coming into society because of the environment or family they may be born into. They are exposed to Christianity. They are taught Christianity. They believe that what Christianity is telling them, and it becomes like it's a hampering force. It keeps the individual from actually ever getting a chance to understand the truth. That it's not really so difficult to understand the truth about life and so forth, that it exists in nature around us all the time, that the observant person can come to understand more about life if he was just left alone. But in most cases, especially in the Christian world, that's not possible. Okay, I see I'm getting to the end of the tape, so I'll see you on the next side. Okay, welcome to tape 4. On the last side of 3, we had Billy and Ptah left alone on the Great Spacer to have a chat for about 50 minutes while the barrier was being closed. Billy had just asked Ptah about some of his comments on religion. And Ptah was explaining that he felt that it interfered with the individual's free will. And he felt that it was a shame that it had been so exaggerated, that Christianity had changed the truth so much since the time of Emmanuel, that it distorted things so much that the individual really didn't have a free chance to learn on his own, to learn properly about the truths of creation. Well, I can understand Ptah's viewpoint, being a very developed being and coming from another society that benefits from all this great knowledge and so forth, but also, like he acknowledged, that we do have to learn on our own. That it's important for all of us as we move along our own path of evolution, that we experience things for ourselves and we find out for ourselves. The problem seemed to be that Ptah felt a sense of urgency, that the planet Earth, technically, we were becoming very advanced, combined with the fact that we were moving into this new age period where things are greatly accelerated. and that soon we would find ourselves out in free space and perhaps communicating with other intelligence, other life forms, that he felt it very important that we kind of grow up faster, that we were going to have to get over this period in our development here very quickly, because if we are to go out to move out into free space touting Christianity, he says there are many races out there that will not, they just will not put up with this. They won't put up with this sort of ignorance, and they're liable just to wipe out our race. Or possibly, he says, it could work the other way around, that we could find ourselves coming in contact with races even less developed than ourselves and try to influence them, teaching them Christianity, and he felt this would be very harmful to other planets. On our own, if we wish to follow our own path of evolution and develop on our own, then we can do whatever we like, as long as we're confined to our own planet. But when we start influencing others, then they felt they had to draw a line there. So they were very hopeful that the main thrust of their mission, which was to educate us a little bit spiritually about life and so forth, that they could be very effective in those areas. So again, they were spurring Billy to get out into the public and to explain things and explain the truth about things to people. Now, the truth can be pretty harsh sometimes. I know here on Earth, gee, I have no idea how many different real religions and belief structures we have. Must be quite a few of them. I mean, all over the planet with this 180 some odd different languages and races we have, you can find, a variety of belief systems, all over the place. So we are at a difficult time on the development on our Earth where we're coming together because communication is throwing us together, communication and technology. It's a very difficult time for us to come together and start, becoming unified in our beliefs and so forth. It's going to be a very difficult time indeed the next few years. So those were his basic comments. It turns out one of their nice surprises they had for Billy next was that they had some things to do which was going to require them moving to different areas of the universe, and Billy would be allowed to see other planets, other galaxies, and other civilizations. So he was, of course, quite excited about that, and he wanted to know if he could take some pictures, and they said, of course you could, that they'd be able to stop at certain areas and explain some things to him, and that he would be allowed also, in some cases, to get into the small ships with Semyasi, and he could go in and actually investigate some of these planets. He thought that was great, but he had a couple more questions, and he pressed Ptah again about this idea of learning and about truth. And Ptah remarked to him, well, when we make our influence on the people of Earth as we do with any other planet, we have to be very careful about the amount of information that we actually let people have. And they try to very carefully ascertain the ability or the levels of knowledge and evolution of the people on a planet before they start exposing themselves, exposing their knowledge. Now, with Billy, for instance, they've gone to great trouble, and as we're going to hear on other tapes, Billy's gone time traveling into different periods and different historical times to actually see for himself and know his own truth. Billy's been exposed to information that might be kind of difficult for a lot of the people on planet Earth to understand. So when they talk about the types of information that they want out into the society, bear in mind that they are considering the planet as a whole. Even though many of you that are listening to this tape probably are far more advanced or more open-minded than many of the people on this planet, this information isn't directly just for you, it's for the entire planet. And while you may be wanting more and needing explanations of some things, many of the people on this planet can't even accept the fact that ships are coming. If Pleiadian ships were to fill the air tomorrow, there would be a lot of panic in many areas. So they have to consider everybody. So when they do that, they are very slow and they're very careful about trying to let information out into a society so they don't really overload people and cause panic and fear. For instance, Semyasi and Billy's former contacts with Svath and Asket, they were all being very careful to go step by step and really explain the basics to Billy so that he could grow and learn these cognitions himself. You see, it's not enough just to hear information, like you're hearing things right now on this tape, but it takes a lot more than that. Once you hear information on any particular subject, you don't own that knowledge yet. These are just words. It's just information that comes into your mind. In order for that to become part of you, you have to go out and experience it. Something you may hear on this tape or some information may influence your thoughts a little bit, and they may be just what you need to know right now. Maybe it's something that your mind is really just waiting to be fed with. And you go out and you start experiencing it. You change your life in some way because of some information. You start living differently. You start affecting people differently. You start reacting to things differently because of this piece of information. Well, what happens when you do that? It now becomes part of you. Now, if you were to receive information which was far too advanced for you, it would really have no effect. It's like in education. If you're going to learn to, say, be an architect when you're a freshman in college, you don't immediately open a book up from a senior class student and start reading, the more sophisticated great secrets of architecture. They wouldn't mean anything to you. While it might be fascinating to read them, it would not be the proper learning process because you've jumped past all the basic knowledge that you're going to need to actually be an architect. So it's necessary for you to go back and open your freshman book, isn't it? Well, learning things in life is the same way. But once you go through the 4 years of architecture, learning everything, that knowledge is now yours. You have learned it, lived it, it has become part of you. Anything you learn in life works the same way. And be it information from extraterrestrials on spiritual development or just textbooks on architecture, the learning process works pretty much the same way. This is another area that they had a problem with many of our belief structures, is that you are pushed information onto you and told you that this is the way it is. It's not only untruthful, but it doesn't give you a chance to learn on your own, to experience on your own, and so forth. Every individual on the planet should have his own opportunity to have his mind opened up with spiritual information given to him so he can search for himself, make his own decisions, because we're all on different paths of evolution. And again, they mentioned that on this learning thing, they thought it could be dangerous for us to, spread the religion around. So they've been very careful about the types of information, but it kept reaffirming the idea that they felt it was time that we actually heard the truth about life and about creation. And as Billy has just experienced going through eternity, here is certainly one of us anyway that got to experience it firsthand. So Billy has real knowledge of his own, having contacted creation and felt what happened there. Gee, wouldn't it be marvelous if we could all experience that? So Billy had another question, too, about the governments on Earth, if any of them were actually in contact with any extraterrestrials on a regular basis. Now, we're actually in contact with any extraterrestrials on a regular basis. Now remember, we're in 1975 here. Ptah said no, that there were no governments on Earth having open contacts with extraterrestrials. Now in 92, this might seem a little curious because many of us are becoming to believe that the American government, at any rate, is probably having ongoing contacts or relations with the people from Zeta Reticuli, sometimes referred to as the Greys. We don't know for sure that they are, but it seems to point to that. There's a lot of evidence that the Greys are here abducting people. But interestingly enough, in 75 anyway, Billy had been told that the Greys are coming here, that there are beings from Zeta Reticuli coming here, and that they do abduct people from time to time. But Ptah says at this point that the governments really aren't in open contact with any of these races. And by the way, that was reiterated in 89. I asked Billy about that again, if he had any information about the American government being involved with the beings from Zeta Reticuli. And he said no, that it was greatly exaggerated, wasn't what it appeared to be, because we're hearing a lot of stories about how our American government is covering up the fact that they're working with the aliens. The Pleiadians say no. They say that they're not. As a matter of fact, it says in Billy's notes that, and it doesn't mention the American government, it says that several governments are actually experimenting, though, with flying discs of their own. They have some of them working, and in quite many cases, these flying discs that are reported by people and thought to be extraterrestrial are our very own. He says no governments are having actual open contact with ETs. If they were, they wouldn't be trying to hunt down the ships. Besides, he says that the technology of the Pleiadians is high enough. If they were having any trouble with the American government, there would be no problem with them being able to make their ships safe, and they could stop the American government from bothering them if they wanted to. He did comment that not beam ships, but flying disc, as he called them, were being built and had been being built on Earth since 1941. He said in Germany the first one was designed in 1941. Its first test flight was in February 1945. At that time, that ship was able to go 12,500 meters high up in the air and could travel at speeds of 2,000 kilometers per hour. It was obviously built in Germany during the reign of Adolf Hitler. He says at the end of the war, when Germany was losing, that the Germans destroyed pretty much all they could of the flying discs so nobody could get a hold of them, but they weren't entirely successful at this. That much of the gears and quite a few of the plans were discovered by the Allies, causing the Russians and the Americans both to have a little idea what they were doing, and they had copies of their designs, and that these governments had continued to try to design and build some of their own. Currently, he remarked, and he didn't say the American government, he says that some governments are building flying discs up to 100 meters in diameter, and that they had, now this is in 75, and they were using, as a propulsion system, they were using explosion-type motors and referred to them as atom-splitting motors, and that you get the impression in the book that he's talking about some sort of either an atomic reactor or a nuclear reactor sometime in these types of ships, because he says there's a lot of problems with them. They don't fly very well. They frequently crash and have to set down, and they are plagued with the problem of radiation. That quite often people who work on the ships will suffer from radiation illness, and there are several instances where the ships are forced to land because of problems, and the people around the ships then working on them or even attracted to them that may come up to them can also suffer from the radiation burns. He says frequently, oddly enough too, which kind of surprises them, is on some occasions these flying discs developed by the governments, when they may have been seen or they are forced to land and people see them, they will explain to the people, they will come out of the ships and tell them that they are ETs. They'll tell them that they are gods and they're from other planets. And why they would do this, I'm not real sure. But he says it happens frequently. In some cases, they will even go to the trouble of kidnapping the people that see the ships so the people can't tell anybody else about it. And wherever these people wind up, I have no idea. But he says quite often, flying discs that are seen in the air and so forth are mistaken as extraterrestrial when they're really not. It's kind of a strange thing, isn't it? Billy said he knew about this for many years, but he had been told to keep quiet about it. But Ptah told him that there's no longer any reason to. That now's a very good time for him to reveal this and to let people know it, because too many people are claiming to see extraterrestrial ships and claiming to have contact with extraterrestrials, and Ptah says it's just not true. Most of these so-called extraterrestrials are ships of our own and people of our own. Well, they continue on now, the great spacers moving through space again, and they're going to have a series of stops, and they're showing Billy some rather unusual things. Their first stop, and there are some unusual names here, we don't know how accurate they are, but they're names that Billy's giving to destinations here, so I guess so he has some reference. And the first place they stop is some galaxy called Nesar, N-E-S-A-R. And Semyosi is explaining to Billy the problem there, that it was destroyed years ago. And he says about 967 years ago, people from this particular planet, I guess you could call them Nesarians or something, they came to Earth on an expedition. And they actually had an expedition on Earth where they stayed for about 50 years. After that time period, after studying all our culture and our religions and our way of life, they returned back to their own world. Apparently their technology wasn't very good, because Semyosi said it shows that it took them 4 years to get back to their world. They had a lot of trouble getting back. When they did, they were explaining all about the religions that they had learned about on Earth. They were explaining all about what they had done for the 50 years that they had been there. A lot of arguments broke out on their world about the religions. I can just imagine what they were arguing about. But they sent another group of people back to Earth for some more reconnaissance to find out some more about it. They returned 5 years later. By the time they got back, the different planets of this race had already fallen into a war. They started building churches. There were arguments about one religion than another. They got into a terrible war with one another, and a couple of planets became destructed. the war didn't stop there. They kept fighting, and pretty soon other planets fell in, and they caused so many problems in the magnetic fields and orbits of several solar systems when the fighting started, the part of the universe started falling into itself. Apparently, when you upset the magnetic stability somehow of a solar system or a galaxy, things started going wrong and more planets started falling in. As more planets started falling towards the center, it threw off the magnetic field of the entire galaxy, making the orbits of many systems unstable, and over the course of some time, many planets started falling in, and the center part of the galaxy now was in total destruction with thousands of planets which had literally fallen together in like a large clump. And they had cited this stability as the sort of megalomania that can get run away with when war breaks out over really ridiculous issues. They continued on, and this next area they went to is called a galaxy called ASAP. It's spelled ASAP, so I guess that's the galaxy as soon as possible we've always heard about. There's a planet in there called Desom, D-E-S-O-M, and it was a planet with human life on it. And Billy was allowed to, through the screens, they got pretty close, and he could see the grass huts and so forth. And living here on this planet were people you might consider in the Middle Ages. One interesting thing to note here that Ptah mentioned to him that they have a moon that's about ready, well, not about it. They predicted within 3,200 years that the moon would crash into their sun and would cause some problems there. And it would apparently throw their planet out of orbit. And Billy was concerned. He said, well, what would they do? Because they're, a Dark Ages or Middle Ages sort of development here. Ptah's mentioned that there should be enough time for them to develop technologies well enough that they would be able to escape from their own planet. If they had not by that time and they would be watched, then others would come to help them and get them off of there so that they weren't destroyed. The next section they go to, there's a galaxy called Nepon, N-E-P-O-N, and there's a star system there. And there's a star system there called Lisa, L-E-S-A. And the reason they took him here was because this was in an entirely different region of the universe, in a different galaxy, where things were far larger. And here there were two giant planets. And I suppose looking out the window of a ship, it'd be hard to understand how big they were, depending on how far away you were. But Billy said he was also stunned at the size. They were just huge. And he saw a small moon just circulating around one of the planets. And Ptah commented that that small moon was 524 times bigger than our planet Earth. So you can imagine how big the planets actually were. One of these planets had human life on it. They made a leap, a hyperleap, in that solar system, and they had to make a leap within the system because it was so big. This is an area of the universe where the planets are far larger than they are here. It was at this point that he commented that living on Earth, we really have no conception of how big things are, how long they are, and how time actually works. That the distances, things would just stagger us. Most of us live a very brief lifetime of 50, 70, maybe 80 years on here, and that's really our conception of what a life cycle is. And we have no concept of what it's like to see something 1 million years old or 5 million years old. And Ptah mentioned here some insights into spiritual growth. He mentioned, wouldn't the Earth person be surprised to find out that the average person on Earth is over 100 million years old as a spirit form? Now, when he talks about as a spirit form, he's citing here that, again, that we are spiritual beings going through a series of material lives. So he's saying that we'd be very surprised to find out that our spirit forms have been creating material lives for over 100 million years. He says it takes 10 to 20 million years just for a developing spirit form to reach a level like of conscious thinking, to be a rational thinking human being, that we really don't grow very much in the early stages throughout each physical lifetime. Well, that's pretty understandable when you consider and even look around you at most of the people on the planet. They're really not gaining much at all as far as knowledge and spiritual evolution. So it's not hard to see where it would take an awful lot of lifetimes to really get somewhere. He says it takes literally billions of years for us to live through the entire physical existence to the point where we no longer need the physical body and move into what's called light body existence. Normally that entire period could take over 70 billion years. Then he went on to explain a little bit to Billy about how the creation works, and this will be done much more in detail on the creation tapes, but I'll give you a little idea here. The universe that we live in, which they're calling a creation, has a lifespan of 311 trillion and 40 billion years. This is the entire spiritual length, not the physical length of the universe. For the universe is first a thought, then it's an idea, then the idea is manifested into like thought energy. That thought energy then evolves thicker and thicker and becomes fluffy matter. Fluffy matter then evolves into gas. Gas then evolves into solid matter. Remember from earlier that matter and energy in the universe are pretty much the same things existing in different forms. That the entire universe is solid matter, which is coarse matter as they define it, and energy is fine matter. So the universe itself goes through a long stage of evolution as fine matter before the physical or coarse matter of the universe actually evolves. So when we hear 311 trillion years, the vast majority of that is in fine matter or energy before it actually evolved into the planets. We're currently in the 47th trillion year of that cycle, by the way. He says that a creation, one cycle of expansion, evolution, development, and contraction is called the Great Time. And that's the 311 trillion and 40 billion years. A universe, or a creation, they're meaning the same thing here, that a creation will go through this cycle 7 times. Each time it goes through a period of expansion and contracts and pulls back into itself, it goes through a sleep period, equal to about the same amount of time that it was expanding and contracting. It then repeats that cycle again. And it goes through 7 cycles of that, these 7 great times. Each time, I think there is some algorithm here that they get longer each time. It says in the mathematics in here, though, that the 7 great times, though, are equal to 7 times 311 trillion. That's a huge number. Now, it will go through that cycle 7 times. They have learned and understood that from their own science and from other races. And he says this is the creational formula of time, that this is what the universe is doing, this expansion and contraction on this scale of 7s. And this is where the numerology of the creation comes from, these numbers of 7. So they have learned that the cycle that the universe is going through, which we'll talk more about later on, is repeated throughout all evolution. It's repeated in humans and animals and everything. That the human beings go through also through 7 levels of evolution, 5 of them physical, 2 of them non-physical. That the human being then will go through, imitate more or less the cycles of what the creation is doing. This is why we have life cycles, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later on, but I want to kind of get the idea into your thinking here. That we as spiritual forms go through series of material lifetimes until such time when we no longer need the physical existence. It no longer provides us the information to make logical things that improve our evolution. We go through then continued development, which lasts billions of years, and then it's kind of like graduating. At a certain point then, our spirit form will merge with other spirit forms and become what's called a we form intelligence, where spirits come together, lose all awareness of the physical being, and eventually become part of creation itself. And this will be our first time we may talk about this, but this is where the concept of creation and us becoming at one with gods or part of creation comes from, that we actually do. The Pleiadians are telling us that the creational energy of a universe is actually spirit forms that have evolved to that level of evolution and now partake in that. That you and I can look forward to that too. We will evolve through material lifetimes till we get to the point where we no longer need the physical. We will evolve into being spiritual entities. Then we will come together as group consciousness, and at some point in time then our consciousness, along with many others, will join up with the creational energy. And this is what Billy was experiencing when he was in eternity for that 7 minutes. Okay. There was another question while they were moving on a jump to another area. Billy wanted to know what was this thing about this number 666 and the Antichrist, and how did that relate to Christianity? And they were remarking, well, there's some misconception about that. The general thinking is that the 666 is the sign of the beast and represents the destruction of Christianity. And they want to clear that up, that no, that's not what it means. That actually Christianity itself is the destruction of the truth. That the 666 stands not for the destruction of Christianity, but for the destruction of the truth about creation and what's really going on in the universe. and that Christianity actually is the destruction of the truth and has been since the year 189. He says what happened is, and if you work your numbers correctly, you'll find that Christianity was actually formed and came into its own being in the year 189. This was the year that they changed the original writings of Emmanuel, changed his name to Jesus Christ, and actually formed the Christian religion as we know it today, and over the years have slowly made minor changes in it to empower themselves greater and greater. That began in the year 189. The year 189 has the basic number of 18, and it has the 3 value, which results in 666. And if you follow the years of all of the major Christian changes and planning and so forth, you'll find that every one of these years has that basic number value, and that's where the concept actually came from. Later on, when we discuss the Talmud a little bit, you will hear all about how Emmanuel actually described that in his original teachings and prophesied how that his name would be changed, how his teachings would be altered to serve the purpose of the church, and how it would affect our society. So the 666 doesn't actually mean the destruction of Christianity, because Christianity is not true. As you'll hear more on the Talmud tape, the Pleiadians will have led Billy to the truth about Christianity, about Emmanuel, and to his original writings, which do explain the New Testament far better. So with that, they're moving on to a new area, and they come into a new galaxy. It's called Mara. Mara, is the name Billy used. At this point, by the way, they were 30 trillion light years approximately from Earth. And here Billy was seeing kind of an unusual planet that was rather dark. There was a lot of volcanoes on it, and the planet itself was kind of making its own light from all the light of these volcanoes and had a very weak sun around it. And Billy noticed that there was he was looking out the window at the planet and noticed that down around a volcano there was a flight machine, he calls it. And Semyazi says, so there is. Let's try to make contact. There was another flying disc or flying ship of some kind out there. Well, she tried to make contact with the ship using this language that she spoke. Billy had never heard the language before. And after attempting to make contact to no avail, Billy asked her, says, that language you were speaking, what was that? And she says, well, that's it's called a sign language, but it's done with words that represent pictures, and it's a universal language that most all advanced beings understand. It's a way of speaking that represents symbols to the mind that are universal. This may somehow be tied with the language of key or sign that people talk about using in meditation. And Billy said he had no idea that there was a language connected to symbols and sign. She says, yes, there is. That she didn't have time to explain it to him at this time, but it does exist, and they use that quite frequently when they need to communicate with people that they don't know. It's the universal language. They make one more leap, and Billy starts to notice that they're all doing these leaps awfully close to planets. And he says, you told me before that normally you have to be 153 million kilometers from a solar system before you make these leaps, because it may affect the orbit of the planets. But they don't seem to be showing that caution now, and he was curious as to why. She says, well, we have some new technology on this great spacer, and that by benefit of the Timmers, Askett's people from the other universe who helped him design this, that they've been, I guess you'd say, privileged or open up to some new technology which changes the way they do things. In their regular Pleiadian craft, yes, that was true, that it was necessary for them to get 153 million kilometers outside of a solar system before they would make these jumps into hyperspace, and they could affect planet orbits, so they didn't do it until they were out of this safety zone. But the technology that came along with this new great spacer was something different. That this great spacer did not need to use hyperspace to move large distances. That actually what it could do, it had a way of moving, and this would only work apparently within galaxies. It wouldn't work in the free space between galaxies the way I understand it. That the ship could generate, was the word they used, what are called time canals. And that this was easier to use than hyperspace. Apparently what the ship did, it didn't even have to accelerate to great speeds. It could somehow generate some sort of canal, or move into some sort of canal where time did not exist. It did not need to break into hyperspace, cause a time dilation like the older Pleiadian crafts. Actually, the Pleiadians didn't even know how the technology worked. They'd been given the technology by the Timurs, who were far in advance of them by several hundred years technically. The ship operated off of that principle, and they were just figuring it out themselves. But the advantage was they did not have to speed up and break into hyperspace, that the ship somehow generated into a time canal, and it would move at huge distances. It would transfer this 153 million kilometers just in a part second, and they could just be wherever they wanted to. The drawbacks to it were that apparently the distance that could be traveled was somehow related to the energy of the galaxy itself and to the size of the galaxy. That generally this would mean they could only make these jumps in the range of 210 to 735 million kilometers at a time. So they're very small jumps in relation to the large jumps that they could do with hyperspace. Because in hyperspace they could actually move from one end of the universe to the other very quickly. But these time canals could be opened up in the galaxy somehow. It was somewhere right in here that Billy started noticing that he wasn't getting hungry or getting thirsty. And he had a question about, why is this? I've been here quite a while. And he checked his watch and noticed that he'd already been with them for 30 hours. But yet he had not become very hungry. He hadn't become thirsty, and he wasn't very sleepy. Well, it was explained to him that the food had a lot to do with it. And they noticed, they drew his attention to the fact that he had eaten some fruits with him earlier on when he first got on the ship. And they commented that the fruits that he was eating would calm down his urges for hunger and thirst, and could actually hold those urges back up to 90 hours. This probably gives us some clue into their long lifespan, which can be up to 1,000 years also, that they are somehow able to retard the aging process, and they're probably able to slow down all the body functions. So here we have some example of how they may be doing it. They also mentioned that the air inside of the ship was conditioned just like the air on their planet, and they had somehow learned to control the air also, so it affected sleep. That they really didn't have to sleep very much. Maybe just a couple of hours every 20 or 25 hours or so was all they really needed. And they didn't sleep very much, and the air had some effect on that. They had raised the oxygen content, and they put other things in the air which somehow it allowed them not to sleep so much. So Billy was in kind of a controlled environment. Then he noticed on his watch that he's been gone like for almost 2 days, and he starts getting a little keyed up. He says, "Oh, my wife's going to be so mad. I told her I'd be gone like for 18 hours, and now he's been gone, for like an extra day." And he's going on about how she's going to like call the police, and she'll be out looking for him. She's going to be enraged. Where is he? And they comment, well, don't worry, that this ship has the ability to actually move in time. So when they take him back, even though probably 3 days will have passed because they still had some things they wanted to show him, even though 3 days will have passed out here, then when they take him back, they'll make a time shift and take him back so he'd only been gone for 20 hours. Well, Billy was kind of scratching his head and made some references also to other situations where they had moved trees and caused people not to even remember that the trees had been there. In one particular case, they damaged a tree. He came back, the tree was gone. They moved the tree's time so it didn't even exist in a time period where it could get hurt. They even changed the memories and thoughts of people in the area somehow so they wouldn't even know that a tree ever existed there, but they allowed Billy to remember it. So Billy's kind of babbling on about all these things like, oh, sure, everybody's going to remember. They're going to believe this. Yeah, they're going to believe this when I tell them about I can move in time. They're going to believe that a tree was there and now it's gone. He says they're going to think I'm crazy. Well, they get to another galaxy, and Billy calls this one Aratom, A-R-A-T-O-M. It's in the system of Neb. And there's a planet called Kartag, K-A-R-T-A-G. The reason they went to this one, Billy had asked if there were planets out there just like Earth, in approximately the same stage of development, going through the same problems that we were. And they said, yes, there is, and they wanted to show him one. And as a matter of fact, it was so close to what was going on here on Earth. Actually, they were a little beyond us. They were having, I guess you would say, an atomic war, a nuclear war. And when they came into the system where it was at, they explained to him that this planet was just like ours, very similar in looks and style, and looked about the same way, and that there was a terrible war going on down here on this planet. And Billy says, well, aren't you going to stop that? He was noticing that there was massive destruction. And they commented, yes, that the great nuclear war that's always been fearful on Earth was actually going on here, and that these people had developed missiles and weapons and bombs that were even far greater than the ones that we had come up with. And we've done some pretty good work on that. And that Billy could see that missiles were hitting major cities, there was major loss of life, and they were literally ruining the planet. Just as they left the Great Spacer, he wanted to get a closer look. And they got off into Semjas's ship and started moving towards the planet. They got in very close, and just as they did, one of those very large missiles came right by the ship. And the ship was actually jolted a little bit, and Semjas had to grab the controls. And she remarked that, these missiles are very dangerous. They're much larger than the ones that are built on Earth. And just about that time, the missile that had gone by them exploded, hit a city below them, and there was massive destruction. Just as the missile had hit the city, a missile was launched from that town at the enemy and came right up by them and shot off into space. Well, apparently its projection had been thrown off due to the explosion just as it had been launched. And Billy remarked that the missile looked like it was escaping out into free space. What are you going to do about that? And Semjas says, well, I'm not going to do anything about it, but my father, well, on the Great Spacer, and as soon as he gets out into a little farther out into free space, that he'll take care of it, which actually that he did. And what happened was kind of unusual. Semjas moved the little ship they were in up close to the Great Spacer so Billy could watch, and she told him that he could take a picture if he wanted to. Now, what happened was a little unusual. Billy could see the runaway missile moving up into space, flying up into the air, and suddenly from out of the Great Spacer, some sort of energy, and it was color, there was like a golden yellowish color, and it just shot out from the Great Spacer, and as soon as it came out, it went around the missile, and it formed almost in a square or a rectangle right around the missile. The energy itself did. It just locked right around the missile, caused the missile to explode, and the explosion was contained apparently within just this area. And Billy noticed that when the explosion went off, it was very fast, and it didn't seem to blow out very large for being such a big missile. And she says, well, two things. One, the energy that formed the block that came out caused the thing to explode right away. It did not explode very large because out in free space there's no atmosphere, there's no particles, there's no air or whatever for the explosion to actually expand in like it does when it's down in an atmosphere. And apparently the energy that was emitted from the Great Spacer to do that also caused the blast not to last very long. It was very short. But I suppose a blast really doesn't last very long anyway. It just looks like it because it kicks up all the dirt and the dust and everything, which it doesn't do out in space. So having no atmosphere out there, the whole thing seemed to go by very quickly. They stopped at one more place here, this galaxy that Billy calls Beberas, B-E-B-E-R-A-S. And there's a planet there he called Neber, N-E-B-E-R. And he was particularly fascinated with this one because this planet was kind of like in prehistoric times, and it had giant animals on it. And he's always been fascinated with that, with dinosaurs and other things. And as soon as she explained to him that the planet had prehistoric animals on it, and it was a planet that had among the very largest animals that people had ever seen on it. And she remarked to him that ETs come from a lot of different areas of the universe just to see these planets in this area, because there are several of them apparently, which have these very, very large animals, even much larger than the prehistoric animals ever grew on Earth. And Billy says, you mean like saurian birds? There's giant birds here? And he was kind of fascinated with that. And she says, of course, they're huge and they're very dangerous. So Billy immediately rattles on how he's not scared, that he's packing a .44 Magnum with him and he wants to get out of the ship and he wants to touch, one of these birds. And Semjas is just really surprised that he would have any interest in doing that because she, of course, wanted to stay safe inside the ship. And that they said, oh, you can't do that. These animals are, they're very dangerous and so forth. But he went out in the long run and was able to convince her to stun one of the animals. And Billy actually got out in some sort of flight suit or something, went out and touched one of the big dinosaurs. So packing his .44 with him all the time. There were also humans on that planet, which wasn't natural because Normally, there is never life forms on a prehistoric planet like that, and they didn't know of any place that they'd ever ran across where there was ever human life developed at the same time as there would be prehistoric life. But she commented on this planet was a little unusual because a group had come there many years before that to study the planet and wound up staying there. And in so doing, their equipment had rotted and they weren't able to leave the planet. They were stuck there. And what happened was there was a pretty good number of them apparently. They had a little colonization there. They had children. Their children were raised without technology. And what actually happened was they were kind of technically degenerated, where they had become like a degenerated race. They lost all their technology and their knowledge, and after several hundred years, they become like prehistoric people and fallen into hard times there. So there was a race of people living on that planet who had actually degenerated themselves by being stuck there, and were sharing the planet then with these prehistoric animals. Well, back on the Great Spacer, after seeing this, Billy once again is left alone with Ptah for a while, and he had some questions about government in the Pleiades. Like, he was well aware of how governments worked on all the many different countries on Earth, but he was a little curious how the Pleiadians were doing it, because apparently they'd had peace now for almost 50,000 years, so of course he was a little curious how they managed to pull that off. Well, to begin with, and it probably goes without saying, that government in the Pleiades is quite a bit different than government that we would have here. Worked a little bit like this. Thousands of years back, about 50,000 years back, they finally had a great war where it was kind of between the spiritual people and the military type people. And the spiritual people had actually won out this time, taken control of the planet, taught the people the ways of creation, and the place had become very peaceful. And they had built a new system. What they did was, since there are several planets with Pleiadians on it, originally there were three planets with Pleiadians on it. We don't know exactly how many there are today. They live in an area where there are 254 suns. I have no idea really how many different planets there are in the Pleiades, but it's explained that they all work pretty much the same way. Each planet has a governing body, and each planet is considered one nation. They don't have multiple states like we do, that everybody is of one nation on a planet, and that each planet has its own governing body. They have then one central planet which has their high council on it. This is a special planet, and on the planet of the high council are beings who no longer, they call it in the transmission stage, where they are no longer existing just in the physical. These are people who have lived through the physical times of their life and have evolved to a point where they no longer need the death cycle. Some of them are like half physical and half light beings, where they won't die any longer. They just live for long periods of time and get less and less dense. Many of the beings there now have moved into this collective sort of consciousness where there are multiple consciousnesses, but most of the people there are just on these stages of development now where they are beyond the physical. They are in touch with the higher forms, or the we forms of intelligence, and receive information and suggestions from the higher forms of intelligence. The High Council then of the Pleiades, these people in the higher stages of development, then make the suggestions and so forth to all the other worlds, and then something kind of neat happens. They don't have voting kind of like we do, but before they make any changes, everyone's allowed to speak their piece, voice their opinions, and if they have any objections, then it's worked out. They do not make any changes in their society until everyone agrees. Now, isn't that an astounding fact? Think of how that would work here if we didn't make any changes in our government until all of us agreed upon it. Well, they've gotten to that point in their society now where the people actually have a say-so and affect change by having to agree on everything. One interesting thing to note here, too, is that they brought up the fact that no one on Earth is really in touch with these higher forms of intelligence, these collective consciousness. These are beings that now are so evolved that they have really very little awareness of the physical, and they don't make any contact with it. You can't force a contact with them, but it is possible to receive information from them, apparently. Okay, I see we're coming to the end of the tape, so let's fast forward this to the end, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, we're back on the other last side here, back side of tape number 4, where Ptah was just explaining to Billy a little bit how their government worked. Interesting point that when the information is filtered down from the High Council and comes down to the planets, interesting phenomenon where everybody has to agree before they make any changes. Can you imagine that on our own world? When that information comes down, they don't exactly vote, but everyone's informed, and no changes are made in the society until everyone agrees. Okay, we've moved along pretty much through all these areas that they're going to show Billy now. And Billy, while they were moving back, he says that they're getting ready to bring Billy back into the area around Earth. And before they do that, he had a couple other questions too. He says, Ptah, am I correct that on the planet Earth, I noticed that there are some changes in the climate and in the poles and so forth, and I noticed that there are possible effects from the atomic bomb in 1945. It looks to me like it took about 2 years for the radiation for that to move up into the atmosphere and have some effect on the weather. And Ptah says, well, that's very good that you noticed that, because most people didn't notice it for years, and the scientists still haven't figured out the actual real effect that those bombs actually had on the planet. He says the first thing that happened was that they haven't even noticed it yet, that we actually slowed down the rotation of the planet, that we're not actually rotating around the sun exactly on our 365-day cycle anymore. That got slowed down just a little, and our orbit is off just a little bit, that we actually moved the planet out of its orbit. They didn't say how much, but it may be a very small amount. But they mentioned that was one of the problems that the bombing brought on. And it did affect the magnetic poles. That if we were to be able to see ahead 1,000 years, that we would find out that the bombs that were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki had the effect of causing or stepping up a polar shift on our axis, that the poles would not roll over, but they would continue in a very slow fashion to keep moving, and that in 1,000 years' time, the North Pole would be in the area of Saudi Arabia, and the South Pole will be in South America. He says in the year 2000, actually, the North Pole will be located at a point right between some city called Deschida at the Red Sea, and I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. It's spelled D-S-C-H-I-D-D-A, right between this city and the town, the Islam town called Mecca. That's where the North Pole would be. So that was going to take a long period of time, though. There was no mention at all of any sudden polar shift or of the planet itself rolling over, but the bombs did have the effect of causing this magnetic field to move, I guess, faster than it normally would. So another problem, which they really had never made the connection, was that the atomic bombs that were dropped and exploded actually released some unusual energies, electrical energies, but not like the electrical charge that we're used to. That they are electrical radiation types of energies at very high frequencies. And these frequencies actually affected the ozone belt back in 1945. What happens is this. Normally that there is a radiation kind of like that comes from the sun, and there's this belt of ultraviolet radiation, or like an ultraviolet field that normally affects the oxygen. It hits the oxygen and creates ozone naturally. Well, the radiation that came off of those bombs at very high frequency affected that. Normally they said that for every 500,000 parts of air, there's usually 1 part of ozone. But immediately after the explosion in Japan, when those bombs were discharged, that the ozone value increased 34 times and had 28 parts of ozone per 500,000 parts of air, which isn't significant. I mean, we certainly wouldn't notice it or anything, because ozone's main function is for the preservation of life on the planet, to protect us from the ultraviolet radiation. That's normally done naturally just by the planet itself. But they said the unusual part was And the effect was, which our scientists have no idea about and still don't even up to this time period, is that radiation, that quick acceleration in those high frequencies, actually caused danger to small organisms. And that for a very short period of time, massive amounts of small organisms were destroyed on the planet Earth at that time. Also seem to affect that band of energy around the planet, has something to do with them being reborn properly also. The effect of this would last for hundreds of years and throw off the normal cycle of these small organisms. Right after the explosion happened, when there was this sudden surge in the part level of the ozone, it then decreased very rapidly and the ozone settled to a lower value than it was before the explosion. There was one other effect that explosion had. It says it caused problems in the Van Allen girdle, this Van Allen belt around the planet. This is where electrons and protons are held in by the magnetic field of the planet and infect very important life functions. Now, these particles exist at a height of about 1,000 kilometers on the average. These are particles that are charged normally by the magnetic field, and they are in constant motion. They are on a spiral course which moves from pole to pole. And this somehow, the explosions which set off these very high frequencies, somehow interfered with that and interferes with the natural life functions of these small organisms. Tied into that, which is interesting, there are currently people speaking in colleges now in 1992 talking about the problems with plankton in the ocean down off the coast of South America. The plankton, the new plankton being born in the ocean, is somehow apparently sterile, and it's not producing oxygen the way that it's supposed to. Maybe we're seeing after all these years exactly what they're talking about, that these small organisms, which plankton, by the way, is the major supplier of oxygen on the planet in the ocean, that these small organisms somehow are not being bred or born properly. And this may stem all the way back to the explosion of these bombs back in 1945. So there are problems there we really hadn't even thought about. Billy went on to ask also, since he was being afforded such great treatment here, and with all of his contacts, if there were any others like himself. And Patah commented that currently on the planet Earth, there were 17,422 people on Earth having contacts with the Pleiadians. Now, not like Billy. Billy was the only one they were having physical contacts with. They did mention that they had 3 other people like Billy around the turn of the century, apparently 2 women and a man around the 1900s, that we were having physical contacts with. There was even a couple of the people they had physical contacts with during those times, but who chose not to come forward, who did not, they were afraid they would be branded as maniacs or whatever by all their neighbors, and they didn't want to. The 17,422 people were not aware they were having contacts. Apparently, maybe a couple of hundred of them might be. These were people who were very sensitive. But for the most part, they broadcast, I guess would be the correct word. They seem to broadcast ideas and thoughts, and feelings that are picked up by 17,000 of us, and that number's increasing all the time. Apparently, people who are open and sensitive actually pick up information. It's not always terribly accurate, but they do pick it up, and that number's increasing all the time. Many people who sense that they are actually in contact with the Pleiadians actually start feeling like they have specific tasks to perform. And this may even be the case in my own here, where I don't think I've mentioned to you. I'll sidestep here just for a second. On one of my first trips to Billy's, I was told it was quite possible that I was probably Illyrian, and that they were quite sure that felt that I had come to Earth sometime back in some several thousand years back, and was part of Illyrian colonization here, and my own evolution was much older by virtue of being Illyrian, which a lot of people here on Earth are. and I was somehow compelled probably to come. Many times I've had extensive dreams, thoughts, images, and visions about Billy, other life forms, and this information. It's almost as if I've always kind of known this stuff. I really didn't even have to study it very well. It was all kind of like I was always part of it. So this may be the case with a lot of people where they've been stimulated by dreams in their subconscious and somehow feel drawn to this information, very comfortable to this information or whatever. So we are probably receiving broadcasts from the Pleiadians and are among these 17,422 people that they're talking about. By the way, none of these people, they say, are in government or in political positions. So apparently they have some control over who receives this too. Otherwise, probably somewhere in government there would be some people picking this up. So they must be a little concerned about who is actually receiving it. So it's just not random broadcasting. They also mention that the splinter group of the Pleiadians, which we're going to hear more about later on, there is a race of people called Bafath, B-A-F-A-T-H. This is a splinter group split off from the Pleiadians about 75,000 years back. They're human just the same as the Pleiadians, but the Pleiadians kind of regard them as terrorists. During a very violent war many years back, they split off, and there's hardly any of them left, but the ones that are left are here on Earth. And they are sometimes, in the Billy Meier case, referred to as the Giza intelligence. I'll tell you more about them later on, but these are a renegade group of ETs that have, and some of them live under a large cavernous area below the Giza pyramid, which is why they're called the Giza intelligence. And like the Pleiadians, they are far older, more evolved, and have very strong mental abilities. Their technical abilities aren't as strong as they used to be because they haven't grown. They've been forced to stay here on Earth, and their technology is not advanced very much, but they still have the flying beam ships and are quite often seen in the sky. The reason it's brought up here is that while Ptah was explaining that 17,422 people on Earth are receiving thoughts and feelings from the Pleiadians, 723 people at that time were under the influence of the Bafath. Now, when I say influence, the Bafath are instilling thoughts and ideas into people in order for control. We'll hear more about the Bafath later on, but the Bafath primarily have tried to seize control of the planet Earth on many occasions through this mental control. They have not openly tried to take control of the planet, one for two reasons. They couldn't get by the Pleiadians. Plus, their technology is not very advanced any longer, and while they have very strong mental abilities, and they do have flying discs, these discs are susceptible even to our rockets and missiles now. We could shoot them down. That apparently their ships are quite old, they are not a very great technology, and apparently they don't have the speed or the protective screens that the Pleiadian ships do, and they can be shot down. So they've taken to trying to take over the planet through mind control, and have on many occasions controlled certain people and world leaders for certain events. They mention out of the 17,000 that two people that had had open contacts that were very legit were Daniel Fry in America and someone named Victor Schauberger, who had just passed away at that time. And they went on to comment to Billy about what a very advanced being Daniel Fry was, who a very old spirit, much like Billy himself. And they painted a picture of this man as being very understanding, very loving, very knowledgeable about creation and what's going on, and that apparently Daniel Fry is quite old now, and I don't think he's really out on the speaking trail any longer, but he is one that Ptah says is genuinely legit. Billy asked also, we have life on Earth, cities, people, and so forth. Where's the next closest planet that has human life on it like ours? Ptah remarked that it really wasn't that far away, that just 5 light years away there were several planets with human life on it just like ours. Technically they were 117 years in advance of us, and that they even frequently visit Earth. Apparently these were descendants of people who, after the great explosion and war of Atlantis, had kind of exited and taken up life there. They had not advanced very rapidly. They weren't far in advance of us. They were on the beginning stages of development of space travel. their ships did not have the ability to jump into hyperspace. So consequently, they had space stations out in free space. It took them quite some time to get here to Earth. One of their problems is, and by the way, Billy said he calls this planet Akart, A-K-A-R-T. One of the situations is that they frequently come here for food. Their planet, or at least one of them anyway, Ptah says is overpopulated and has 23 billion people on it. We have 5 billion right now. So they have about 5 times as many people as we do. And he says their problem is that, like us, they become greatly overpopulated. We have too many people for the food chain. We're putting too much stress on the planet as it is. There's plenty of space for everybody, but when you have this many people, it puts tremendous stress on the social system, which ours is rather poor. It's all based on money, greed, and power. So the more people you have, the tougher it is to control the system. We still have a system of economics which is not designed for the general welfare. It's designed for the general welfare to keep them in line and to feed the rich people who designed the system. So in that respect, we're also overpopulated. And, of course, the food chain. Already we're into genetically engineering foods and so forth. And, of course, we affect nature because we're out of control with our technology. Well, this planet has 23 billion people on it, 5 times almost the population of the planet Earth. And they're coming here regularly for food. Ptah mentioned that most of the time when they come here, their ships are seen from time to time, pictures are taken of them, but they don't take our food. They generally take seeds and plants and so forth back to their world and grow them and grow their own food and so forth. Apparently they're a very kind, peaceful race, and they're not warlike at all. We have nothing to fear from them, and we probably will have no open contact with them for quite some period of time. This led into an explanation. Ptah was saying that probably around the year 2000, it's quite possible that we will probably have open contact with another race. He says when this comes about, that this race that's coming here will be human, similar to us. They'll look a little different, and that they will broadcast across space to the planet Earth that they're coming. There'll be a lot of pandemonium, there'll be a lot of fear, there'll be a lot of panic. But it won't be justified because they'll actually, when they get here, turn out to be a very peaceful race. No problems for us really at all, except that we're going to have to wake up to the fact that there really are ETs out there. Their ship will be very large, egg-shaped, not a dish-shaped like the UFOs we're used to seeing, but it'll be a very, very large ship, and it'll look like an egg. And Billy asked, well, where's it going to land? Who are they going to contact? And Ptah says, well, the natural place is America. And Billy says, America? Why always America? What's this thing with everything happening in America? And Ptah says, well, America is the most logical place. One, because of the government, and the other is the fact that they will be concerned about their arrival causing panic on the planet, and that the American people are more open, more willing to accept UFOs, and by the time that time period gets here, remember we're speaking now in 75, so it will be 25 years, he says by the time that happens, the American people will be greatly opened up to the idea of extraterrestrial contact, and there's far less chance of panic in America compared to other countries. Well, before they end here, and before they drop Billy off, Billy one more time is pressed by Ptah that to go out and do public speaking and to get this information out. That they've been watching Billy, and even though Billy has been saying all along that he's going to do this, that he's going to write lectures, and he's going to go out and talk, he still has not done it. And Billy keeps saying he's just not good at it. He does not want to do the public speaking thing, and that he's trying to get Hans Jacob, his friend, to do that. And Ptah's in agreement with that. And Ptah's in agreement with that. Okay, Billy, if you really can't do the public speaking, then work with Hans. But it's not happening. So Billy's pressured one more time to, again, get out and do public speaking, which he has not done so far. Okay, Billy's returned to Earth, and a little time goes by before the next contact. There were a couple of short contacts telepathically. Actually, what happened for about the next month was that transmissions were sent to him by Ascot, who he has just reconnected with out in space, to help him get all of his notes together about his contacts in the 50s and 60s. And they are so extensive that I'm going to devote the next tape to that, so I'm going to kind of skip by that part right now and go on a little bit with Billy's other contacts here, and finish this tape up, and then the next tape we'll devote to Billy's travels with Ascot and so forth. So we're going to jump ahead to September 12th in 1975 for Billy's 33rd contact. This one was kind of interesting because when Semjase arrived, Billy had some things to tell her. He says that he had just witnessed the night before a beam ship of some type was hovering around the house, and he'd seen it on several occasions in the general area. And he couldn't make any mental contact with it. It didn't seem to be pleiadian, but he couldn't understand who it was. Semjase remarked to him, well, these are the ships of the Befath people that we'd mentioned earlier, that she was quite sure that they were watching Billy, probably planning on even kidnapping him. And Billy was a little surprised. He says, they would kidnap me? And she says, yes, that they knew that Billy was being contacted. They knew that he was being helped to be the prophet of our time, that they were having a lot of extensive contacts with him, that he was learning a lot of information, and this was directly going against their mission of controlling the planet. They really didn't want somebody coming along and telling the truth and helping organize people, that this was not in their best interest. So she was quite sure that they were probably up to no good and probably going to try to kidnap him, and suggested to Billy that he be very careful around them, and not to, if they sent him any telepathic information, to come out or have a contact with him, to not do that, because he could probably would never be heard from again. That it was generally their normal MO to like attract people to the ships, telling them if they were in touch with God or if they were in touch with Jesus, whatever, and that they were gods and so forth, and they were sent here on behalf of a god. That was their general mode of operation, that the Earth people were very susceptible to that they could be drawn into their ships quite easily, and drawn into their control very easily by telling Earth people that they were somehow here on behalf of some god or on behalf of Jesus. And the many people, especially the Christians, were quite prone to believing that, wanting to believe it, and this would allow the Befath actually to control them and build up their own followers here on Earth. Well, after that was explained to him, Billy says, well, a friend of his named Jakob had received a letter from some other man who claimed that he'd been in touch with a being from Alpha Centauri some time back. And the man had gone to the trouble of describing all about these contacts and this being from Alpha Centauri, and Billy wanted to know if it was true. And Semjase says, yes, it is. We're aware of these contacts, and we know of this man. He's one of the genuine contactees, but they didn't give his name, and the name wasn't in the letter. She did say it was true, that the being was from Alpha Centauri, and that his name was, spelled S-E-F-H, Seth. It's kind of like Spath and all these other names you're hearing. Most of these names I don't think are very accurate, either the names of the people or the names of the planet. I think they're mostly just labels given to us by the Pleiadians for reference, or their names that Billy uses and so forth, whatever, just to label things. So we're not real sure about these actual names. But it says this being from Alpha Centauri was here for 11 months. And that it was some time back. It was before 1975, before Billy's contacts had actually started with the Pleiadians. But this man had written to Billy through Jakob, because the being from Alpha Centauri, who understood how to look into the future and see things, told the man during his 11 months of contacts that there would be contacts between the Pleiadian race and Billy starting at this time. And that's why the man had written. His contacts were actually over and had been discontinued. Apparently what had happened, the being from Alpha Centauri, seeing the problems on planet also, much like the Pleiadians had decided to try to help out and feed information into our society also through this gentleman. Spent some time educating him, much like Semjase had been educating Billy, but the man decided not to come forward, pretty much like Billy had. Billy didn't want to come forward either into the public arena. This man had decided that he would not do it, and so the contact stopped, and the being from Alpha Centauri gave up the idea and returned home. But the contacts were real. Billy right away wanted to know who this guy was. And Semjase remarked, no, that it would not be fair for us to tell you who this man is, because he's already made his own decision to be private, and they respect that. Well, and Billy said that he would, how about if he just went to meet him? And she again remarked that no, he'd made the decision of his own free will now to not come out into the public arena any longer, and they were going to respect that. We're all on our own path of evolution, and they were not going to violate that. Well, Billy had received some information from another UFO group from Berlin, and these people were followers of something called the Ashtar Command, and he wanted to know about this, and wanted to know if Semjase had any information about this Ashtar Command outside of Berlin. And Semjase says, well, we have some information, but not too much. We've been looking into ourselves, and they really didn't know much about it. And Billy says, well, come on, surely you know something. She says, well, all we know so far is that these people in Berlin are part of what's called the Thule Society, Thule. And this is a very old society that has done a lot of damage on the planet. The Thule Society itself are Earth people, but they are influenced by some outside extraterrestrial force. And the Pleiadians have been trying to figure out where this was coming from. They'd been trying to figure out where the thoughts were coming from. They had searched our planet, a parallel planet, other dimensions, and quizzed other life forms that were coming here, and could not figure out exactly where the source of these mental images were coming from that was controlling this Thule Society in Berlin. But she says it dates back a long ways, because the Thule Society was well, actually they were the people that were involved in controlling Hitler. They were one of the main reasons where Hitler took the wrong path with his changing of the world that he was intent upon, and went the way that he did and kind of fell to the dark side of things. But they'd been trying to trace these energies and could not really do it so far. All they could tell was that the thoughts were coming directly into Germany, into this Thule Society, and that they were trying to find out the source of it. And if they did, they'd sure let Billy know a little bit about it. Ashtar was somehow connected with this, but they really hadn't figured out who this Ashtar person was. In my magazine I used to put out, I had a section I called The Mysteries of Earth, because there are a lot of unexplained mysteries like the pyramids, the Bermuda Triangle, Easter Island, things like this, that traces of unusual things that have happened on our planet that we really don't have any explanation of. Well, quite often Billy would ask questions about them, and most of all those mysteries have been explained at one point or the other. I'm just going to go over one or two of them here on the tape. The Great Pyramid, by the way, which we'll find out later on, was actually built by the Fath 75,000 years back. But right now I want to talk a little bit about the Bermuda Triangle, because its cause and its origin are really quite unusual. The Bermuda Triangle, we've all heard these unusual stories about ships disappearing, boats, airplanes, people, and so forth. A lot of strange phenomena over the past several hundred years. Well, Semjase remarked that yes, it's true, there has been a lot of disappearances. To begin with, she says it has nothing to do with the devil. Many people are mistakenly relating the devil. Many people are mistakenly relating the events in the Bermuda Triangle to Satan or something. She says that's not true. To begin with, there is no such person actually as Satan. There is no devil. This is just a man-made concept. It's something created out of Christianity to create fear, out of control. That there really isn't any devil. There is, of course, good and bad, moral and immoral, and so forth throughout the universe. And there are, of course, good people, good aliens, and bad ones, so forth. So good and bad does exist, but there is no actual devil doing something to the people of the Christian world. So you can't blame it on that. She says some of the events of the Bermuda Triangle are caused by our own people. That there was, for a time period, a band of pirates who, having heard about the mysterious things in the Bermuda Triangle, seized the opportunity to hide in the cargo of many different ships. When the ship would sail into that area, they would come on board, kill all of the people on board, and disappear with the goods, and people would just think it was some mysterious thing. And they got away with that for a long period of time. But that certainly was not responsible for most of the really unusual disappearances. She said what was going on for a long period of time, and it's over now, by the way, it ended sometime in the 80s, she says that there were two very large suns a long ways away. She didn't say how far, but the radiations from these suns. It took about 720 years to get here. And apparently what had happened, there was a freak thing going on where the high-frequency radiations from these suns, two different suns, collided when they kind of hit or came to an apex on the planet Earth, and that there were three different places on the planet Earth where this effect in the Bermuda Triangle would happen. These radiations, when they would come together, would put kind of a rip or a tear in the fabric of time, causing just perhaps for a few seconds or a few moments for there to be a window into another dimension open. And what would generally happen when this window would open up, caused by these freak radiations, if there was a plane or a ship or whatever in the area, they would somehow slip right into this other dimension. They would just instantly find themselves into another time frame, another dimension, on another world, on another Earth just like this, where they had no idea where they were and what would really happen. She then began to explain to Billy a little bit about what a dimension door actually looked like. And she took a pencil and drew a picture. And if you look in your exhibit manual, I'll have a little drawing in there that you can kind of look at that'll help you with that. That if you, for a moment, if you don't have something to look at, you can kind of imagine it. It looks like a spiral. She says if you could see a dimensions door, it looks a little bit and acts a little bit just like a cyclone or what a tornado actually does. That if you swirl some energy around in a spiral fashion, that there are different parts to this spiral now that have different effects. That the center part, whatever, if you look into the center of a spiral of a time door, a dimension door, that you'd actually see into the other dimension. That the way to get into the other dimension, the passageway, is actually off to the edge. And that what is necessary to do, through technology, they learn to screen or protect the ships in a certain way that they can move into this other dimension somehow and then actually be able to return. Any object or ship that would fly directly into the center of this dimensions door without the proper technology to come back would be stuck there forever. And this is the case in what happens with the ships and airplanes and individuals and so forth that actually slip into it. She remarked also that this structure of the dimension door, this whirling large storm effect where it looks like it's spinning, this is actually also seen in tornadoes, in galaxies, in other energy forms in our universe. This is a very common way that one dimension actually is opened up into another. And you'll see on the drawing what I mean when you look at there, that it does look kind of like a cyclone. It's calm in the center, and the storm rages actually out on the edges. Just before the dimension door is about to open up, it'll be very quiet. Nature seems to kind of freeze, and the temperature will warm up a little bit. Very much just like people observe before tornadoes or cyclones. So she drew this and remarked to Billy that throughout the microcosms and macrocosms of the universe, that this same theme, the same concept of moving from one dimension to the other is relevant throughout. Apparently this theme of storms is the matrix, I guess you might say, which causes the same thing to happen here on the planet in like I say, in cyclones. So this passageway is one way that you get from one dimension to the other. They had opened up very erratically from time to time in the Bermuda area, causing ships to slip off into this. Actually, they would slip into the very near future, she said. Most of them would just move forward a little bit in time. So I've often thought it may be possible someday that many of these ships that have flown into that may start reappearing at some point. Every now and then we hear about in the National Enquirer, newspapers like this, where unseen objects have appeared, apparently from nowhere. Well, they may be the result of some of these accidents that have happened in the Bermuda Triangle. By the way, that effect is over. The planet Earth is now moved, physically moved, out of the area where it's affected by the radiation from these suns. And she says that effect will no longer happen, at least not for those particular reasons. The other two areas, by the way, where that effect also happened was close to Madagascar and off the coast of Japan. Quite often, sometimes the same events would happen, but they were not as well known. Apparently they weren't, wherever these other two places weren't on well-known trade routes where the stories of missing ships would actually happen, or would be told, or possibly they just didn't happen very much. Okay. Billy also had a question about apparitions, like there are apparitions, people claiming that they've seen the Mother Mary, or that they've seen other religious figures, or stones bleeding and things like this, and he wanted to know if she had any comments on that. She remarked that in most cases, well, all cases that they knew of, that they were always fake. The apparition itself wasn't fake, but the intent of it was that the apparitions would generally be caused by the Befath or other ET intelligence, which come here occasionally, which are also rather wicked, and they would create these apparitions for people to see. People would think that they were actually coming in contact with the Mother Mary, and they really weren't. It was just another way of controlling people that wanted to believe these things. They would then become followers of whoever was instigating or claiming these, taking credit for these things. And it caused people to believe more and more in myths that just simply are not true. Next interesting thing that really kind of happened about this time period, Billy was told by Semjase, or actually asked by Semjase, if he would use the mental capabilities that he had been taught to throw his thoughts over into America to take part in a rather unusual thing that's going on there. She says there is something called the Sudanese Liberation Army that is going to cause a major catastrophe on the planet if they aren't stopped, and she wanted Billy to become involved. Well, Billy, even though his mental powers, he'd been experimenting with astral projection and other things, were very strong. He was kind of surprised that they would suggest this, and so why don't you just take care of it yourself? She says, well, we really can't get involved and we don't want to, but we feel that you should, because here's what's going to happen. That the SLA, which is William and Emily Harris, Wendy Yoshimura, and Patty Hearst, actually could accidentally trigger a nuclear blast in San Francisco, causing a major world catastrophe. And they suggested that Billy send thoughts to the FBI and the police there where they were hiding out so they could be captured. They then showed Billy a map of the Mexican-American neighborhood where these people were hiding out, and after it was explained to Billy to all the problems that they could actually cost and the major loss of life that could come from this if he didn't, Billy agreed to do it. And Billy says that he actually then, that evening, sent mental transmissions to a Mr. Charles Bates of the FBI, letting Mr. Bates know where the hideout was. He then sent the same information broadcasted to the San Francisco police, and which led, he says, to the arrest and capture of the SLA. So he somehow was involved there. It's interesting to note that the Pleiadians themselves didn't want to do it, that they had Billy do it. One other time he was also involved in something just like that. They were told, Billy was told at one point that the Befath, again, were up to their no-good tricks again, and had a man in Waldport, Oregon, telling people that the extraterrestrials were coming, that they were going to be saved, and if they gave up all their worldly possessions, that they could come to Waldport, Oregon, and that the ship would come and pick them up and take them to a planet which was far more beautiful, where life would be much nicer than it is here on Earth. And that many people, 20 of them that they knew so far, were giving up their possessions and actually doing this. And this was a rather wicked thing that the Befath were again doing to control people and to destabilize things. And they wanted Billy to see what he could do about helping with that. And one more time again, Billy used his own mental abilities to somehow aid the local police there, make them aware of what's going on, and to stop that particular action. Well, we move up now to the 36th contact, which was on Monday, October 20th, 1975. This again brought up this contact brought forth some unusual things that were happening now. As Billy's contacts continued, he was now put in contact and received telepathic transmissions by what he thought was a feminine entity calling itself Patali. Now, previous to this, he had been put in contact with another entity called Arahat Athrasata, which was the teacher that Emmanuel, the man known as Jesus Christ, experienced 2,000 years previous. This entity was the teacher that taught Emmanuel, and Billy was also put in touch with this entity, Arahat. And I've skipped over that part because this is directly related, of course, to the information all about the Talmud and the Emmanuel information we're going to go over later. So I'm going to, on those tapes, the Talmud Emmanuel tapes, I'll get a little bit more into Arahat. But Billy at that time had been receiving information from Arahat, which was a light being, and now he was in contact suddenly with some other entity, telepathically, called Patali. And he wasn't sure who this was. The Patali entity described itself as a we-form consciousness, and that it was going to send him some transmissions, and Billy wanted to know what's going on. Semyasi told him that this entity, unlike Arahat, was what's called a we form. It no longer had awareness of male or female, he or she, that it was a collective consciousness of the highest order, and that it would be, you'd have to consider it an I. But they just called it a we, because it was a collective group. And that this entity was coming in contact directly with Billy on purpose to explain the Ten Commandments. That there were some mild differences in them as to their original drafting with Moses years back. They'd been altered somewhat, and that they thought it'd be a good experience for Billy to write them back down and re-put this information back out. And he did. He published a book called the Decalogue, which is the Ten Commandments. There were actually 12. And they really don't vary too much, but the explanations of them were a little bit slightly different than what we've heard. That book, unfortunately, is not published. If I have time later on the tapes when we talk about the creation information, I have the Decalogue book, and I'll go over that just a little bit, but I don't have time here. But she wanted to draw out that the Patali life form, that's what it was, and that he would not be able to ask questions or communicate directly with the Patali form because it was of the very highest frequency. That somehow the information from the Patali was being transmitted through the High Council of the Pleiadians somehow through their own particular meditation. They meditate, receive the information. The frequency then is downscaled to where Billy could actually perceive it. And then that information was moved on into Billy so he could receive these telepathic transmissions. Because normally beings of that high, their thoughts are of such high frequency that you couldn't perceive them anyway. So that was the process that was going to happen. That would continue on, by the way, throughout, and he will write that book called the Decalogue. So I'm not sure what to do about that book. I think possibly, if I don't have time as I'm making these tapes, that what I may do is, okay, we'll make a decision right here. In the exhibits, I will write out the Ten Commandments again with a brief explanation of them, so you'll know anyway what Patali has transmitted to Billy. Okay. There had been so much discussion here about Bafath and the Thule Society coming up in the last few contacts. Billy had some questions about Hitler because she had suggested earlier that the Thule Society had somehow intervened in the life of Hitler. So he wanted to know more about that. And she explained that yes, that Adolf Hitler originally when he was born, they were watching him and so forth because they knew that a man of great, what they called a man of brains, had been born. His spiritual evolution wasn't very high, but his brain power was very strong, and in some manners he was quite the genius. He, unlike most people on Earth, had a very good understanding of the uses of the forces of nature. And throughout his life had used that. We all know how charismatic he was and how strongly he was able to influence masses of people. This probably is where that came from. They knew he was destined to change the world because he was mentally so powerful. But it was believed early on that it would be a change for the good. They were quite, not surprised, but they were quite unhappy when apparently during his reign of power, he was kind of overcome with the ego of all of it and the power of it, and the Thule Society, who were being influenced by some extraterrestrial force which they weren't aware of yet, had actually turned him towards the dark forces, and he really couldn't resist. Apparently, Hitler knew and was having contacts and knew a lot about the Jewish race and how historically they had caused many problems. And it was his idea to better the planet through trying to clean up you might say, the genetics of the planet. And it was unfortunately the Thule Society that pushed him into the idea of just wiping out the Jewish race instead of just dealing with them. So here was a man who was of great brain power, who originally had a good idea that he was going to try to raise the consciousness of the planet, and he was going to try to raise the level of knowledge of the people of the planet through a master race idea, but it had gone astray. She said that at this point they had learned more about the Thule Society, though, and this Ashtar Sharan, and the last name is spelled S-H-E-R-A-N, is the way Billy spells it. She said they had finally discovered where these transmissions were coming from that was affecting the Thule Society and creating this Ashtar cult of people. She says the Ashtar Sharan, actually, his real name was Arusek, A-R-U-S-E-A-K, that he was a cousin of the Bafath people. And she went on to explain that near as they could tell, somewhere back in the 1920s, this Arusek had split off from the Bafath to form his own group, and apparently going on his own and trying to better himself. And that the Pleiadians had discovered that Ashtar, or this Arusek individual, had changed his name and was no longer in the Earth plane, but was transmitting telepathic influences to the Thule Society to create forces on the planet Earth. And he used what they called telehypnosis. It was something like that, where you could actually hypnotize someone telepathically somehow. And that's what this Arusek individual is actually up to. So since 1920, we've had this Ashtar person trying to influence certain elements on the planet, in particular the Thule Society, through some rather wicked means. It has become known also through the Pleiadians that his general modus operandum is to convince people that he somehow is a god and that Jesus somehow travels with him, so people who are prone to wanting to believe that will do so and, of course, follow into his legions. He also even tells people that he's been around since the time of Moses, and that Moses himself got the 10 Commandments from him on his ship, which isn't true either. Okay, I see we're kind of coming to the end of this tape, so you can fast forward this on, and I'll see you all on the next tape. Okay? Okay, we're back, and here we are on tape number 5. This tape we're going to kind of regress just a little bit and go back to some of Billy's early years, and we're also going to go over his early contacts with Ascot. Billy's, of course, most well known for all of his contacts with the Pleiadians, which began in 1975. And few people are aware, actually, that he had contacts almost throughout his entire life. And that by the time the Pleiadian contacts had started, Billy had already had years of contacts with another race and with other people, and been on many adventures which had served to educate him up to this point, so the contacts with the Pleiadians would really be possible. Kind of an interesting side note, I want to give you a little background into Billy's early life. On an earlier tape, we discussed his early contacts with Sfath, the old Pleiadian man who had kind of helped him through his early years. He had caused him to be born at a certain time and saw to his early education, and also taken Billy up for his first ride in a spaceship. Well, Billy's young school years were plagued with problems. You can almost imagine a young person in school that is having visitations from highly evolved extraterrestrial beings. It's very difficult then to go back to the schoolyard or the classroom and deal with mundane things like reading and writing when your mind is filled with far-off things of the universe and complex philosophical and spiritual philosophies and ideas that are running through your head. So Billy had a lot of difficulty really dealing with being an average child. And because of this, he spent a lot of time just being absent from school, from wandering out in the forest, thinking on his own, being led out into nature to discover and to observe more about nature and its laws. Because many things were going through his head, because he was constantly receiving telepathic transmissions from Sfath during these years. Well, what happened was Billy became kind of the town juvenile delinquent. That's what they thought of him. He was always skipping school, and anytime something would go wrong or somebody would complain about something, like maybe something missing from their house or something, they'd usually blame it on young Billy right away. Billy, for some reason, had trouble defending himself. Whenever he would be questioned by the local authorities about, what his connection was, maybe with a certain crime or problem, Billy somehow would just keep quiet and not even answer. And he always felt it kind of unusual himself that he wasn't able to do this. But it got him in a lot of trouble. As a matter of fact, he landed in young men's institutions on a couple of different occasions because he just wouldn't speak up for himself, and he was assumed guilt in many cases. He even remarks that in some cases he would go ahead and sign the police reports, knowing full well that he had nothing to do with the crime that had been committed, but found himself still incarcerated in some sort of institution for the I guess you would call it the young insane or the young troublemakers. He finally wound up in what's called the Renault Clinic, which is a clinic for people who are psychically disturbed, where psychiatrists and psychologists can observe people. He was kind of young for that, but apparently too many days and weeks alone on the street and so forth led him to too many problems, and he wound up in this Renault Clinic. Well, not wanting to stay there, Billy devised an escape plan. And what he did was he made a little key out of some wood that there was kind of like a wooden throw rug in his room. He devised a little key out of that, and one night he broke out of the Renault Clinic by getting through a window in the bathroom. He had to drop about 20-25 feet to the ground below, which was concrete. He did, and in doing so, he twisted his foot and badly injured his foot. At the time, he felt it was probably broken. It's 11 o'clock at night, and it's I believe it was in November. It was very dark and cold outside, so he jumped over the fence and got away, left the clinic. About that time, he heard the dogs and the sirens going off. Someone had detected that he was missing. They were looking for him. Billy ran through the woods and came to the Rhine River and dove in the river, thinking there was no way they would expect him to dive in the river on a cold, wintry night and swim, but he did. And he did make good his escape. He swam down the river for a ways. Must have been awfully cold. When he got out of the river, he stopped, ate some grass and leaves and so forth. He had spent so much time in the forest, he was beginning to understand what to eat and what not to eat, and knew a lot about nature. Ate some plants or whatever that he had found there, and made his way out of the country and traveled for several months. Actually, what he did is he snuck out of Switzerland and made his way all the way across the country into France, where he joined the Foreign Legion. It doesn't say exactly what the date or the year is in here, but he managed to join the Foreign Legion. And at that time, when he got to France, his foot which was really troubling him still, he got some medication and some help with his foot, and the Foreign Legion then packed him off to Algeria. Well, he wasn't in the French Foreign Legion too long when he decided this was not for him, and he already started to plan his escape. He was told by the other legionnaires not to even consider it, because the remote area they were in, he was miles and miles from any kind of civilization, and surely would experience the greatest trials and tribulations if he tried actually to strike out on his own across the deserts, because there were no oases, there was no food and water, and he would surely perish. So Billy looked at it as like, gee, this could be a living hell. So he decided to abandon the idea, is what he told everybody. But so everybody left him alone on that thought and didn't expect him to follow through on those ideas. However, secretly, he was still planning to do it. He did make good his escape one night and spent 2.5 months crossing the dangerous deserts in Algeria to get back to any kind of civilization. During this time period, he almost died on several occasions. Telepathically, he was encouraged in a couple of occasions by Ascot, who at that time was his newfound teacher, who told him and kept encouraging him to go on, to fight it, and to make it, and he did. Well, oddly enough, he fights all the way back, gets back to Europe, and decides to turn himself into the police and confess everything that he's done, draw a clean slate of it. He does this and is immediately put back in the Renault Clinic again, where a Dr. Rosselli, or R-O-S-S-L-I, is how I believe it's spelled in the contact notes, he conducts an interview with Billy to see, check him out. The doctor listens to Billy's strange stories, because Billy's telling him all about what's happened to him, about his contacts when he's young, his visitations with Ascot, his telepathic things. And the doctor doesn't seem to be too overwhelmed with all this, but yet he doesn't write any of it down. Billy is then brought before the judge and is offered a chance to explain everything and to perhaps maybe even get off. But again, he's not able to defend himself, and instead finds himself just standing there at the mercy of the court with no defense. He is given 4.5 years in jail for his actions. And he spends that 4.5 years in that clinic and other places where he says he learned a lot about himself, life, and it was a great time to spiritually grow through his telepathic transmissions from Ascot. So he had a rather rough childhood and teenage years start getting going. At that point, though, he actually finally leaves Switzerland and spends about 12 years on the road going through foreign countries, and which brings him up to where he meets his wife in Greece later on. He meets her in Greece on December 25th on Christmas Day 1965. Previous to that, he had spent years on the road, mostly in India, Pakistan, and those areas, working in all sorts of odd jobs and so forth, getting along. His contacts with Ascot now, which is what I really wanted to get into, but I want to give you a little background on Billy's teenage years. His contacts with Ascot actually began on February 3rd, 1953, on his birthday. That's when the sound of Svath's voice left him. Ascot's voice then came into his head and has been guiding him since during that time period. It's his travels and teachings with Ascot which are most fascinating and prepared him for the Pleiadian contacts. So I want to tell you a little bit about those. Okay? He meets Ascot on February 3rd on his birthday. It seems that most major occurrences in Billy's life occur on his birthdays. He was told even by Svath earlier times that his birth was quite significant on February 3rd, that very few people were actually born on February 3rd, 1937 at that time, at that exact point at 11:20 in the morning. And they seem to be very adamant about that was a very important time for people to be born, and anyone that was born right at that moment or very close to it would be very, very special people. It has something to do with this New Age period and this jolt of new radiation energy that hits the planet and will cause increased awareness. So his telepathic transmissions from Ascot began then on February 3rd, 1953, and it's not till his birthday on February 3rd, 1956 that he actually meets Ascot. About 16 days previous to his birthday, he has sent a telepathic transmission by her that she's coming, that they will actually meet. He's familiar with the location where they're going to meet because it's a place that he likes to go frequently, where he would just kind of be alone with himself and contemplating his life. So it's very cold the morning that he sets out for this contact. The sun's just been up a couple of hours, and it's freezing cold in February in Switzerland, high in the mountains. Billy goes out for his contact to meet Ascot. He climbs high up on the hill where they're to meet, and he's very, very cold, and he notices suddenly this shining little, this looks like a little ball shooting down from space. It comes down very swiftly and just then stops, and then gently just floats slowly down to the ground. And it's it's a shimmering color, kind of silvery color, and it's a flying disc. So no one gets out, and Billy feels somehow compelled just to start walking towards it, which he does, finds himself just floating or lifted right up inside of the ship. He's surprised once he gets inside of the ship. There's no one there. There's just one seat, and he's alone. But he's guided then to sit in the seat, which he does. Somehow he just has I suppose that Ascot's guiding him telepathically at this point. He sits down in the seat, and no sooner does he do that than suddenly the thing seems to start moving. He doesn't feel any sensation of movement, but he sees in the screens in front of him, which are projecting the outside view, that he's slowly lifting up off the ground, and he's floating over the general area. He feels telepathically Ascot come into him, calm him, and explain that she will meet him, that the ship will bring him to her. He finds himself floating right over the home of his parents, where just for a brief moment Ascot is giving him some reminiscence about his parents, his childhood, and she's given him a rough idea a little bit about the family that he's going to have in the future and what his life will be like. Billy notices something really strange, though. He looks down and notices that the ship is dissolving all around him. It just becomes invisible. Then he looks down and sees that he is also invisible. He looks around and he doesn't see anything. He's just in some sort of invisible form, and he looks like he's just floating in the air. Well, the ship, or whatever he's in, this ship that has become invisible, immediately moves way up high into the sky, and Billy finds himself just kind of looking at the stars. He's floating kind of half up in space, and he notes that there's a half moon out that particular night. Well, the device, the flying device that he's in, rapidly accelerates across the country, and he finds himself looking out over the Indian Ocean. The sun is bright and is coming up over the Indian Ocean, and just as rapidly as this flying device has gone up in the air, it rushes down towards the earth, gently floats down and lands, and Billy gets out of the ship and again just floats right down and is standing on the ground. He's not real sure where he's at. He doesn't see Ascot. The ship is not there. He walks over to a giant rock that's there on the ground and puts his hand on the rock. He's surprised that the rock feels really warm. Something interesting happens, though. As soon as he touches the rock, suddenly he's aware of where he's at. He knows that he's in Jordan. Now, most of Billy's life, he's had the feeling that he's been here before. He quite often will be, in his travels, will know what's beyond the next turn. He'll be on top of a mountain and he'll know what's on the next place. It's like he's been to these places before but can't quite remember it. Combined with that, he feels kind of like a stranger on the planet, like he's visiting here. And ever since his days with Spath and that his mission was revealed to him, he's becoming more and more aware of the fact that he is an unusual creature in creation, that he somehow is on a mission, that he is just visiting this planet, that he has served in this mission several lifetimes beforehand. These things and these reminiscences are already starting to come back to him. And as he's standing here in Jordan and has touched this rock, these reminiscences are coming back to him even greater, where he feels that he has been in this countryside. Suddenly he knows the entire area, and he has this sensation that he's very familiar with all of his surroundings. Well, as he's standing there thinking, he looks up in the sky again, and here comes the ship of Ascot. And again, it looks very much like the first one that he just rode in. It just looks like a silver line just darting in from outer space, and it comes down to earth very rapidly, stops, floats down, and gently lands on the ground. And finally, he's about to meet Ascot. Ascot steps out of the ship, and Billy's a little taken back as she's very beautiful to him. She has very long white hair, kind of golden white hair, and she's wearing kind of a silvery-looking gown, not a flight suit type thing, but a very kind of feminine-looking gown that's tightly kind of tied up at the waist and so forth. And then kind of an amazing thing happens. Billy, as he's walking towards her, he suddenly feels this. He's kind of overwhelmed with this sensation of love and concern. It seems that Ascot, now being quite a telepathic person, also has the ability to project her feelings and her thoughts. And what she's done is she is, instead of shaking hands and saying hello, much like we might do, instead she projects all of her feelings and concern and love for Billy and pushes them right into his being. And every cell in his body, he said, is just kind of overcome with this immense love and caring that she has. He suddenly is just kind of like stupefied. He can hardly move. As well, he also at the same time feels very familiar to her. He almost recognizes her as someone that he's known before. There's this tremendous feeling, I guess, of deja vu coming over him, but he can't quite tell what exactly it is. She picks up on these thoughts and tells him to search his past life once again for the meaning to this. Not much is said at this point. They just talk for a few minutes, and she invites him to come with him right into the ship, which happens. Excuse me. They again float right up into Ascot's ship, which is very similar to the one that he has just flown there in, except this one has 3 seats in it. They get into the ship and they take right off, and she has not even explained where they're actually going. The ship lifts off the ground again, and again, just like the first one, it becomes invisible. And even though he knows he's still in a craft, a flying craft of some type, all is invisible. Even the ship, he doesn't see his hands or anything. He can't even see Ascot. And she's not speaking. It's very quiet. The ship then darts across the countryside, and he notices again now it looks like they're over the Mediterranean Ocean. And he's kind of surprised because he really doesn't know where they're going. And very quickly the ship begins to race back down towards Earth, and he finds himself standing in Egypt early in the morning. And as he looks down, he sees that the Great Pyramid there, the Great Pyramid of Giza, just outside of Cairo, and that the ship is coming down, and it looks like it's landing right next to the Great Sphinx. Well, the ship still looks kind of invisible, and Billy can't understand how all of this is really possible. And Aska says, well, it's time for us to leave the ship. And she senses Billy's bewilderment about the invisibility and explains to him not to worry, because even though there are people milling around on the ground, the merchants and so forth that are up early in the morning, they can't see the ship either. And he really can't understand how this is possible. And she says, well, here, this will help. And she says, I have a little device you can put around your waist, which will enable us to see each other, but no one else can see us. So she's putting this around his waist, and as she's doing it, suddenly Billy can see Aska kind of kneeling down in front of him, attaching this thing to his waist. And he's kind of surprised because now he can see himself, and now he can see her, but no one else can see them. They're just kind of hanging there in space because he can't even see the ship around him. So they leave the ship, and they find themselves standing on the ground there next to the Sphinx, and there are people milling about. She senses his thoughts again, that he's challenging how this invisibility may be possible, and so she invites him, go ahead, try out touching someone, which she could feel in his thoughts he was thinking about doing. So Billy walks over to a couple of men that are standing there and walks around behind the fellow and notices that he's not being observed, and tugs on the man's cape. And the man kind of turns, doesn't see anybody, doesn't see Billy, and turns back to speaking to the man he's speaking to. Well, Billy's just flabbergasted by this. How is this possible, this invisibility thing? They're walking along, and he's still thinking about this. They come across this tent. Billy ducks his head inside of the tent once more to test out this invisibility. When he looks inside, there's 7 young women there and 2 older women. One of them has a young baby that she's nursing. Billy walks into the tent. No one is noticing him again. Now, in this type of world, if young women are in a tent, they would have surely noticed a man coming in, especially one that was sitting there nursing a child. And they're washing clothes. Aska follows Billy right inside of the tent. Actually, I should be calling Billy Edward now, because at this point in his life, the name Billy has not been used. And Askett is calling him Edward, so I'll try to remember to call him Edward throughout these travels here, because the name Billy has not even come up yet in his life. That's not his real name. It's just a name that he adopts later on in life because of his fondness for the Westerns, and in particular Billy the Kid. But his real name is Edward, his middle name is Albert, and his last name is Meier. So he was born Edward Albert Meier. And at this point in his life, as I mentioned, he's still being called Edward. So Edward enters the tent, and Edward is there with the 7 women and the 2 elderly women. And for some reason, he just decides to test out this invisibility thing again. And Edward walks over to a young woman who's sitting there on a bale and who does not have any clothing on her top. Apparently, her clothes are being washed, and she's naked from the waist up. He gently kind of bends over and gives her a kiss right on the lips. Well, the woman jerks back a little bit. She doesn't see anything, but she's felt that she's just been kissed on the lips. And she looks a little bewildered and so forth, and raises up her left hand to her lips, and trying to figure out what happened. Well, her hand falls back down to her side, and Billy does it again. This time he moves in and gives her an even nicer, warmer kiss right on the lips. And the woman, her eyes just kind of roll back, and like she's enjoying it. And suddenly, she just seems to kind of swoon and begins to faint, like she's going to fall over. Well, Billy catches her and helps her sit back upright. The other women in here aren't even noticing this. Okay, well, I guess if they can't see Billy, what would they notice? So the woman that he's just kissed, after a minute or so, kind of clears her head and gets her consciousness and begins to explain what just happened to the other women that are in the tent. And Billy hears Semyasi just kind of lightly laughing in his head. And so the other women swarm around her, and Billy says, Edward says, what's going on, to ask it. And she says, well, that the woman has just felt like she's been kissed by an angel. And she's explaining that to all the other women. Billy goes over, and he goes to each one of the other women that he can get to, and he kisses each one of them also right on the mouth. And one by one, they're all excited and so forth. And as they leave the tent, Billy is, remarking about why are they all getting so excited? And, will they think this is a strange experience? And Ascot remarks that, no, Edward, it's not a problem, that she had pushed into the thoughts of all the women that they had just been visited by a loving angel of luck, and now that their life surely would be better in the future because it's certainly been hard in the past. So they all feel like they've had a wonderful angelic experience. So Edward somehow feel like he contributed to the welfare of these women who are washing clothes. They no sooner leave the tent, which is right next to where the Great Pyramid is, when Ascot leads Billy right into the side of the pyramid. Apparently, somehow with these devices, it doesn't say they go around and walk in the door of it. It's more suggestive that somehow they go right through the side of the wall and find themselves in these long, dark corridors somewhere in the deep part of the pyramid. They do not go up into the king's chamber or the queen's chamber. They are somehow down in the lower part of the pyramid in some dark hallways which are not accessible to the normal people and don't even know they exist. They move along these corridors. They're being very quiet, and still they're invisible. They come into a particular area where there's some big altar there. There's even a guard standing there, and Billy's a little surprised. And it's an armed guard of some type, a human-looking individual. And Ascot warns Edward and telepathically to be very quiet, that they're going to move right past this guard. They don't want to be sensed here. That there are descendants of an extraterrestrial race living down here below the pyramids. There are quite a few of them. She'll tell him more about them later on, but for right now, be quiet because they don't want to be detected. They seem to move right through another wall again somehow, and they're continuing down this corridor. They continue deeper and deeper and past several guards, and soon they come into a huge hallway, kind of a big open area. Billy estimates they're probably 300 or 400 meters down below the pyramid at this point. When they come into this large open area, Billy is surprised at what's down there. There's a huge flying saucer. A big flying disc is down there, a big silver one, way below the ground. It's possibly been there for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ascot confirms in Billy's mind that yes, that's true, that it's been down there a long period of time, that when the ancestors of these people came to the planet, they hide one of their large ships down there underground. And she's not sure exactly how long it's been there, but quite a while. Billy's looking around this room, and he's surprised to see also over on a platform there that there is a large cross that looks like the crucifixion of Christ. It's a large cross about 2 meters in height. Also, there are some nails laying there. There is this crowned wreath with the thorns in it and so forth. There's a purple robe, and there's a little leather bag with some precious stones. And Billy, all sorts of things are running through his mind. He says, surely these must be the crucifixion tools of Jesus Christ. But he's a little confused because early in his life, Spath had taught him that the crucifixion was real, except that Emmanuel really did not die. And he was explaining to him all about the truth of what Christianity was really based upon. So he was really kind of confused because here was the crucifixion tools of Jesus Christ, and now he's really confused. He didn't know what was going on, and Ascot was offering no explanations at this point. They immediately, Ascot takes Edward's hand and leads him back out of the pyramid. And it's been kind of a surprise to him when he comes outside. It looks like they've actually been gone for a couple of hours, and he thought it was just a few minutes. So he'd kind of lost track of how much time had been going on there. Well, they get back into Ascot's ship, and they leave Egypt. And when they do, they fly back to the area in Jordan where the other ship is also waiting, and they land in this remote area in the wasteland somewhere, in the Waste Mountains and somewhere where the Dead Sea is at. Well, they spend 2 days there for Ascot explaining Billy all sorts of information. During these two next days in the ship alone with Ascot, this actually is the beginning, you might say, of Billy's mission. For the next 2 days, she explains many things to him about himself, his future, his life, and start to explain some very important things that he's going to need in his role as a prophet during this lifetime. One of the things they talked about was creation. He's slowly becoming educated through Spath and his recent experience through Spath and his recent experience under the pyramids with the crucifixion tools, more and more information about the life of Jesus Christ and religion. And she begins to explain to him a little bit about what creation is. And she just gives a few explanations here. She says, the universe, what we call a universe, this large thing full of planets, galaxies, and nebula and all sorts of things, they call it creation because they regard it as a living thing, as an evolving thing. And she explains that he will become more and more knowledgeable about this, but she wanted to explain to him that the creation itself embodies the entire life of all living things in the universe. It is responsible for the existence of all things, including that which we call gods and all other forms of life forms. There is a creational force. The universe itself, then, is alive. It is an evolving form of energy. That originally the creation had the idea to create a universe, and it did. That idea then embodied all of the information that was necessary for that idea to expand and evolve into matter, which became the planets and all the galaxies, the universe we were in. So the creation actually is the life force and is responsible for all existence in the universe. And this is one of the main things, information that's missing on our planet, and that they really wanted to start teaching Billy because this would be an important part of his mission. She explains at that point that that was also the mission of Emmanuel during his time, that he was trying to explain to people about what creation is and about how life procreates and evolves throughout the universe, but they weren't really able to understand it, and most of the time they misinterpreted it. And that in the year 189, when Christianity would actually be formed, it would be somewhat altered in order to form Christianity. Nothing particularly malicious, I don't believe. They probably just did the best they could at actually understanding it. She also mentioned that it had been for 33 centuries that she and her people had been coming into our universe. She explained that she actually was not from our universe, that there was a neighboring universe they called the Tao universe, and that her race of people were called Timmers. Her planet that she came from was called Akon, A-K-O-N, and that for many years they've been coming into our universe. There are technologies that provided a way that they were able to build some sort of barrier or a canal or a cave, whatever you want to call it, that allowed them to come from their universe into ours. They'd been exploring for some period of time. They had found their way into the area of the Earth and finding human people here as well as on many other planets, and were involved in just as explorers and experimenting into our universe. She had also discovered long ago that the Earth people here on Earth did not originate here. And this led them to following or tracking down the origin of the Earth people, and it led them into the ring nebula of Lyra, which was the original home of the Earth human being. We've touched a little bit on this on our history thing that we talked about earlier, that roughly two-thirds of the white race of the planet Earth has Lyrian genetics in them, that we are from Lyra. So that was also mentioned. She mentioned that the Lyrians now were gone, that they had, through destruction and wars and natural events, pretty much become extinct, that there were very few of them left. Most of the Lyrians, 230,000 years back, during a very violent war, had left that section of the sky and founded what we now call the Pleiades. And that in Billy's future, remember he's only 19 at this time, Edward, that in Edward's future, he would have contacts with these beings from the Pleiadians, but not for quite some time, that he was actually being prepared for that now. That Edward had been born on purpose in 1937 because he was a prophet, that he had served in that role many times before in other lifetimes, that prophets are born on purpose for particular missions, and they are generally procreated or caused to be born at particular times to serve their role as a prophet. Such was the case with young Edward. This is exactly why he had been born and why he was going through these series of contacts young in his life to prepare him for his role later in life to spread the word as a truth bearer. She also mentioned to him that it's a very difficult life. It's a very hard life, that a prophet is responsible for the truth, for bringing new truths to a society. And this often is quite difficult because many people are quite set in their ways and they really don't want to believe something else. So he could look forward to a very difficult life in front of him. She also mentioned to him that in the future he's going to write a wonderful book and it will be based on some telepathic transmissions provided by these Pleiadians that he's going to have contact with later in his life. This entity will be called Arahat Athrasata, and it is the very same entity that Emmanuel was put in touch with 2,000 years ago when he learned his lessons of life. Out of this, he will write a very great book of truth, and this book could go on possibly to become a major epic to begin the new age with, as it will open up minds all over the planet and bring the truth about existence finally to the world of Earth. She commented again here that the truth really is not subject to change, that there are real laws in creation. When creation had the idea to create the universe, there were fixed laws involved with this. So the creation itself has purpose. It has total logic to it. There are reasons for things that we just don't understand. And this logic and this reasoning forms the basis for what they're calling the laws of creation. And she says, these laws of creation, Billy, will be made more and more aware of, but people should know that they're not changeable. Even though we may get off on a tangent making up our own rules of society or whatever, that eventually, in order for us to evolve, we must come back to the true laws of creation, or else we would just be spiritually stagnant. That evolution really would not be possible. Many, many, many races have ignored the laws of creation, become too materialistic, too warlike, and ended up just degenerating their society and being self-destructed because of war. The true evolution is only attained through discovering knowledge and living by the laws of creation itself. Next thing she mentioned was something kind of interesting, that we know in our solar system that we are taught that we have 9 planets, and we have an asteroid belt. She says that asteroid belt used to be a planet called Milana, that there were inhabitants, Lyrian inhabitants on that years ago, and that they came to a war, and they destructed their whole planet and blew it up. When they did that, that planet used to be between the planet Earth and Mars, and when the planet blew up, and all of it formed the debris which now forms the asteroid belt, it actually pushed Mars out of the orbit that it was in, causing life on Mars to be ended. It threw the planet Mars out of its orbit and caused Mars to be in a shorter, closer orbit to the Sun than it used to be in. So this is one of the reasons there's no atmosphere on Mars at the moment, and where all the people were killed. Apparently the planet was violently thrown out of its orbit, and when that happened, all the life that was on the planet was thrown off of it out into free space, and the atmosphere disappeared, and all life on Mars ended. After that, there were only sporadic expeditions to Mars, and ETs occasionally keep equipment and so forth there. But at one time there was life on Mars, and there was life on the planet Milana, which is now gone. She says one of the things that one of the main reasons that she is here on Earth is they had noticed that the scientists of Earth were coming very close to finding and discovering the answers to atoms and develop bombs and what they called destructive devices, which could lead very much to the same end. And that the particular position that the Earth and our solar system was in right now, it could be very dangerous to our whole galaxy and maybe even this part of the universe if we were to destruct the planet accidentally before 1974. For some reason, she was very clear that there was a clear and present danger of us blowing up our planet and causing major damage to the universe up through the year 1974, and it was her particular mission to come monitor the scientists of our planet and very carefully make sure that this did not happen. Along with the rest of her mission was to help guide and teach Billy many things, so his mission as a prophet could be fulfilled. She says currently right now, and this is back in, I think we're in 1956 here someplace, that America, Russia, and China were all kind of fighting for dominance of the world. Along with these 3 major superpowers, most people were not aware that the Jewish Zionist extremists were working very closely with certain elements of the Roman Catholic Church to cause terrorism and mass murder in many areas of the world, to destabilize it. They also were fighting their own battle to gain control of the world without trying to taint their image that they had as being religious leaders, that they were undermining the general welfare and peace of the world by promoting terrorism and mass murder in certain areas and blaming it on other terrorist groups. That this action actually was being caused by the cardinals or chairs of Rome in connection with Jewish Zionist extremists. Another thing that she was providing to Billy was some events of the future. She said that now in 56 up through about the next 20 years, there were certain events which were going to happen, which needed to happen, certain political and religious events, mostly political assassinations, that needed to happen in order for the world to be on its proper course. And she said she was going to describe these future events to Billy, and that he was not to tell them to anyone because they did not want to take any chance that these events somehow may go astray or not happen. It was important that they did happen. She didn't go into lengthy explanations why, but she said these events were necessary to happen in order for our future to become more peaceful or whatever. So here are the events of the future that were given to Billy back in 1956. The first one that she mentioned was Joseph Stalin, and who was then head of Russia at the time, and she said that he was going to be poisoned on March 5th, 1953, because he would be kind to the Zionists. Of course, that event had already happened by the time that these prophecies came along. But Nikita Khrushchev would be his successor, and he would be coerced out of office in 1964. John Kennedy would become the President of the United States, which he did, and would be assassinated on November 22nd, 1963. The interesting fact was that she commented here in Billy's notes that this was going to be by the order of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. Now here we are in 1992, and we're finding out it's becoming more and more clear in the public that the CIA somehow probably was involved in that, although we don't have any exact proof. Because it's also mentioned right next to that in his notes that Bobby Kennedy will be killed by the same order, by the same people, on June 6, 68 in Los Angeles, when he's running as a candidate for president. So here we have some information from extraterrestrials prophesizing and being very accurate about the death of Kennedy's. It says the Holy Office in Rome will also not be spared. Pope John the 13th will be poisoned in 1962. Interestingly enough, that he and Pope Paul VI, who will also be poisoned by cooperation with the cardinals and the Jewish Zionist extremists. Here we have the cardinals, or the holy chairs of the Catholic Church, actually plotting to kill their own pope. It's the cardinals that put the popes in power, and apparently they put one in they didn't want, and they conspired somehow with Jewish extremists to kill their own pope. In Greece, King Paul I will be poisoned on March 6th, 1964. A lot of poisoning going on here, so apparently there's, I guess if you're into assassinations or whatever, there must be certain kinds of poisons that are undetectable that you can use. His successor will be named Constantinos, who will be exiled in 3 years by a military regime. In Egypt, the land of the pyramids, Nasser then was president and leader of Egypt, but he would be poisoned by his own relatives in 1965. Again, there's poisons being used. In Saudi Arabia, King Faisal will be shot in 75. So here they're using a gun instead of poison. These were the most important events of the next 20 years, events that help shape and form the political leadership of our planet. And it was most important, she said, that these actions not be interrupted for whatever reason. Okay. She mentioned that, Ascot mentioned that she and other extraterrestrials did not really have the authority, what they called the authority, to interfere with politics and religion. That authority wasn't by some laws that they had passed. They regard this as the authority of creation itself. Their moral value, you might say, is that every life form has the right of its own path of evolution. That every individual has the right to a free will to make his own conclusions and do what he wants. And they regard the people of Earth as having free will. It's up to us who we elect, who we let lead us, and what we do about it. And it wasn't their responsibility to interfere. So they believe that it's not right for them to interfere in our politics and religion. They can give us all the advice they want, so we make our own decisions, but they don't directly get involved. She says one of the main reasons for her coming there, her mission, was to prevent these scientific catastrophes that they were so worried about. that since the atomic bomb, scientists had learned entirely too much, and they were really afraid of some sort of doomsday devices that may actually explode the planet. They said there was a window of opportunity open up through 1974 where the possibility was very high that scientists here on Earth would invent and develop bombs and destructive devices that could actually explode the entire planet, just like what happened to the planet Milana, ruining not only our solar system, but maybe having catastrophic effects on the universe itself. So she was particularly concerned with taking care of those particular problems, as well as she felt very strongly about her role in helping Billy prepare for his mission as a prophet. Now, I've mentioned these Bephath creatures a couple of times. We talked about Billy and his experiences going underneath the pyramids with Ascot. Well, the people that were down there are called Bephath. And Bephath, you might say, are kind of a renegade Pleiadian group. About 75,000 years back, something like that, they split off from the Pleiadians, and a different faction of them, they'd come to Earth, and they'd been trying to take control of Earth for a long period of time, but not really having the capabilities. Their technology is not as good as the Pleiadians. It's degenerated a lot. And they've gotten to the point now where even our own missiles and so forth could be destructive to their ships. Apparently their ships don't have the protective screens like the Pleiadian ships do, and they're not able to even protect themselves against our missiles. So they have to be very cautious. So they've taken to trying to control the world and so forth through mind control of different leaders. So she was cautioning Billy again about this. And then she explained to him the fact that the crucifixion tools that Billy had seen under the pyramid when he was down there with her, those were designed on purpose by the Bephath. They were not the real crucifixion utensils. The crucifixion did happen. But the original crucifixion cross and so forth had already long since molded off into dust and was gone. That these crucifixion tools that Billy saw, or Edward saw down below, were fake. And they had been made on purpose by the Bephath because they were going to present them to a certain American named Reinhold Schmidt. And he would be told that these were the original tools of the crucifixion to stimulate and reinforce in him the belief about religion and Jesus Christ. And this would help to serve their interest because people who believe in certain religions and belief structures devoutly and worship are easy to control. These are the sort of people that generally are willing to give up their free will and allow some other entity, power, or religion or whatever to be responsible for them. And they've learned a long time ago that these kind of people can be controlled easily, so it's become a standard MO or modus operandum with this group of people to always use the religions and Christ and God and so forth in their approaches to many Earth human beings because it allows them to control them. Well, let's see, once again we're getting low on tape, so fast forward this one and I'll see you on the next side. Ascot's also going to take Edward back into the past so he can learn for himself a lot about different historic times, and in particular they wanted him to have his own first-hand knowledge about religions, about Jesus Christ, and different historic periods, so it would be his own knowledge. You know, when you hear information from someone else, that's just information. It's not your truth. But if you actually experience it yourself, then you have first-hand knowledge. It becomes part of your life, and it's your truth. So in this instance, they were always careful to take Billy and let him learn for himself, see for himself, so it became his particular knowledge. Well, they've been in the ship talking for a long time, and nightfall comes, and they decide to go for a walk. They're actually walking hand in hand. Billy's 19 at this time, and obviously very taken with this woman. You can understand why. And they're walking. There's a dim moon out dim light out that night. It's very pretty out. They go for a walk, and they're just chatting and talking. And suddenly, Ascot pulls Edward's hand and kind of stops him. And this fellow jumps up at them with a gun. And he's an elderly fellow, probably in his late 50s or 60s, something like that. And he's pointing a gun at them. Well, they immediately calm him down. Apparently they've stumbled onto someone's campfire here, and they calm the fellow down, and he finds out that they're not bad guys, and they didn't come to jump him in the middle of the night or anything. His name turns out to be Jitchi, and that he is from Russia, and he used to be a Russian diplomat or ambassador of some type, and he had taken to the road. This fellow Jitchi was now traveling for the road the past several years, and he was kind of out, developing his own experiences. So they talked to him for a while by his campfire. Jitchi offered them a little bit of food and so forth, and they got to be very friendly. Well, Ascot turns to Edward and takes him by the hand, says it's time to leave now. They prepare to go, and Jitchi stops them and remarks how comfortable he is around them, that he doesn't get to see people very often, and hopes they would stay. Ascot tells Jitchi, well, we can't stay now, but we'll be back on February 7th, and we'll see you again at the same location. So he's happy with that, and they take off. So they go back to the ship. They return to the ship, and it's getting very late at night, and they stay again in the ship that night. So Edward stays there with Ascot again. And in the morning they get up, and Ascot has a little breakfast for them, and they have some kind of unusual juice he didn't recognize and so forth, and they have a little breakfast thing there. And she explains a little bit more about creation to Edward, excuse me. He's still Edward at this point. She says that she's drawing his attention to the fact that she knows that Edward is not particularly mathematical and scientific, but she explains to him that all of creation can be explained mathematically. That it is a totally logical evolution, that the creation itself is totally logical in every way. We just don't realize it because we have not discovered it yet. We have not scientifically advanced to that point. But she explains to him that there are the numbers 3, 7, and 12 are the important numbers. Now, I don't know too much about this either, but she says the entire mathematics of the universe consists somehow of an enclosed circle, which can somehow be conceived with the numbers 3, 7, 12, and 7 times 7. So for those of you who are into numerology, perhaps you already know these things and can probably better explain it than I could. It doesn't mean too much to me. She's being very careful with Edward all the time not to take any particular information too far, only to open him up to certain ideas and concepts a little bit at a time. And she acknowledges this again and says that she and ETs, they have to be very careful, when they give information out so as not to overload us or, give us things that really aren't useful at the time. Another major concern of Ascot's always was that if they gave Billy too much information, especially in the scientific areas, that it may find its way out into the scientific community, and they really didn't want this to happen. They see us as a planet anyway that's, technically way out of line with our social development, where, the majority of the planet's trying to eat and even have some health and find a home or some shelter, and then we have a small percentage of the planet, which is very highly developed. So there's a broad difference between our scientific development and our social development. They have already watched us develop the atomic bomb and blow up Japan, and so we're very concerned about feeding any more information to our scientists, which could do even more damage than that. She's telling Billy a little bit about his future, and that later on that he will be directed to confront the Befath group, that they have a strong representation in Berlin through this Thule Society, Thule, that's been going on for hundreds of years, and it would be good for Billy to confront them at a certain point. When that happens, she warns him that his life will come in danger, that the life that he's about to lead, his mission in life as this prophet, bringing truth and so forth to the world, does bring a lot of danger along with it. After he confronts these Befath people, she says his life will be in danger, and it's about that time period anyway that it'll be necessary, for Billy to disappear for about a decade. His contacts are going to stop at that point anyway, because he'll be left alone for about 10 years or so, to 11 years, in order before the contacts start again, because these will be difficult, unusual times for Edward, that he will become married, and he's going to develop his family and settle down, and he's going to have to learn. All this information that's being presented to him needs to become part of his life also. He needs to learn it and make it part of himself, have cognition of it, as they say, so it becomes part of him. In other words, what they're doing is They're educating young Edward, and now they're allowing him to spiritually grow through the use of this information to facilitate his role, his mission later in life, and that his contacts would start again in the first part of the year 1975. Well, Ascot tells Edward it's time to leave now. They're still in Jordan. So she leaves, and Edward gets into the small ship that he came in, which is still parked there, and he returns back to home where he started out. 2 days go by, and of course Edward's pretty excited, because she's already told him they're getting ready to take some other time travels and back into religious historic times, back to the year 32, around the time of the crucifixion. So he's pretty excited about this. 2 days go by, and Billy once again returns to the same spot where he was picked up before. But this time Ascot comes in the ship instead of just an unmanned ship coming for him. And they return back to the same spot they were at in Jordan. And she explains that this time they're going to travel back into the past, like she told him, to increase Edward's education. And she begins to explain to him while they're waiting, while they're on the way to Jordan, a little bit more about his future. She says they don't normally tell Earth people about their future too much because they can't bear it. It's not good for people, for instance, to know about their lifespan, about who they're going to marry and so forth, because one of the problems is if they tell people, they'll probably mess it up. You may not agree with the way your future's going, or the one that you have planned out for yourself at the time, and you may be able to try to make changes in that, which can have cause and effect on other situations. So normally, she says, most people can't understand and bear their future, and so they don't tell them. But they were telling Billy because in his life as a prophet, he's going to need to learn more and more about self-control, that he's going to have many hard times, many difficult times, and he's going to have to let them happen and go the way that they're going to go. He has to understand his future and actually live it the way that it's going to happen. At this point, Edward still has both arms, and she explains to him that he's going to lose his arm, even though she knows exactly when and where. She doesn't tell him exactly, because she doesn't want him to know the exact time. She just says it'll be between the 1st and the 5th of August in 1965, which it did turn out to be. She says at that time, right around that time period, that he will change his name and start going by the name of Billy. She says you'll be known all over the world by this name, and unfortunately it's going to cause you lots of personal misery, which in a way it kind of has, because Billy now is fairly well known around the world, and it has caused him a lot of problems. He's had several attempts on his life. His family's been harassed quite a bit. His life really hasn't been his own, and only the last few years has he really tried to force his own privacy to kind of get his world back together. She tells him that he'll marry a 17-year-old girl in Greece, and that he'll have 3 children with the names Atlantis, Gilgamesha, and Methuselah, using the old names. And that he will have 10 years of very hard life before his next contacts are going to start, which will be in 1975. When these contacts in 75 start, which will be with the Pleiadians, she says around that time period he will be invited to come to Germany to address a UFO Congress there in Berlin. And once they find out, though, the types of things that he was going to say, the kind of truths that he's going to talk about, they'll cancel his engagement. They won't want him to speak because Billy's going to speak some very hard, harsh truths about life and religion, and this UFO group there is based all around religion. This is a UFO group who believes they've been contacted by ETs who are somehow sent on behalf of God. And they are, believing this, and they are, don't want Billy involved now suddenly in their operation because he's going to come and tell them the truth about creation, and they just don't want to hear that. She said it's also important that no one uses the name that Billy had been traveling by in Persia, which was Phantom. Apparently, even though his name was Edward, on his travels around and so forth, he was using the name Phantom for some reason. Now, I don't know where that came from. But she told him from that time on, from 1975 on, he should never use that name again. He should only use Edward and Billy, which will be his new name at that time. At that particular time of the contact, she said that there was 2.7 million people on Earth who had seen a UFO. There were 3,104 Earth people who had actually had contact with extraterrestrials. Most of these contacts were telepathic. Some of them were actually physical contacts. There seem to be, around 3,000 ships a year come into our atmosphere. A very small percentage of those really have very much interest in us. They just kind of look over the planet or stop and get something, pick up whatever they might want. But a few of them actually will have some physical contacts from time to time with Earth beings. These will generally only be one time or two times because they're just passing by. They very seldom ever lead into anything, on running. So there aren't really that many people out there that have, actually had contacts with the ETs. She said also, beginning in 1964, that he would start writing down all of his contacts. And again, we're still in 1956 here. She told him beginning in 64, he'd start writing them down. And it would be with the help of the technology from extraterrestrials, that he would continue to have meetings, contacts, teachings, and so forth, just like was going on here. It wouldn't be necessary for him to take notes and write them down, that the extraterrestrials, and in particular Ascot, had the ability to store all of the thoughts and words and feelings in their own subconscious. And they had devices on board the ship which could recall these words, thoughts, and feelings from their subconscious at any time, and they could forward them on telepathically to Billy so he could actually write down all the notes from his conversations. And this is what did happen over the years. When Billy's contacts with the Pleiadians started, that's exactly what they did. He would be on board a ship. All the thoughts, feelings, and words and so forth were recorded into the subconscious of Semyasi. And later on, their devices would actually pull these thoughts back out of the subconscious and telepathically send them to Billy so he could type and write down all of his contact notes. Well, they settle down to go back to sleep again in the ship, which they do. They spend the night again in Ascot's ship there in Jordan. And they're woke up in the morning by a gunshot, which they're kind of surprised. And Billy looks outside, and there's Jitchi standing out there with a rifle. Well, this is kind of a surprise. They come out of the ship, and here's Jitchi, and he, of course, is greatly surprised to find this big silver beam ship, or I guess you should just call it a flying saucer here, because it's not a beam ship type drive. Ascot's ship were different. So they have to go through this process of explaining things to Jitchi. Jitchi, of course, gets very excited, and suddenly he says, "Oh, God, you guys must be from Venus or Mars or something." And Ascot's saying, "Surely we're not. We're not from there at all. There's no life forms on Venus or Mars." And Jitchi's pretty excited, as you might well understand. And he thinks Eduard and Ascot are probably both ETs. And Eduard's informing him, no, that he's an earthworm just like him. And he's from Earth, and that the lady Ascot, is an extraterrestrial. Well, Jitchi thinks she's an angel right away and says, "Oh, surely you must be here on behalf of God." And he pulls his Bible out right away and is saying, "Oh, look, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, and I study the Bible all the time." And Ascot's a little taken back by this and begins to explain that no, that she or no extraterrestrials come on behalf of God, that any extraterrestrials that claim that are just being deceptive and very wicked, and they shouldn't do that. So they go through this process of explaining all about who they are and what they're doing, that they're getting ready to take a trip. Well, this kind of throws Ascot off. She wasn't expecting this at all, for Jitchi to turn up right here, and doesn't know exactly what to do about it. So the opportunity is extended to Jitchi to come along with them, that they're going to be making some travels and jumps and going different places. And Jitchi, of course, says no, he doesn't want to, that this is against God, it's blasphemy, and he's going on about this. And Eduard jumps all over him about being a coward and what good is your Christianity if you have no control over yourself. And they get into kind of a word thing going there. The outshot of it is that Jitchi decides, okay, he will come along, by golly. So they say, all right. So they move towards the ship, and Jitchi goes first. They push him up into the lift, and he goes up in the ship, and they come up after him. And there's poor Jitchi. He's just pale white, and he gets so sick he vomits, unfortunately, in a little bag that he has with him. And Ascot has to calm him down, and suddenly Jitchi remembers that he left all of his stuff back at his camp, and they let Jitchi go get his stuff and return, and then they take off. Well, they're in the ship, and they're getting ready to lift off from Earth again. Jitchi is still just pale white, doesn't know what to make of all of this. He's about 59 years old, by the way, and spent all of his life studying the Bible, and now suddenly here's these people telling him that everything that he's learned so far is wrong. and it's making him ill. And this could be a very good example of what they're talking about. If the extraterrestrials were to suddenly make themselves well known and provide, irrefutable proof that much of our belief structure is wrong, it can be very, seriously affecting on many people. It can make them ill in thought. It'll literally just drive people crazy, and that's exactly just about what's happening with Jitsi. And now they're in the 13th century. Eduard's standing out on the ground, and he immediately starts to kind of notice nature all around him. First thing he notices is there is a larger abundance of birds and so forth in the air. The air itself is more cleaner. The oxygen content seems to be a little higher, cleaner, easier to breathe. You feel a little exhilarated, he said. And they're in France at the time of Louis the Saint, and they're going to visit a rabbi by the name of Gicelli. Also, the sky looked a little bit different in color. He remarked how the blueness of the sky was more blue and clearer and cleaner than he had seen it before. And he's still living in Switzerland in 1956, which is a pretty clean place. So going back several hundred years, before we started filling the air even with industrial pollution, things looked a little better. So they're somewhere in the woods in France, and Ascot leads them on, and they move through the forest a little way, and they come across this little house, and she's telling them that she's been here a couple of times before, and she has a friend here. And they're look around, there's a horse in the barn, and suddenly a bearded fellow comes out the front of the door, and it's Gicelli. And he's a real happy, friendly type people, and he's waving and so forth, and he comes over, and he's happy to see Ascot. Oh, hello, so nice of you to come again. And he says, are these your extraterrestrial friends? And Ascot says, no, these are Earth people just like yourself, but they're from the future. Well, this doesn't seem to shock Gicelli too much. He just kind of takes it in stride and comments that, oh, how wonderful, I wish just once that this beautiful lady would take me for a ride so I could experience some of this. But it isn't explained why Ascot has been there 2 times before, but apparently she has, for whatever reason, to see Gicelli. Gicelli is already known in the area as kind of a magician and a person who fools around with unusual things and so forth. So right away he notices Eduard's lantern that he has with him, a little electric lantern with a light on it, and he asks him about what that is. So Eduard's explained it to him. He says, well, no, it's not really like a lantern. It doesn't have a candle or a wick in it, and it doesn't run on kerosene or oil or whatever. It runs off of electricity. And he's showing him, and he pushes the button, and the light comes on, and Gicelli says, well, this is marvelous. This is wonderful. How does this thing work? And Jitsi remarks that he knows a little bit about electronics and would be happy to spend a few minutes explaining to Gicelli how the thing works. And they say, fine, you go ahead and do that, and Ascot and Eduard wander off someplace else, and Jitsi and Gicelli are kind of hanging out together for a while. And they come back together in a few minutes, and Jitsi says, he asks Ascot, he says, listen, I've got some things here that belong to Gicelli that he gave me. Can I take them back with me? And she says, sure, I guess if you want to. And he says, this would be great. Then I would have like antiques from the 13th century France to be worth a lot of money. And Eduard jumps on him again about being a materialist, and he says, oh, you're having this fascinating experience, and all you think about is making money. And they get into it again. So Ascot explains to Jitsi that, well, they really won't be antiques. I mean, they won't age, because once we get into the ship and go back, that there's no aging. It'll only take a part second for us to return from where we are at back to 1956. So no aging will take time on this, whatever it is that you want to take back. Even though it was made here in this time, it won't show any age on it. If you really want it to age, she says, bury it somewhere here in France and then come back and get it when we get back. And then it would have aged, it's several hundred years' time since he buried it. So Jitsi understands that, but he takes the stuff with him anyway, and they leave the 13th century. It says in Eduard's notes now that for the next 6 days, they travel to different time periods, they observe different parts of history, and each time they make one of these jumps and so forth to different time periods, Billy's starting to notice already this unusual feeling he has. Every time there's a jump, he somehow feels a little better. And he comments in his notes that there's a calming effect. He somehow feels a little better about himself, and he kind of uses the word like uplifting. You feel a betterment of yourself or something. Well, you know, earlier we talked about the time when Billy got to go on the Great Spacer and experience eternity for 7 minutes. The same thing's happening here. He just hasn't quite picked up on it yet. But he's already sensing that just for the brief part second there, that your spirit is in touch with creation again when you're in the fine matter world. And there's this slight feeling of exhilaration that he can feel, which is apparently a surprise to the Pleiadians later on, because they say that most people can't feel that. They're not that sensitive to the sensitivity of creation as easily as Eduard was. Well, one thing that starts to happen is they're going through all of these jumps over the next 6 days' time. Jitchi, who's still carrying his Bible along, is going through it all the time and making notes and changing things. And his opinion about religion and history is starting to change because he's seeing for himself historically what really happened as opposed to what's actually written down. And in most cases, in defense of the Bible, it appears that it was pretty much the same thing. There were just certain things that were, different here and there. And mainly the thing about Jesus Christ is becoming more apparent to him that it didn't actually happen exactly the way that Christianity has written it. And it's becoming more apparent to him all the time that the Jesus Christ never really did exist. Frankly, there never was a person named Jesus Christ. There was a man named Emmanuel who lived the life and times that we hear was Jesus Christ. But it wasn't until the year 189 that they took the life, teachings, and times of this man named Emmanuel, changed the name to Jesus Christ, meaning the Anointed One, and Christianity became alive. It was actually formed at that point. But there never was a man named Jesus Christ. That's just what it says now in the Bible, the way that we read it. But bear in mind, the Bible's been changed many times down through the years. One other comment is there, at some particular point, Billy seems to be wandering around in his thoughts about different things, and one of them was about the Great Pyramids of Egypt. And Ascot picks this up in his thoughts and tells Eduard, I keep calling him Billy, tells Eduard that I feel that you're curious about the pyramids. And she said, time-wise, they were built 73,300 years back from today. And they were built when the star sign of Lyra stood in Cancer. And they were actually built by the descendants, she says, of the Earth people, which would mean they were built by old Lyrians sometime back in there. Some descendants of the Lyrians built the pyramids. And by the way, there's, she says, all of the pyramids, because not only is there a great pyramid of Giza outside of Cairo, the one that we're familiar with, but there was also 2 other ones. And when they built them, they built 3. They built the large pyramid of Giza there. They also built one in China somewhere that's way below the surface of the ground, and it'd be a long time before we're able to ever detect it and understand that it's there. And then she remarked there was another one, and it doesn't say so in the notes, but Billy was telling me about it, and I'm not sure if he told me it was in South America or Central America, but there's another one somewhere in the southern part of the Americas that's just below the surface, where the very top of it, it's totally preserved below ground, and the top of the pyramid is just below the surface of the ground, and we should probably run across it most any time. We'll probably find it. She didn't want to elaborate at the time as to why the pyramids were built because, again, she felt this was going too far, that for the average person, it wasn't time to introduce knowledges to them about pyramid power. Now, there are many people over the years that have experimented in learning more and more about pyramid power. We are definitely to the point where we know there's something to it. People who have learned to meditate have learned the power of a pyramid, how it can block out outside forces and radiations, causing you to be able to concentrate better and raise your own awareness, your own consciousness. That certainly does work. But apparently, that the pyramids were also used for other things, for teleportation and protection and other things that they used. But she didn't want to take this much farther. But here we have some evidence that the pyramids, at least the Great Pyramid and 2 others just like it, were built a long time back, 73,300 years back, actually. She said that the pyramids sat for a long period of time with no one really paying any attention to them after they were built. During the time of the Great Flood, which she says our modern scientists are off about 1,000 years on the time of it, that it was actually over 10,000 years back to the time of the Great Flood, 300 years previous to the time of the Great Flood, there was in the Egypt area, there where the pyramids are, there was a king named Saluk who had a son named Saurid, S-A-U-R-I-D, and his son Saurid had the gift of future vision and could easily see things coming to pass in the future. And at one point he saw a very destructive thing. He saw a great comet hit the earth, causing the earth to actually roll over, great storms, lots of water, where the ocean would jump out of its bed and roll over the land. And he saw his country land in Egypt buried in water. He told his father about this. His father, who was very aware of his future vision capabilities, called together other astrologers and scientific minds of his time to offer their opinion on what his son had seen. And they agreed that yes, and it would probably happen, and they felt very strongly, based on their abilities in astronomy, that there would be a large comet probably hit the earth about the time period that his son had said. So King Saluk ordered that the Great Pyramid begin to be prepared for the possibility of this catastrophe. And in so doing that, apparently they remodeled the pyramid again. I was told over at Billy's house that the pyramid originally had gold on it, that it was gold covered. Now what they did, the gold was gone apparently by this time and been stripped off by someone, we don't know who. And that King Saluk's people began to cover it with lime mortar, so it would be waterproof when the great floods came. Well, they did that. They even left inscriptions on the pyramid, so the people over the next 300 years would also know what was going to happen and what the pyramid was for. And at the time that the Great Flood actually happened, the people of Egypt actually did hide out inside the Great Pyramid, underground, in the underground city that had been dug out and built down below, where Billy's already visited. And they stayed down there until the waters receded. So the pyramid was actually used for that, and that's how it became covered with the limestone, and how it was remodeled. How it became covered with the limestone, and how it was remodeled over 10,000 years ago. It was stripped of its limestone later on, and it's been remodeled a couple of times apparently after that, but its origin was over 73,000 years back and had nothing to do with the Egyptians. The Egyptians, of which King Saluk was an Egyptian, was responsible for resurfacing and recoating it with limestone. Hence, this is probably where the idea that the Egyptians actually built it came from. They didn't really build it. They just kind of remodeled it. Another thing that Edward was thinking about was horses and animals, and she picked that out of his thoughts too, and commented that the horse did not originate in Europe, as modern scientists and archaeology think, that actually the horse originated on the continent of America. That there was, way back over 50,000 years ago, there was a large settlement of extraterrestrials, and this was the time period of Pelagon, his people. They brought the horse to Earth, and because this was the continent that they lived on, and that the horse then was very common and very popular on the American continent. The great wars that broke out later on and destructed that area, the horses on the American continent all disappeared, leaving the horses that were also in the European and Asian continent, leading archaeologists to believe that that's where the horse originated, but it didn't. It actually originated in America. And she said the horse back then was called a Hipparion, or Hyperion. I'm not sure exactly how it would be pronounced. It's Hipparion. She says, as evidence of some of the great wars and some of the very destructive devices that had been used by ETs in the past on Earth, we could look to Death Valley. The Death Valley was the scene of a great war at one time, where terrible weapons that dissolve things were used at that time, and that's why it's all flat and out there. The dissolving weapons, literally just some sort of particle beam something or other that they used. Unlike just an explosion where you blow things to bits, these weapons just dissolved things and they were gone. Okay, at this point, we're at a point after 6 days where they've been on several travels through historic times and so forth, that Ascot explains to Edward and to Jitsi that she feels that they are now both very prepared to go back into the time of Jesus Christ, Emmanuel, and that their education at this point now should serve them well, so they will better understand, and it is time for Edward to actually meet Emmanuel. At this point on the tapes, I was a little quandary whether or not I should go on with this or not, but what I'm going to do is I'm not going to continue on with the time travel back into the year 32 right here with Edward, because I want to tie that together with the rest of the information about the Talmud of Manuel, the writings of Manuel, on 2 separate tapes. And those are in your tape set. So what I'll do here is I'll just kind of tell you a little bit about the general overview and what happened to Jitsi, and then we'll go over it again more in detail, and I'll tell you all about the conversation that young Edward's going to have with Emmanuel on the other tape set. Well, they do go back to the year 32. They're there for 4 days. When they get there, you have Ascot, Edward, and Jitsi is still with him. By this time, Jitsi has had a major mind change about life and what is real in creation and what's really historically gone down on our planet. He's seen the truth of things now for quite some time, and a lot of changes have gone on in his head, so he's pretty much ready now to make a trip back to the year 32 also. They make the trip. They're there for 4 days. One of the problems that Billy had was his hair. He had just had a haircut before they had gone on this trip and had short hair, which apparently was very unusual in those times. That most people just let their hair grow all the time, and I suppose they did because they really didn't have barbers, or it was just the style at the time to let your hair grow. And not to mention, many people believe that long hair facilitates personal strength. And I think that was a belief during those time periods. It was probably just an excuse not to get a haircut. But for whatever reason, most people had long hair at the time, and so it was out of place. So Ascot got some robes that had hoods on it, kind of like a monk sort of look, and that's what they wore during the time period. And because the language at the time, Aramaic, they did not understand, they were still using language translators around their belt so they could understand people of the time they were in. They were there for 4 days. I don't know exactly where they sat down, but they wandered around from area to area and wound up close to the Mount of Olives, where Edward does have a conversation with Emmanuel. Jitsi's with them all the time, taking all of this in. When they actually get there, Jitsi gets very nervous about the fact that he's actually going to meet Jesus Christ. And this could be a very heavy thing for someone who has worshipped and has had the concept for years that this man, Jesus Christ, is actually the Lord of the universe and the creator of all men and all the other, things that are exaggerated by a Christian religion, when in fact he was just a real man like the rest of us. And now it's turning out that he wasn't even called Jesus Christ, he was really called Emmanuel. So when they get there, Jitsi is kind of overcome, and he's getting excited again. He's getting a little out of hand. And Ascot and Edward and Jitsi are standing by the road, and Emmanuel and his followers are walking towards them. And Jitsi's going a little berserk. He's getting a little excited. He's losing control a little bit. And Edward just pops him once right on the nose, gives him a short chop right in the face. And Jitsi just calms right down, and his nose is bleeding a little bit. And Ascot thought that was the most unusual way to handle human behavior. And it was about that time that Emmanuel walks up, who seemed to be expecting the talks, says hello to Ascot. Apparently he had known Ascot and been visited by her several times before, and turns to Jitsi very calmly and suggests that Jitsi go over and sit down with his followers who are sitting down beside the road there, and if they would take care of him. They do stay there for a while, and Edward has his conversation, which we'll go into in length on the other tape, and then they get back into the ship and they return. Jitsi, other than that, does not speak with Emmanuel, just met him for a moment there, was about it, and they return in the ship and they go back to Jordan, where they never really see Jitsi again. And so Jitsi got an opportunity there just by virtue of being in the right time at the right place. He got to see a lot and go on the travels with him for that entire 6-day time. Okay, we're going to move forward in time on our own here now. We've been talking about Edward's travels with Ascot back in the year 1956. After those travels, he continued on and went into India and roamed around many different countries. He had a few other contacts with Ascot, and there are some old pictures in black and white in India that Billy took of her ship and inside of her ship looking down at the earth. Those pictures aren't too common, they're not too common around, and I generally show them in my slideshow because people really haven't seen them very much.
Sure.
But his contacts after a while with Ascot were mostly telepathic towards the end, and then he didn't see her again for the longest period of time, except, of course, when he was reunited with her for just a small while he visited the great spacer of the Pleiadians. Well, let's move back up now. We're up to 1975 again, October 20th, and Billy's having his 36th contact that has gone on now since over a 10-month period. So it's been 10 months and he's had 36 contacts, so that you can see they're happening quite regularly here. All in all, there's going to be over 135 of them before they actually stop. Okay, he's now having contacts with Semyasi. He's now known as Billy, so I can remember to call him Billy all the time instead of Edward. Beginning in 1975, he started using the name Billy for everything. Okay? At this particular contact, Semyasi seems to be a little upset, and because numerous times they've quizzed Billy about his public speaking, and Billy keeps saying he's gonna, and then he says he's not gonna, that he's just not cut out for it and he can't do it, so he's going to get his friend Hans Jacob to do it. And he's been working with Hans apparently to do some public speaking, and Billy writes his speeches out word for word, more or less, so Hans can read them, I suppose, is the general idea. And they've been working on some speeches, and Hans apparently is kind of chickening out and has written a letter back to Billy, and the letter he would like for Billy to take to Semyasi and read to her, because it's stating all the reasons that he doesn't want to do the speaking. In particular, most of the reason is the fact that he doesn't want to do the speaking. In particular, most of the reason is the fact that he feels that the information is too harsh, that it's going to be too shocking for people to hear many of these things, that it will be very disturbing to them. And he's probably right. You can't just show up somewhere at a meeting and start talking about things and telling people, well, this is what life is, and there isn't any God the way you think of it, and everything you know is wrong. Well, that's not exactly how you approach people. But on Billy's hand, he's telling Hans that the truth can be very harsh, and quite often when people are led astray, that to hear the truth about things can be rather shocking. That's also true. But there are ways to present information so people don't feel challenged and threatened. I mean, after all, just like Ask It says, we're all on our own path of evolution, and even though you hear somebody say something, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to believe it. We're all working on different things at different times, so it's important always when you present information, you present it just as an inspiration, and just for what it really is, it's just words of information. It's not part of anybody's life yet, they haven't experienced it. So people who are open-minded, and remember, be open-minded, it's a sign of intelligence, it's okay to listen to things. Anytime you feel yourself getting too locked into something, too dead set on something, you're probably getting a little closed-minded, and you want to be cautious. You may have run across some absolute truth that you can now keep for now on, and that's good to hang on to. But in many cases, people get very hard-headed about things which are incorrect anyway, and it's very hard to get them loose from it. So I can appreciate Hans's problem, especially in Europe. I've had my own experiences with people in Switzerland and Germany, and a little closed-mindedness here and there, so I can understand what he was up against. Well, anyway, Billy has shown up at the contact with a letter from Hans stating that he doesn't really want to do this, but before he gets a chance to say anything, Semyasi is rambling on about how disappointed they are that Billy's not doing any public speaking, that he has jeopardized the mission. They're 10 months into the mission, and he's not moving ahead with this, so they've decided to put Billy on probation, that they're not going to see him for a month. It'll be sometime in November, so he has time to think this over, and that they feel they've been deceived somehow by Billy, because he has said all along that he was going to do public speaking and get the information out to the public, and he's not done this. Well, Billy, of course, he stops her and he calms her down because she seems to be, a little excited. And he calms her down and explains that he has been trying. And here's a letter from Hans explaining what he's doing. And she reads the letter, and she's really kind of taken back by it a little bit and surprised that Hans is taking the attitude that he is. Because you got to remember, the Pleiadians, even though they're older than us, have higher technology, that doesn't mean they understand us that well. They don't live in the same kind of morality. They don't have the same kind of problems, especially social problems and social pressures like we do. Hans has got a tough problem here. ETs have come and educated Billy. They have not educated Hans. Billy's just giving all this information, writing a speech out for Hans, and expects Hans to go out like a little robot in front of a crowd and read this stuff off. Well, that'd be a tough job, especially since it's not Hans's truth. Hans hasn't had the benefit of all the experiences that Billy has, so it's not true for him. It's just secondhand information. He may not even believe in a lot of it yet. So far to him it may just be information. Well, at any rate, Semjasi's upset by the letter. She goes back to the beam ship with Billy, and they get Ptah on the screen there. They're kind of having a conference call of some type. And she reads the letter again to Ptah, and Ptah understands, and he comments that he understands Hans's situation, his problem, but he also understands that Hans is, in his letter, apparently kind of twisted things his own way too, and has accused the Pleiadians of doing things that they haven't, and he's accused Billy, and he's calling Billy names and so forth, that he's this and he's that. So Hans has gotten a little excited on his own also. So Ptah just calms everybody down and says, well, that's fine. If Hans doesn't want to do it, we understand. Everybody has to make their own decisions, and he's not particularly upset by it at all. As a matter of fact, he seems to have a very highly evolved, open-minded view towards all people, and understands that people have different problems with different things in life, and that's okay. We all just kind of have to follow our own path. I know for myself, it was a big lesson for me younger in life when I finally dawned on me one day that we do have to give everybody space to be themselves. And when we can start looking at somebody else as just an individual spirit on their own path without any prejudice, when we quit looking at them materially, when we look at them just as a spirit of nature or a spirit of God, or whatever you want to call it, on their own path, then you can start to appreciate them. You almost find a little humor in looking at someone and seeing what they're doing with their life. But then you don't feel prejudice and anger. I've always kind of been like that, and it was refreshing for me in this material to find that attitude even more reinforced. I don't always find in the contact notes where the Pleiadians are particularly aware of this, even though they say it, but they seem to have pushed a lot of on Billy, telling Billy how important it is that he do things, and leaning on him by telling him, that the world is going to go bad if you don't perform this mission, and the whole world is waiting on you. And there's a lot of pressure on Billy to perform back in these times. So it's not hard to understand why he's had the difficulties that he has in life. Well, anyway, they read the letter of Hans and so forth, and after the Ptah reads the letter and responds to it to Billy, then Billy understands a little bit better, and everybody seems to be a little calmed down, but still, Billy's not getting out in the public, and the information isn't getting out. So far, it's just in his house, and a small group of people that come and read it there are just his friends. And Semjasi reiterates that they're trying very hard to get information out, and they really do feel love for the Earth person. They live in a very loving, happy, kind of blissful society, and they really don't understand us that well. They don't have hate, anger, prejudice, and jealousy on their world like we do. They are kind of more like Spock Spock in a blissful meditation, just kind of a even-tempered, blissful sort of person, is the impression I get about them. And they have trouble understanding how to relay information and expect reactions from us, the earthworms. And I suppose that our logic and our attitudes sometimes are quite a surprise to them. I think they can't understand why Billy just doesn't go out on the street corner and everybody will listen. Well, as they've been speaking so much about Hans, and they're in the beam ship, Semjasi wants to show Billy something kind of unusual. She says, quite often, because they have trouble understanding Earth people and people on other worlds when they're studying them, and I do believe that part of the Pleiadian contacts were probably mostly just like an experiment on their end. There was only a handful of the Pleiadians that actually had the contacts with Billy. It was not like the whole Pleiadian race came here to make contact with us. There was just a few of them. So I think it was kind of experimental on their side, too, to see, to try to learn more about how to understand us. So there's a lot of different ways to look at these Pleiadian contacts. She says one of the devices that they have on board the ship is a device that actually can read the conscious mind and the subconscious mind of someone and even look into their future a little bit. Apparently the ability to see the future or future visions is within all of us, that we are really creating our future as we go along, and as proof of that, she showed something to Billy. She says, watch this. And there's a little device that looked kind of like a world globe or a round ball in the ship, and she put her hand on it, and she says, now think of Hans, which she does, and she saw Hans on the screen. Billy says, well, I can read that screen. And apparently what you see on the screen is some sort of symbols and so forth. And these are symbols that Billy had somehow learned in meditation when he was younger. Things that had been opened up in his mind about sign and symbols and what they mean and how to translate them into language. Billy begins to read some of the symbols on the screen, and he says, I understand that. You're looking at Hans on this ball. And she says, yeah, I am. And he says, well, wait a minute. That's not Hans now. That's Hans in 2 days, right? And she was surprised that he understood the symbols actually as well as he did. Once again, the old problem with tape, so I'll see you on the next side. Okay, we're back in the continuation of Billy being shown how the device inside the Pleiadian ship can actually read the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. And Billy's just demonstrated that he understands it, and that she's quite surprised that he can really understand it as well as he does. And she says, yeah, we can, through this device, listen to the conscious mind and the subconscious mind of any individual that we think about. And the subconscious mind contains information about your future, because the future that you are creating for yourself is being created all the time in your subconscious mind, and your conscious mind is not aware of it. Now, that's an important point for all of us. We're always hearing how we should create our own future and take responsibility for ourselves. Well, apparently we're doing it all the time anyway without even our own awareness. That our subconscious mind is at all times creating a future. And by creating a future, what I mean is that it's making plans for what it wants to do, what you want to do. Your subconscious mind is making plans for the next few days on what it wants to do, and your conscious mind is not even aware of it yet. Your conscious mind kind of gets the news later on when it's time to do something, so to speak, or whenever your conscious mind actually turns to the subconscious and tries to tune into it. But here we have a device that can tune into your subconscious mind and then read what that subconscious mind is thinking of doing in the future. Now, how far ahead in this future, I don't know. But here, the device is reading Hans's mind, because in 2 days' time, Hans was planning on calling Billy. And on the screen, suddenly they see Hans picking up the telephone to call Billy to arrange a meeting to come over and talk about doing these lectures and so forth. So Billy's very surprised that on the screen he can actually see the future, see Hans doing something in the future, and all this is being read through Hans's subconscious. He doesn't even know yet that in 2 days he's going to suddenly decide to call Billy to do this. But his subconscious mind, 2 days previous to that event, has already decided that he wants to do it. Well, Billy's a little surprised, says, gee, with this device you guys can know pretty much anything. And she says, yeah, we can. We have to be very careful so we don't misuse this knowledge, but it gives us the ability to pretty much look into the thoughts, feelings, and future about anyone that we want to. And Billy says, well, could I give it a try? And she says, sure, go ahead. You seem to understand the symbols pretty well. What do you want to do? So he puts his he puts his hand on the world ball, he called it in the notes, called a world ball. I don't know if it looked like the earth or just a round ball. And she says, well, think about whoever you want to see on the screen. And he does. And he says, well, the person I'm going to see on here, he says, I'm going to be thinking about General Francisco Franco of Spain. And he begins to think about that. And she says, well, okay, now this button right here next to the ball, push the button. And he pushes this button, or depresses this little whatever it is there. And on the screen suddenly, he's seeing these symbols which represent the subconscious mind of Francisco Franco. And then he switches something, and you can see the conscious mind of Francisco. And Billy's reading the symbols which depict the information from Franco's conscious mind, and he says, wow, look at this. This fella is scared to death. I mean, he's really in fear. What's he afraid of? And he reads some more symbols that are moving across the screen, and he says, I understand now. This poor devil is afraid of dying. He's afraid to death. He's going to die. Matter of fact, he's terrified. He's trembling. And if any of you will remember back in that time period that General Francisco Franco was dying at that time, and ultimately did die about a month after that. Well, Billy switches it over to the subconscious, and he's kind of surprised. And he says, well, look, this is entirely different. The subconscious mind is not afraid. The subconscious mind is not terrified at all. And he kind of stops for a second. He says, I don't get it. The conscious mind is terrified, afraid of death, and the subconscious mind is very peaceful. What's going on? And Semyosi says, well, that's very simple. The subconscious mind is directly connected to creation. And the subconscious mind knows that death is no terror at all. And Billy kind of has a realization. He says, oh, of course, I understand. The subconscious mind, which is directly hooked to your spiritual abilities, which is directly hooked to creation all the time, is aware that death is no great horror, that it's simply a step into a new evolution, you might call it. It's the continuation of an evolution. It's just a step forward in your growth. So it wouldn't be terrified at all. But his subconscious mind, he says, look in here, I see this, that the subconscious mind knows that he's going to have a heart attack soon. And he starts to give the date, and Semyosi stops him. She says, don't say the date out loud, because we don't want it in your notes. I don't want you to say the date out loud. And he says, why? And she says, well, we don't call the dates out on events like this, future dates on people, because they don't really want to affect events. They don't want it in his notes where people would be reading about it. Now, a heart attack probably wouldn't be something that would have any effect anyway. But it's a general trend or general way of doing things with them, that they don't reveal things about the future exactly because they don't want to have effect on them. They apparently have got to a point technically where they can see the future events of people and of nations and of planets, but they don't like to take responsibility for events happening. So they're very careful, morally careful, about not changing any of those events by actually, putting information out about them, which would cause people to react differently than they normally would. So Billy doesn't call the date out, but right after the contact, he goes home and he writes this letter down. It's October 20th, and he writes a letter down with the date and everything in it and sends it to Hans and tells Hans not to open the letter till November 20th, which Hans does. He gets the letter, he receives the letter and opens it up, and in it is an explanation all about this device and the contact that Billy has just had and all the information about Franco and that he will die on November 20th. And so they were able to see the date actually exactly right on the machine, and they have this device then that reads our subconscious. Okay, and a couple of tapes back I mentioned that Semyosi was explaining to Billy about the occurrences in the Bermuda Triangle. And she explained exactly what was causing this, that it was the radiation from a couple of very large suns that were putting a small rip in time in certain areas on the Earth. And because of that, ships would disappear and slip off into different time realms. Billy had more questions about that later on, and she says, well, we will have an opportunity very soon that we will be able to show you exactly how that works. Well, apparently they had reason to go into another dimension, and after they explained to Billy exactly what dimensions are at one particular time, an opportunity did come up for him to be shown exactly what's in the Bermuda Triangle dimensions door. So she picked Billy up, and she was in her ship, and she explained to them that to remember the drawing that she had made for him that showed the cyclone-shaped swirl, which is the shape of what a dimensions door actually looks like and how they get into it. And they flew into the area where the Bermuda Triangle is, and they proceeded to head into the dimensions door. She says they're not going to be going in exactly to the same dimension where these people slip off into. Normally when you go through a dimensions door without any equipment or apparatus to protect you, then you would just slide right into a future Earth situation. But that's not exactly where they were going to go. By the way, the one that the ships and people and so forth have slipped into seems to be far in the Earth future, someplace we don't know exactly how far. But they're not going into that particular dimensions frame. They're going to go in controlled more with instruments and the radiation shields that protect the ship. So they're going into a different, it's the same dimension door, but they seem to have control of where they go. And they're going into a certain area where there's been a accident where there are 3 Earths, all in one dimension. Now here we only have one Earth in our dimension that we live in, so it'd be a little unusual to go into a dimension where there are 3 Earths. There is a future Earth, 470 years in our future, and there is a primitive or prehistoric Earth, and then there's one existing in the very, very primitive stages, just in the gas ball sort of era, I guess you'd call it. So they proceed to go into the dimension, and Billy's looking on the screens inside of the ship, and up ahead of him, so they proceed to go into the dimension, and Billy's looking on the screens inside of the ship, and up ahead of him he sees exactly what Semjase had drawn for him, this dimensions door that looks like a swirling cyclone somehow. It looks like kind of like what a tornado would look like if you were flying right into the funnel of it. And as he's looking into the dimensions door, he sees the other dimension up in front as he's looking. And if he turns around and looks just behind him at the back of the ship, he would see the present day Earth. So at one particular point you would see both, the dimension that we are in and the dimension that he would fly into. They fly on into that, and as they get inside, she's explaining to him about the 3 different Earths that are present in there. And he notices that Ptah's great spacer ship is already in there. And she explains to Billy that yes, that another extraterrestrial race that has space travel also, one of their ships had flown into this particular dimension, but somehow was having equipment problems or did not have the right equipment. It couldn't get back out, and they were going to go in and try to get him out of there. And while they were there, they invited Billy to go along so he could see this. So they did. They're in there, and she's explaining the different planets and what they look like. And she flies into the area where the primitive Earth is. Well, Billy's getting kind of excited because she's saying primitive, and he's thinking, oh yeah, do they have these like prehistoric animals, saurians and so forth on there? And she says, yes, as a matter of fact, we knew that you would be excited about that, so we're going to allow you the opportunity to actually put on some sort of protective suit that they had made, and Billy would be able to get out and see these primitive animals and take pictures of them. Earlier on a tape I had mentioned that when Billy was taking the great spacer trip, when he traveled with them to different planets, that they went by a planet that had very large prehistoric animals on it, and he wanted to get out and take a picture of the animals there. And I suggested, I thought maybe he did, but I remember he did not. It was on this particular trip into the Bermuda Triangle's dimension where they actually provided him with the suit. Well, they hook up with Ptah's ship, and Billy once again gets to talk to Ptah for a little bit, and he's telling him, yeah, we have brought a couple of suits that Ptah will go out on the primitive planet with Billy and just see the animals, and Billy's going to get a chance to take pictures and so forth, which he does. He gets a few pictures of different reptilian creatures and saurian birds, and he even gets a picture, he has Semjase take a picture of him and Ptah together on the planet. So after they've done that, there's another Earth there also, and this is a future Earth. And Billy's saying, you mean the planet Earth actually has a future, huh? He says, yeah, this is a future Earth that exists 470 years in our future. At this particular time, the Earth people have already developed stations and cities on the moon and other planets. And she says, we'll go visit the moon now. And she flies up to the moon, and Billy can see there are small cities and settlements, and they spend some time different areas on the moon, and he takes a few pictures. And he's kind of surprised that the Earth people have actually developed that far. And she says, yes, almost 500 years has passed, and by now they've had the capabilities of designing ships similar to our beam ships, and they have interplanetary travel now. She's also, we have to be very careful that even though the Earth people are far more peaceful than they used to be, they're very aggressive, and that if her ship was to be noticed, that certainly that they would probably try to force her to land, and that'd be a very uncomfortable position for her. So she was being careful not to be detected at any time by the current Earth people there. After they go around the moon, they actually fly down to the planet Earth, and they spend, actually it says about 7 hours. They fly around the current future Earth there, and Billy's taking pictures and seeing different sections on the Earth, and she's showing him all around about what the future of Earth is going to look like. But there's no comments in the contact notes really about that, so we don't get any clues as to what may particularly lie in our future there. They fly back to the Great Spacer and hook up there once again, and while they're waiting for Ptah, Billy has a few questions. And one is about the lifespan. And he had remembered that Semjase had told him that the lifespan of the Pleiadians was averaging around 1,000 years. And would there be any way possible that current-day Earth people could achieve something like that? And she said, yes, there is, not only through medical breakthroughs and technology and so forth, but there are also other ways to control the lifespan. She says that our ancestors who lived here on Earth long ago, our early ancestors who had come from different planets, understood more about that. They also understood a lot more about creation and how the energy of creation can be used by spirit forms like ourselves to do many different things. And lifespan was one of the things that was possible. She says that through an understanding of how creation works, and through an understanding that we have a spirit and how to use the spiritual powers, that a person who is knowledgeable in the spiritual laws can actually control their lifespan somewhat. What happens is, she says, when you think in accordance with the natural and creational laws, you create some sort of special high-frequency radiation that oscillates at a certain way, so it creates some immense force. And this is generated by your spirit. And this force that you generate yourself by the way that you think influences the cells of your body, and you live a lot longer. That our early ancestors here, living back previous to 10,000 years ago, were averaging, like I said, over 1,007 years of age. So definitely something there for us to try to work on. One of the problems with religion is that it keeps this from happening, since religion does not teach about what the spirit is and the power of your own personal spirit, that we're never going to stumble onto that or, develop those sort of abilities through religion. She says that the Earthman must also become aware of the fact that how you think is how you feel and how you look. That most all of our illnesses on Earth are created by virtue of how we think. If you think negative and destructive, then you will create yourself to looking poorly and you will get sick easily. However, if you think very positively and are of a balanced spiritual type person, you will live longer and you will look better. Also, on the Pleiadian worlds, they don't have large cities, and one of the main reasons is that it's not conducive to the right kind of energy. If you have a large mass of people in a large city area like we do, for instance, in Los Angeles, that will shorten your lifespan because of all the thoughts that are released. We know, living just here in the Los Angeles area with all the problems in the inner city and all the anger and so forth that goes on in this town, that those thoughts are being released and they do have effect on all of us. As evidenced in nature, she drew attention to the fact that iron normally doesn't rust on its own. We think that iron just naturally oxidizes from the oxygen. But she says actually thought has a lot to do with it, that iron will rust, different levels of rust at different parts of the world depending on how the people in that area think. And I thought about that, and that's true. There is iron in certain places in India, in those areas that does not rust. They have iron poles and construction there that's been there for several thousand years and no rust on those at all. But iron rusts pretty good here in Los Angeles. Also, precious stones, crystals, and things like that we have to be more careful with because they are more powerful at storing negative energies, and they can be harmful and destructive to individuals also. Correct thinking isn't necessarily like being very positive about things, and it isn't being real negative about things. Correct thinking is being a balanced thinker, being able to control your thoughts so you don't get real positive or real negative. Billy had a couple of questions, too, about Hyperboreans, that he had heard that a certain race of people called Hyperboreans were living under Mount Shasta in California, and wanted to know if that was true, if there really was a race called Hyperboreans. He had read that during the time of Enoch that these extraterrestrials had come here and wanted to know where they lived. And she said, yes, that's true, that there are Hyperboreans living under Mount Shasta in Northern California, as well as the Aleutian Islands and up in Alaska. The Hyperboreans originally, when they came here, lived in the area that now we call Florida, which is one of the states, of course, here in the United States. At that time, though, the Earth was in a slightly different position. If you can imagine the Earth, for instance, just looking down at it and see where Florida is, and then if you suddenly roll the planet up, so Florida moved up to where Greenland is right now, that's the position that the planet was in back in those particular times. It was up in the area where Greenland is now. Greenland itself was the North Pole at that time. As a matter of fact, they call it the land of timeless youth, and in the old Lyrian language it was called Tirnan Og. and which is kind of a strange thing, strange language. Also in those areas, it was very warm, that the polar caps at that time were the tropical regions. That's where the palm trees were, and that was the origin of what's called golden apples. Today we call them oranges. And that started in that particular area. Billy was a little, had one other question about that, because in a lot of old writings it talks about Hercules, Gilgamesh, Enoch, Emmanuel, and people like this, all visiting that area for certain reasons. And she says, yes, that's true, that most of them did, but Emmanuel didn't. By the time Emmanuel visited this land, the earth was not in that position, and it was back down to where Florida is now. So things have changed a little bit. Another question related to this secret city called Agharta that is sometimes talked about. He wanted to know if that was real. And it was told to him, yes, that Agharta actually is a real place, that there are descendants of some extraterrestrials who lived in the Mongolian desert in the city of Mu a long time ago. They had an underground city called Agharta, and it's located in the Gobi Desert somewhere between Shingatis and Shampula. And that's where the capital city is. The interesting part was that they, much like the Bafath race that we're hearing more and more about, seem to have some designs on controlling this world, but apparently don't have the technology to do that. And they are ruled by a group called the Sons of the Sun. And like the Bafath, like I mentioned, they don't have much use for the human race on the planet, and would probably like to take it over if that was possible. Well, at about this time, after they're talking a little bit, an android comes up to Ptah and informs him that they don't really have to wait any longer, that the extraterrestrial ship they were looking for that was lost in this other dimension has been found, and they can leave whenever they want to. So they end this little jaunt into this other dimension, and they return back into our own current time with the other ship in tow, and Billy's had a chance to see another dimension and take pictures of primitive life forms. Okay, we're up to January 7th, 1976 now. It's Billy's 42nd contact, and this is the telepathic contact. Many of them were. Billy had been so well trained in telepathic impulses that quite often, when the weather was bad or they just wanted to get in touch with him about something, they would have telepathic. Now, this is not like channeling. Telepathic is much different than channeling. So, matter of fact, Billy has little regard for channeling. He regards that as just kind of like self-induced meditation, euphoric meditation. So he says there's quite a bit of difference. Well, this is a telepathic contact, and primarily it's from Quetzal, the base commander, because for a week or so before that, he'd been warning Billy that someone was going to take a shot at him, that there was going to be an attempt on Billy's life. Okay? Well, it did happen. Apparently, Billy was sitting in front of the glass window in the front of the house, and someone came and took a shot and went right through the pane glass and just narrowly missed him, just shot right by his forehead. Well, Billy didn't think it was any big deal at all and didn't seem to express any fear. It was just a little .22, and he didn't take it too seriously. But Quetzal was making some attempt to try to find out who that was and track them down, and Billy was curious about that. He said he'd like to know, if you can find the person, let me know who it is and for what reason they might have for taking a shot at him. Also in that, when they contacted him, Billy says, well, while I've got you here, while you're willing to communicate a little bit, I have a few questions that I'd like to ask. And the questions were primarily centered around life in the Pleiades that some members of the group had wanted to ask. One of the things he asked was, on the Pleiadian worlds, when someone dies, do you have cemeteries? Do you bury people just like we do here? And they commented, well, of course we do. That is the natural way of doing things, because that way the body material itself returns back into the ground just the way that it should. The cremation was an unnatural thing, and they don't necessarily recommend it. They don't use cremation on the Pleiadian worlds. The reason was because the body fluids that stay inside of the body somehow. Interestingly enough, she says when they do that, somehow those body fluids have some relationship to relatives of the dead person who are still alive, and didn't really expand on that, so I'm not sure exactly what they mean. The other question was life on the Pleiades. Do they have houses? And Quetzal and Semjase, both who were in this conference telepathic call, were kind of chuckling at this. As of course, you don't think we live out on the ground. We have houses just like you do. The most of them are rather round or oval shaped. The interesting part is that they don't have large cities. They don't believe in congregating large groups of people. For one reason, like I mentioned earlier, that it's kind of unhealthy mentally. They seem to be, most of the planet seems to be quite telepathic and very mental, very much in tune with each other's emotions. But for the most part, everybody on the planet gets an area about 100 meters by 100 meters of land to live on, and a home is provided for them. And about all you have to do to be eligible for that is to devote some amount of time, which I believe is 4 hours a day, to the society somehow in some sort of manner. You contribute to your community and things are provided for you. They don't have economics like we do. No one works for money. There is no monetary or economic system. If you pitch in, and whatever your skills are, then things are provided for you. They have more of a wisdom system. It's kind of like you can do or you can grow to whatever your level of wisdom and understanding is, and then the jobs that you will do and provide and work in your community are all dependent upon what you know. Amazing, huh? They don't have apartment houses. They don't have skyscrapers, again, because they don't like to clutter people together. They're very conscious of population control. And on the planet Era, E-R-R-A, which is one of the main planets and where Semjase comes from, there's only about 450 million people on Era. They have some sort of kind of childbirth control, I guess you'd say. There's no more than 3 people, 3 children per family, and they, as a general rule, they don't allow more than 5 people to live in any particular home. Billy says, well, that's nice. You've solved the mother-in-law problem. And they didn't understand what he was talking about. And Semjase says, I don't get it. What's a mother-in-law problem? And Billy was trying to explain about how you get married, and sometimes your in-laws may move in and try to influence your marriage and take over your house. And he was being kind of silly, but they didn't get the joke. And Semjase just says very straightly, well, mother-in-laws are called Geranissa, or Geranissa, I think it is. It's Geranisa, and I'm not sure exactly how you would pronounce that. So Geranissa, I suppose, something like that in their language. But she never did quite get the joke about what Billy was making about the mother-in-law. The next contact was on January 27th, on the 43rd contact. This was a physical contact, and Semjase picked up Billy. And again, Semjase was explaining to Billy about people who are claiming to be contactees and who are really not. That they were very concerned that people on Earth should find out, who's really faking it, who isn't, because a lot of disinformation was going out with some people claiming that extraterrestrials were doing this or coming on behalf of a god or a religion or whatever. And she says this really isn't true. So Billy had asked her again about that, and he'd prepared a list of a number of people who had written books who were claiming extraterrestrial contact. And he wanted to know from her comments if any of these were true. And she said, well, there's far too many. He had about 3 pages of names, and she says, I don't have time for all that right now. But she says, list off a few of them, and I'll tell you whether or not they are false or not, and if they are contactees, if they are of any value as a contactee. And I'll just list a few of them here that might be interesting to us. There were names from contactees and people who claim to be contactees from all over the planet, different countries. But I just put a few down here that are generally related to the United States because that's the only ones that we're particularly interested in. She said George Adamski was completely false, that he had never had any contacts of any type. The whole thing was completely made up, and that all of his photos had been rigged and were just on glass plates. And I know there are a number of people who feel George Adamski was a real contactor, but in this information anyway, the Pleiadian information, it states that no, he was not. Someone named Howard Menger, it just says he's of low importance. It doesn't clarify whether or not what kind of contact he may have. Someone named Bob Renaud, R-E-N-A-U-D, was of very low value, no importance as a contactee. Someone named Mirachi, M-I-R-A-C-H-I, she says that's a positive one. There's something worth listening to there. Also someone named Vinther, V-I-N-T-H-E-R, was of value and worth listening to. Another one would be Mantle, M-A-N-T-E-L-L, and George Gorman. These were people who had contacts that had something worth talking about. Someone named Dick Miller was a deceiver and had no contacts at all. A man named Frank Strangers, who had written a book, says his contacts were of no value, and she wasn't sure if he'd really had any physical contacts whatsoever, but she had had a look at the book and says it's misleading and there's no value to the book. So a little insight in there as far as 1975. And she did also add to that they, even though she was sure of the things that she had said, a lot of the ones that Billy had mentioned she had had to mark unknown because they just don't really keep track of everybody. And since 1975, there could be others, and some of these people may have even had contact since then, whatever. So that was the list as of 1975. After this contact, it was time to go home, and it was pretty cold and snowy out. And Billy was complaining, it's pretty bitter cold out there, and could I get a ride home, drop me off at the house? And she says, sure, I'll just drop you in the front, right in front of the house if you want. And he says, oh, my moped, I got to take that. She says, no problem. And she picked up his moped, and it was floating along underneath the bottom of the beam ship. It was just being held by the anti-gravity device of some type. And before Billy could even say much of anything, he looked down, and he was already floating in the ship just right in front of his house. And he noticed that, there was lots of snow around and everything. He says, well, just put me down right here in front of the house, and then I'll put the moped right here in front of the door. It'll make it look like I just rode the moped for like 6 feet up to the door and stop. Then there'll be a nice tire track there. Everybody will come out tomorrow and they'll see a 6-foot tire track as if the moped just came out of nowhere, and he thought that would be great fun. And she looked at him like, okay, if you think that's funny, all right. As you can see, they have a lot of trouble understanding our humor sometimes, so Billy kept trying. At one point, Billy received a letter that was kind of fascinating. We're always looking for collaborating information to collaborate the validity of the Pleiadian case, and in one case, there was a pretty good one. I had told you earlier, at one point, Semyasi was retrieving a time capsule. I believe that was somewhere in Persia, and the time capsule that she'd returned to Ascot on their mission when they went to the other universe. Well, when she had picked up that time capsule, a couple of people had seen her. And a letter came, which is a few months after it actually happened. This letter came from a man, and he says that he had had an experience while traveling. He was a German man, and while he was traveling in that area, one morning he had been woken up, and he heard a sound, and he walked over this hill and saw this lady digging in the ground. And she didn't seem too surprised. She was very friendly and talked to him for a few moments and told him that she was digging something up. And she pulled this device out of the ground and said that she had to go now. And he just kind of stood there and watched her pull the device up. And as she walked away, the device started floating in the air right in front of her. And then she walked over the hill and disappeared. And the man was a little flabbergasted, not only to run into a nice-looking woman out here in the wasteland, but somehow this device was floating, and she just disappeared over the hill. So he runs to the top of the hill to see what's going on, to see if he can see this woman. And as he gets there, over the top of the hill, he's surprised because he sees a flying saucer. Well, he's traveling with a friend, and he runs back to the tent where they had been sleeping, tells his friend all about what he's just seen. The guy thinks he's totally wacko, that he's going desert crazy or something, and decides that he doesn't want to travel with him any longer. It tells him that, if he's going to act like that, he's too weird for him, and he separates. So he thought he was a little nuts, and so he decided to write a letter to Billy. He'd heard about Billy, and some friends had advised him that he might be interested in this sort of thing, so he sent a letter. And Billy was kind of surprised to get it. And the man even commented, don't tell anybody that I saw this, or don't tell anybody my name, because back in Germany when I return home, people will think I'm nuts, and they probably put me in a madhouse. Well, Billy confirms this with Semyasi, and she says, oh, yes, that's true. When I did pick the time capsule up, that happened, and I remember that man. So someone did see her pull the time capsule out of the ground, and we have a collaborating, unsolicited letter then from a man who had been traveling through the East that he'd actually seen her and seen the ship. Okay, another interesting thing that came up on this contact was Billy had some questions about a group in Berlin who were talking a lot about Saint Germain. And some of you may know there have been a lot of mysterious claims about this man, Saint Germain, who was supposed to be from France and supposed to have lived for long periods of time and was a great master and could do this and the other and so forth. And so Billy had some questions about this and wanted to know if she knew anything about Saint Germain. And she says, yeah, I can tell you a few things, not too much, but what we do know on him is that his real name wasn't Saint Germain. His real name was Rakoczi, R-A-K-O-C-Z-I. I suppose you would pronounce that Rakoczi. And his name wasn't Saint Germain, that was his position. He had a position, he was the Count of Saint Germain. He was born in Aries in 1711 in a little town called Colonia, and today it's called Cologne. She says, to begin with, he was a complete liar, swindler, con man, and so forth, and took up working for the Rosicrucians at that time period. The reason was that the Rosicrucians were always trying to find ways to influence important people in government to empower their own self. Rosicrucians also, as many of you may know, have their own order of old science and knowledge that they pass on to their initiated members if you stay in the Rosicrucians for a period of time. They have a lot of old world knowledge. Well, this man calling himself Saint Germain, apparently was pretty good at magic and hypnosis and things like that. And people of the Rosicrucians took up using this man to their own benefit. So what they did was they would get Saint Germain to amuse important people, kings, queens, and people of importance and so forth. And he would try to influence them on behalf of the Rosicrucians for their own, devices. Typically what he would do is he would hypnotize people. A lot of people weren't aware of what hypnosis was, and one of his main things was to hypnotize women, find out all their secrets about themselves, then bring them out of the hypnosis and tell them they would remember nothing about it. And then he would just offhandedly, like he was a great mystic or magic or something, he would tell them all these things he just learned from them through hypnosis, and they would be amazed that he would know so much about them. So he gained this reputation as being a great mystic and a magical person and a great master of thought and so forth, when in fact he was good at sleight of hand, good at magic, and pretty good at alchemy. He was never really a member of the Rosicrucians. He just claimed to be a member, what they call of the seventh beam, which means you would be one of their initiated ones and had access to all of their great knowledge and so forth. So he even had another little trick he would do where he claimed that he could turn metal into gold. And what he was doing, because of his knowledge of alchemy, he just had some sort of chemical that he would put on plain metal, and it would look like glare gold, is what they called it. It would just shine and look like gold, but it really wasn't gold. And people were very impressed by this. He also would do a little trick now and then where he would hypnotize people, and when they were in hypnosis, they'd think he would become invisible. They just couldn't see him, and it was a trick using hypnosis, but people would believe that he actually had the ability to move himself from one area to the other and become invisible, which really wasn't true. He also made many claims about being a great traveler and knowledge from different parts of the world, when in fact he never left the European theater at all. On one particular time, when he was going to Berlin, he was telling everyone that he was going to go to China and discover the great truths of China, when in effect all he did is he went to Berlin to report into the Rosicrucians there, which is a splinter group of the Rosicrucians, about some things that he was doing for them. The main office, or the main stronghold of the Rosicrucians, was in Vienna at the time. The Rosicrucians, it worked out so good for them to have Saint Germain appear to be working for them. They were gaining so much from it in the ways of secrets and knowledge and power and so forth in government, that they wanted to perpetuate this. And one of the ways was to make it look like the man never aged, like he was a great master in control of time. They were using chemicals on his face to make him look younger. And they had some tricks of their own to do this, so he always looked kind of young. Actually, the man, the original Saint Germain, died at the age of 73. And since that time, they've even tried to keep that legend going, claiming the man was alive. What they will do is they will find people who actually looked like the original man. They will do some facial work on him, maybe even alter it with surgery and with chemicals and so forth, to make him look the same and perform the same kind of tricks and so forth on people, to give the illusion that Saint Germain was timeless, he was ageless, he was just going to live on forever. Okay, we're now ready for the 45th contact, which happened on Wednesday, February 25th, 1976. So you can see that Billy's contacts now have been going on for a little more than a year. At this point, Semjase had pretty much covered all the things that she wanted to say, and most of the contacts were usually centered around a lot of questions that Billy would have. So as the next year will go on here, we'll find that most of the time Billy will have a series of questions with him from members of the group and other people that he wants to ask Semjase about. And so there'll be a lot of short answers here. For instance, he had a question about the metal of the beam ships, which was asked by some scientific type that had visited the house and wanted to know the answer if they would reveal how they make the ships. And she says, well, they can tell us a little bit that primarily it is a lead-based alloy that they use. And they actually extract the lead from water, plants, and from the atmosphere of planets which are very heavy in lead content. They even use decaying stars, she says, quite often for that have heavy lead atmospheres. So they get the very soft lead alloy from that place, and then they convert the soft metal into a harder metal using some sort of conversion process. There's a couple of chemical processes involved also that make the lead much harder than our current steel. But even at that point, it's not quite ready to be into a beam ship. It has to undergo one other process, which she didn't want to talk about, because she didn't want to feed us any more technical information than that. But she says here on Earth we have all the main elements, or most of them anyway, to make the alloy, which is primarily copper, nickel, silver, and some of them have gold in it. And she volunteered to bring Billy a couple of samples of this. So he was excited about that. And it wasn't too long after that, by the way, she did bring him some samples. She brought him 3 samples, and they're going to be given to Marcel Vogel at IBM in America, and who did a pretty extensive analysis using the electron microscope on the different samples that were brought to him. As a matter of fact, there is a videotape out called The Metal, and it's about an hour long, and it's all Marcel Vogel looking through the electron microscope, analyzing the samples brought to him, and explaining how they're made or so forth. And his summary in the end of the videotape actually is that he could understand most all the particles that were in the metal. He wasn't confused by that, but he said the manufacturing process at the moment was a process that was a little too advanced for us. It appeared to be a cold fusion process, and there wasn't any way with our current technology he felt we could put these metals together. Semjase mentioned that they don't mine the metals on their own worlds. She says it's not really good for the planet. She says when you take precious ores and minerals and oils and so forth out of a planet, you're actually damaging the planet. We're not used to thinking of planets as living organisms, as creatures of the creation. They do. They regard a planet as an evolving creature, just like a human, but existing at a much lower consciousness. Because of that, she says, you shouldn't take oil, gas, and the precious ores and so forth out of the planet, that you're actually hurting the planet in a way. And we shouldn't dam up our water either. It causes shifts in energy fields and even shifts somehow in geologically somehow, and she didn't elaborate on that. She was also very concerned about her atom bomb testing. She says the underground atom bomb testing is very dangerous. As we explained earlier in the contact, that it's affecting certain real sensitive areas around the planet, which affect the small microorganisms. And she says one of the really scary facts is that under the guise of atom bomb testing, we are told that they're testing bombs and so forth, that there is another program going on in secret by our government where they're testing what they call the doomsday device. She says it's not an atom bomb, that they've come up with another device, scarier than a bomb, that actually starts a chain reaction which causes the entire planet to just, as she calls it, atomize, just be self-destructed into dust. She says it would only take 7 or 8 minutes once this thing was set off to totally destroy the planet in what they called a firestorm. So we've been experimenting around apparently with some very deadly devices, and this is back in the early 70s now. And they are very concerned that if these get out of hand or they actually come to use, a chain reaction would be started. 7 to 8 minutes, the entire planet would be ripped over by a firestorm, and the whole planet would actually be self-destructed. In another set of questions given to Billy by some astronomers, she commented on the age of the Earth. She says, which is 646 billion years old. Our sun is 1,730 billion years old. And she made reference again to our oil reserves. She says we really only have about 27 and a half years left currently of oil reserves that we can actually get to. She says you have to think of oil as actually a life form. It's kind of like a germ to the earth, something like we might have parasites, in our own body. Well, oil is also important to the planet itself. She says the planet Earth, we've used up 65 billion tons of oil so far since we started taking it out of the ground. Interestingly enough, 20 billion tons of oil have been destroyed or damaged by atom bomb testing. So here, like a third of the oil that we've taken out of the planet, we've ruined through atom bomb testing. A planet like Earth produces 1 billion tons of oil every billion years, and we've exploited about 1/10 of our total oil supply right now. The oil that's been taken out, it would take almost twice as long for the Earth to replenish it because we've destroyed so many other elements in nature also. They estimate it would take about 118 billion years to replace the oil that we've taken out. She also commented that 35 years ago, which would put us back around 1940, that 86.1% of the Earth was fertile ground. Today it's down to 39.7%. So there's been a lot of damage to the planet. The 5 most important things they felt we could do as far as learning to live with the planet and to repair nature were: 1, reduce the population to under 1 billion, because our heavy population puts strain on the social, economic systems, as well it puts a lot of strain on the planet because the subconscious thoughts of all of these people are too much really for the planet, considering that most of our thoughts are very degenerate: hate, anger, depression, confusion, and so forth, which are not healthy for nature. Number 2, stop robbing the Earth of oil, gas, and ores. We are contributing to earthquakes and volcanoes, for one thing, by taking that stuff out, and we damage the planet. The planet will find a way to try to heal itself. We need to stop the atom testing, the underground explosions. That's obviously rather silly to do. Not only is it contributing to earthquakes on the West Coast, it's damaging oil, it's sending all sorts of high-frequency oscillations and vibrations through the planet itself, causing other kinds of damage, and it's damaging small microorganisms. We need to tear down all of the dams. Now that may sound like a silly little thing, but she says that's more important than we're really aware of. We shouldn't be damming the water up. It causes shifts in energy, and it causes it natural. Obviously, we're stopping the natural flow of water across the landmass, and we shouldn't be doing that. She also feels it's very important that we tear down all the nuclear power stations and quit trying to get power out of exploding atoms. It's very dangerous to nature, it's very dangerous to our health, and ultimately will lead to diseases and so forth, which we can not even imagine at this point. Okay, once again, it's time to turn the tape over, fast forward, and I'll see you on the other side. We also, as they have examined the planet, we really have to do something about our political and our power system. Remember now, they look at us as a total planet. When they come down, they look at all the different countries, what's going on, from the Saddam Husseins to the George Bushes to, the leaders all over the planet. And without doubt, they can state that all of the countries are run by people set on greed and power, with very little interest really in the general welfare or the quality of life. We have to stop this. She says if the consciousness of the people, the mass consciousness, does not rise up and start taking charge of its planet, then we can almost be sure that we're going to head towards a very difficult time of war, when this firestorm they're talking about would be quite possible. We've already damaged the Earth far too much, so we can expect a lot of volcano action. We're going to have a lot of climate alterations, storms, and water inbreaks. Now this was she's talking about in 75. We're living in the 90s now. We're already seeing volcanoes starting to blow off. We're seeing the climate start to change. We're seeing storms, hurricanes, and cyclones in different parts of the world, especially here in America and in Hawaii, that are taking tolls that we didn't think were possible. She mentioned also that the whole countries will sink into the sea. It doesn't give them by name. It just says there will be large land masses that will slip underwater, and a very large amount of people will die from that. Also is coming a very serious war. And they didn't say where or when it was going to break out here, but Billy apparently has most of that information that was provided to him through his telepathic transmissions from the Patali level. What they're doing is they transform to him symbols and so forth, so he can do Kabbalistic numerology, and he calculates these things to look into the future to see the things that are going to happen. We're obviously going towards a major war. We can't keep selling and providing all these third world countries weapons and so forth without expecting them to do something with them. Look just what happened with Saddam Hussein. Our great President George Bush and Baker for 10 years provided funds to Saddam Hussein for whatever reason. It's kind of insanity. We should not be giving countries like this massive amounts of money, allowing them to build up all of their weapons. I have no idea what they were really thinking when they did that. At any rate, what happened? We had a war, then we had to go stop them. It got out of hand, and George Bush had to convince all of us suddenly that Saddam Hussein was the bad guy, when for 10 years they've been building him up and supporting him and feeding him all these money and the ability to buy all these arms. Then suddenly we have to go stop the guy, using our young people, our money, and our military people, and trying to make us believe that this is a great idea. Well, things are a little out of hand. She mentioned also that for 2,000 years, the people who can foretell the future, people who do Kabbalistic numbers, that they calculate the future based on numeric values, that they have known for 2,000 years, again, this value of this 666, that this numeric value actually pertains to the word Jesus, God, Church, and Christ. There was no person named Jesus. Jesus never lived. There was a man named Emmanuel. In the year 189, they changed his name to Jesus. The 666 and the Antichrist stands actually for destruction of the truth. And it was the Christian church was destructive to the truth by not giving credit to Emmanuel and by changing the lessons of Emmanuel. Instead, they created the Christian church, gave it a name, the Christianity, changed Emmanuel to Jesus Christ, and created a God, a Lord of some kind, and told the people this is the way it was. So they altered things. They altered the truth. So what it's amounting to is Jesus is the value of the Antichrist, which is kind of an interesting awakening, huh? They also mentioned something else for those of us or people who are very intrigued with this, that the abbreviations W, U, V have something to do with the Antichrist. They didn't want to reveal exactly who it was, but he was already alive in 75. They didn't want to reveal exactly who it was, but they said that this symbol of the beast, which is quite commonly referred to as the sign of the beast, 666, that the beast isn't an animal, as many of us probably already know. It's just a symbol for it. And it basically refers to an organization that has something to do with these initials, W, U, V. Now, it concerns a worldwide organization which exists either in 3 locations or in 3 parts or something like that. It has something to do with a group. There's 3 units or partitions to this organization. The organization will become embodied by the church and her followers. And Billy wanted to know, well, what does WUV mean? Is this an acronym for the name of the organization? And she says, well, I'll tell you, but it's blanked out in the contact notes, and he's never told me either. Billy's very surprised. He says, because this organization already exists, and it's already a major world organization. But then he says, the name is not very much like WUV. So it's whatever WUV stands for, don't look for a name of a group using those initials. It's related somehow other way. Billy also comments to Semyasi that there's a book by a man in Egypt, several hundred years old, named Cheiro, Cheiro. And he says it's pretty interesting that the proper numbers for calculating future events are in this book. And Semjase says that's right, because she says Chero actually lived about 1,000 years ago, was a future seer, understood the numeric ability, and actually could foretell the future quite accurately. So if any of you are into Egyptian books or studying that, you might want to try to find a book about Chero, who predicted the future. They apparently say that he's quite accurate. Okay, the 46th contact was on Thursday, February 26th, happened quite shortly after that. It was interesting that as Billy's driving out to the contact on this one, he's being followed by a red car. Now, this car, he's seen this several times following him. The interesting point was that Billy also had some people with him, and Semjase was having trouble, and she almost stopped the contact because the people that were taking Billy out to the contact, she did not know who they were. Their brain waves, or the oscillations of their brain waves, were new to her. And apparently they have a device in the ship that directs Billy to the landing location. And this device somehow checks the people around Billy to see if they're all known people, and if some strange people might be following him. And on this particular day, she noticed that the people with Billy were different, and she had to reprogram their brain waves into the machine so it would know who they were. But this little red car was following Billy around. So she suggests, well, it's getting more difficult. More and more people are finding out about these meetings and following Billy every time he leaves the house. So they're going to have probably start having these meetings even farther away and in more remote spots to keep them more secret. On this contact, she gave Billy some crystals, ruby, malachite, and some fluoride. She also gave him the 3 metal samples that he had asked for, which constitute the 3rd, 4th, and 5th processes in the steps they go through to actually make the metal for the beam ships. And she gave him a brief description of what these processes were like. The first step that it actually goes through is absorbing the lead out of the atmosphere itself. They get this soft metal, they call it, from the atmosphere and from plants. The second step is to clean that metal, the lead, and they extract different radiations from it. The third step is a heat process, very similar to our own, she says, where they heat the metals up and convert it into another alloy. Several steps are done of heating and cooling until it reaches a certain alloy state. The 6th step is, she says, is a secret which she can't really tell us, which affects the whole alloy and causes some major conversion process. Well, Billy says the whole alloy and causes some major conversion process. Well, Billy says, well, even after you make this metal, and I notice on the ship it looks seamless, that there are no welds. How do you actually put this metal together so it's nice and smooth? She says they have a technique, it's kind of like welding, but they call it an oscillation technique. And apparently what they do is they liquefy the metal, and she suggested it's by some cold process, a cold fusion process somehow, that this metal is actually liquefied. And at that point, the 2 joints that are coming together are actually melted in a way where they actually come together and move right into each other and become one piece. So it's more advanced than our welding process that we have. Our welding process leaves a little bead there, and we have to go along and file that down or grind it down and smooth it out. They don't have to do that. They literally just melt the 2 pieces together, and it looks like one. On our 49th contact, which is Sunday, and it's March 28th, which is almost a month after the 47th, there was a 48th contact. And you'll notice I leave some out every now and then because more and more the contacts are becoming less information and more just general conversation about Billy, his well-being, members of the group, things going on around the house, and they're becoming more just centered around Billy's life. And in quite a few cases, there was no information that was really relevant in these meetings. So I leave some of them out, mainly because I just don't have time to put them all on, and most of them are kind of irrelevant. But there was a growing thing all the time, a pressure on Billy to get his group people together, to analyze the thoughts and thinking of the people in the group, to see if they were really going to be loyal or if they were going to, out of fear, take off and cause problems or whatever. So there's a lot of social pressure going on here with Billy. On this particular contact, Billy is driven out to the contact by Mr. Schutzbach and Mr. Bertzinger. And again, the automatic guiding system was having difficulty because these were new people. The system did not recognize their brain waves, and the contact was interrupted. And actually, Billy was being led to the location, and suddenly it stopped, and they had to stop along the road because Billy wasn't picking up any more signals. Semjase had to reprogram the device or computer, whatever you call it, on board the ship to be familiar with these two new people, so the contact could continue. So a few minutes went by, and then the contact started up again, and they again went off and dropped Billy off so he could have the contact. She says actually she had to finish the direction of Billy to the location by herself, and she would later load the information about the two new people into the computer so in case they came out again. This contact, Billy, shows up with two broken ribs. It seems that he'd been out on his moped. He gets himself too exhausted. He doesn't sleep. He works too hard. He's working too hard at this mission, doing all the things that he has to do, typing and getting his books together. He's so into it that he's just exhausting himself, and on his way out into the forest, he fell on his moped, fell into a ditch, and busted two ribs. Well, he shows up at in the ship here for this contact with his two busted ribs, and Semjase is examining him, and of course she's kind of giving him a mild scolding here about the way he takes care of himself. It reminds him that he's jeopardizing this mission by not taking better care of his health. She says, well, I can't do anything about it now, but at the next contact, she says, I'll have him back right away, and I will bring a device that will heal these bones, so this will, heal very rapidly. Also, what she does when she leaves, she puts on a little aerial display in the nighttime for Mr. Bertsinger and Hans Schubeck so they can see the ship. And it lasts for about 10 minutes. Now, neither one of these guys is expecting this. They're waiting down the road at some place called a pistol stand, whatever that is. I don't know, maybe it's like a place where you take your guns at like a firing range or something. But anyway, after the contact was over, Billy's just walking down the road to meet back up with him, and for 10 minutes, way up in the air, she puts on a light display with the ship. And apparently this was huge because it involved thousands of meters high. It was seen for miles all over the place, and Mr. Bertsinger and Mr. Schutzbach were duly impressed. As a matter of fact, both of them wrote long 2- and 3-page reports about exactly what they've seen, because they were pretty blown away to drive Billy out to a contact and then get to see this, on their first time out. So as far as collaboration, we have two more witnesses here who didn't see the shape of the ship, but they saw the ship going through gyrations and causing lights and so forth in the sky. On the 50th contact, which was not long after that, Billy's followed again, and this time he's got about 5 people with him, and he's being followed again by a little Volkswagen with a parabolic screen on it on top of it that's chasing him around, and he's also being followed by this red car again. So there's more and more people are dogging him every time he goes out to try to have a contact. So Semjase sees that someone is following, is right close behind, and as a matter of fact, this person is so close behind him it's interfering with the contact itself. So she interferes, and she sends an electrical charge of some type into the car, hitting the magneto and causing the car to fail so it can't continue to follow Billy. And she says, it looks like we're going to have to find more and more secret places for these meetings and ways of getting you out of the house. Okay, also on this contact, Billy had brought with him 5 or 6 of his friends, and they were going to be allowed at the end of the contact to see the ship. Semjase was exposing herself, I guess you might say, more and more to members of the group because she was encouraging Billy to get the group together and trying to encourage the group members to come forward to help with the mission. So more and more the people of the group are being able to see the ship and hear more of the information from Semjase. Well, Billy has a couple of broken ribs, so she brought with her a device of some type that will take care of that. And she tells him to set in this particular spot between 2 poles. It said that's all it says. It's just Billy sets between 2 poles for a couple of minutes, and the bones are mended. So some sort of field is generated by these poles, causing rapid healing. She says you wouldn't even be able to tell that the bones were ever broken. The skin, though, still around the ribs is still inflamed, and that's going to be sore for a while. Billy has a question about the American government. He says there are rumors that the American government has crashed UFOs, and they have bodies of little ETs and so forth. He wants to know if there's any truth to that. And she says, yes, it is, that the American government has material from a destroyed spaceship. She says they don't have a real spaceship, and the pieces that they do have are so banged up that they wouldn't be able to tell anything from it anyway. And they do have, they have some dead bodies. She didn't say how many. She says they have dead bodies of little dwarf-like ETs. But she reiterated that they do not have any functioning ships. Billy wanted to know, is there an underground base at Unterberg, wherever Unterberg is? And he had been hearing rumors that there was an extraterrestrial facility there. She says, no, it's not extraterrestrial. There's no ETs there. What it is there's a group of Earth people who had built an underground facility. It was not a government. It was an independent group. And they were using the German plans that were around during World War II to build their own flying disc. And they've been reasonably successful. She says, actually, they have flying discs. It cannot leave the atmosphere of the planet. But she said that the discs have quite a few capabilities and are very advanced. And these people like to pretend that they're ETs. And she wasn't exactly sure why, but apparently they're trying to either fool people as a joke, or they're trying to, say they're ETs to cause, people to follow them or whatever. Again, just being deceitful. So if you hear about an underground base at Unterberg with flying discs, don't be too quick to think that they're extraterrestrial. It's our own people. Billy asked about these supposed tunnels that run underground around the planet. And she says, of course, in earlier times that the ancestors of the Earth people, there were tunnels built all over the planet. And there was a complete underground system. Most of them are kind of damaged. There was a complete underground system. Most of them are kind of damaged because of earthquakes over the years, and they're not fully functional any longer. And she noted that the one in Guatemala had been crashed because of an earthquake and was no longer, wasn't there. It just filled in. In response to another question, she says the Pleiadians do not smoke. They don't drink like we do, but she says they do have something similar to alcohol. They do have drinks that are something like that. But apparently she says they have it, but they apparently don't use it. They don't have a drinking problem like we do. We have a drinking problem because it's big business. It's always puzzled me why the number one problem in the United States, alcohol, creates so many problems with our young people, even our old people. Alcoholism is a serious problem in this country, and we do nothing to stop it because the revenue from alcohol is huge. You probably don't know this, but the revenue from alcohol is the second largest revenue in the government. It's only exceeded by income tax. So alcohol is very important economically. That's why we support it. Not that it has any good for our society. We should just stop alcohol, but oh no. Semyasi mentions again that not only is she going to give a demonstration for the 5 women who are waiting, they're all 5 of them are women, and she says it's no accident that you brought 5 women tonight, that she had been sending telepathic thoughts to these 5 women, and Billy wanted to know what about. And she says, well, that's none of your business. It's just between us and the women, me and the women. And Billy was a little surprised, and he says, you mean you have secrets? She says, well, not really secrets, it's just women talk. And apparently she was kind of getting to know these women and sending them thoughts and so forth, and Billy wasn't really privileged to that. Before that contact ended, Semyasi again had to refer to Billy about having so much difficulty taking care of his family. Billy was making such an issue about it being anti-materialist, about not getting his books out, not speaking for money, not providing any income for his family, that not only was his family suffering, but the mission was going to suffer from it also. And she was literally almost scolding him how he keeps evading this, where he works so hard all the time on his books and his writings, but his leadership abilities are nil. And ultimately this is what stops the contacts anyway after a while, because they finally just don't want to go on with this because he's not handling his leadership correctly, either for his group or for his family. Okay, we move up to the 51st contact, which was Tuesday, and that was on April 27th, 76. And Billy is told, to his surprise, that one of these little cars that's been following him around is actually his old friend Hans Jacob. and that Hans has become a little embittered by Billy and has turned against him, and Billy, without knowing it, has an enemy now. And that Hans Jacob, who he thought was his loyal friend, is now working with other groups of people against Billy, and is responsible for either one or some of the cars that follow him to the contacts. So Billy's rather surprised by this, because he has, I guess you would call it, sabotage and intrigue going on in his own group. Quite often the Pleiadians would have to step in and examine the thoughts of the people around Billy and watch for ulterior motives. And it happened rather frequently. There was a lot of jealousy and so forth within the group members. And here we have a case of Hans, who is one time his closest friend and going to be his speaker and lecturer on behalf of Billy, is now working against him. Billy has a question about the age of Earth. Earlier he was told by Semjase that the Earth was 626 billion years old, and he's told this to an astronomer who doesn't believe it and says that he's all wrong. And so he's asking Semjase for a lengthier explanation that might serve for this astronomer. She says, well, no, it is true. The Earth is 626 billion years old, but they age the Earth from the formation of the gas ball. And Earth technology at the moment has no way of doing that. We can only age things in the material form. She says, the Earth began to form in the gaseous state 646 billion years back. It took 600 billion years for the Earth to solidify. Then it took over 40 billion years for the Earth to evolve up to the point of where the human being then came upon the Earth, evolved naturally on the Earth. So there's only traces of the human form of life in any shape back 6 billion years. So she says it's unfortunate that your astronomer that they have not advanced to the point yet where they can, be able to judge the age of planet bodies back to the gaseous state, but our technology is coming along. Okay, that's about all that was any value on that contact. The 52nd contact was on Monday. That was on May 17th, 76. Billy's asking about a race of giants in Peru. There's something in the news about a race of giants that are coming up from underground cities and kidnapping the white women, and they're disappearing and went with them. And he wanted to know about that. And she said, yes, that is true. It's happening. That there is a race of red-brown skinned Indian-looking beings there, and they are the old enemies and descendants of the Incas. About 500 years ago, they went underground to hide out. Very seldom come up, but they will be doing so more and more in the future because of volcanoes and other reasons. They're being forced out from underground. There are tunnels all over South America, and apparently there are any number of old ancestors of old races living down there in these subterranean places, and they're tall. They're giants. They're about 200 centimeters tall, which I don't know how that relates to inches. I haven't learned my metric conversions yet. So if you're a metric person, they're average 210 centimeters tall. Mr. Guido Moosberger at this time from Austria becomes a friend of Billy's and starts getting involved in the contacts. Guido, by the way, has just written a wonderful book all about Billy's life and his touring in America, giving some talks. So there'll be some insights there at the personal level. One of Mr. Moosberger's, Guido's, first questions he had for the Pleiadians was about the curse of the pharaohs. He wanted to know if there really was such a thing. And she says, no, there really wasn't a curse. They didn't have the ability to actually curse, the future, but knowing that their graves would be robbed and so forth, and that their bodies, even their sarcophagus, would be open and so forth, they wanted to defend themselves as best they could. So they found a poison that's taken from the small little spine-like hairs from the Figindus cactus. Now, I may be pronouncing that wrong. I'm not up on my cacti, but it says Figindus, Figidindus cactus. And it has a poison that will last a long time, maybe even up to 1,000 years. The pharaohs, knowing this, after their bodies were wrapped, they would take these very small hairs, which are even very hard to see, and they would put the hairs in the body wraps of their body. So in the future, when people would come in to rob the sarcophagus or the coffin, whatever, and if they would touch the wrappings around the body and so forth, they would get in their skin and it would kill them. This was one of the defense mechanisms they built in. Not knowing this, people think that somehow just being in the coffin area that they're being affected by a curse, but there is no curse. She went on to explain about the pyramids that at the time the pyramids were built, which again was 73,300 years back from 1975 by our earlier descendants, the Lyrians, that when they were built, the astronomers of the time apparently were quite astute. Well, they would be if they were, ETs from another planet, if they were Lyrians, and they would have a lot of knowledges that the local Earthmen did not have. She says they could see into the future, and they could see that there were great cosmic events that were going to come upon the Earth and cause major destruction, and that they actually built information and data about these coming events into the pyramid. This information has to do with disasters that are somehow going to come upon the Earth because of something from the cosmos. They even took into account when they designed these pyramids the fact that the axis would change, and they knew coming events were going to happen that would cause the Earth to actually change its rotation and positioning, and they took that into account also. So these were pretty sharp guys. There is a prophecy then built into the data in the numeric system of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And it speaks of a time at which the central sun of the Milky Way and our own sun system will shine through a tube-like opening in the pyramid into the center of the pyramid and illuminate at one particular point. Now, I've been in the Great Pyramid, and I know what she's talking about. I actually tracked these tube things down. The Egyptians and the people that are over there refer to them as just air vents, and they're clogged up. So at some point, if the sun ever does try to shine through them, it isn't ever going to happen because they're filthy. The Egyptians that live there now, which are all Arabs, there are no more Egyptians in Egypt, really. Well, actually, there are. There's about 40,000 left. They've kind of gone the way like the American Indian. The country was overrun by Arabs, and the Egyptians are all just like scattered in the southern regions. But they don't take care of the pyramid at all. They really don't care anything about it past just picking up a few piastres, they are called. That's their money. They're called piastres. I think it's about 30 piastres, to get in to see the pyramid. That's all they really care about. And they give you all sorts of hokey stories over there about the pyramid and when it was built, just anything to kind of amuse you, to make some money. But she said that that's what it was all about, that at one particular point, the central sun of the Milky Way and our sun will be in alignment, and they will shine a light through one of these holes. And there is, when you go into the king's chamber, and I don't remember which wall it's on. You have to catch me there on direction. I think it's on the east wall, but I may be incorrect. If you ever go there, look on the wall in the king's chamber, and you'll find the air vents. You can't see any light coming through them. You have to feel around for them. As I remember, that's a small hole. It's probably 3 or 4 inches in diameter, and it extends all the way up to the surface of the pyramid, and that's what they're talking about. You could probably, once you've found the location in the King's Pyramid exactly of where that air hole is, then you could probably plot astrologically at some point whenever the central sun of the Milky Way and our central sun line up and could shine through that hole, then you'd probably figure out some rather interesting stuff. And if you could learn about the geometry of the pyramid and find the numbers from that the data used to build the pyramid apparently speaks of future predictions. The pyramids were not built by 100,000 Nubian slaves rolling the stones over blocks. The people of those time, the ancient ancestors, our ancient ancestors from the Lyrian area, used spiritual powers actually to build the pyramid, telekinetic forces. In other words, the ability for the mind to move matter. That was the main way that the pyramid was built. If you have ever or get the opportunity to climb inside the Great Pyramid, you'll agree with that quickly, as once you see the size of the stones and the way it's put together, it's hard to imagine how anyone could actually build this thing out of blocks with normal manpower. Semjase came to, and Quetzal both suggested to Billy also on this contact that at their last contact where they'd set the ship down, apparently the local army had been out there following them, and there was helicopters in the area examining the area. So apparently they knew where the saucer was setting down for that contact, and they were out there with their devices trying to detect any radiation on the ground and so forth where the ship was set down. So they were a little surprised that their contacts were being picked up on, and they were again going to have to become more secret about what they're doing. Apparently maybe some some of these little Volkswagens with little parabolic screens on them. Could be government-type people following them, just trying to pinpoint the location where Billy goes to and to find out whatever they could. There's another attempt on Billy's life. This is the second one that I know of. He wasn't particularly concerned about this, and as a matter of fact, Semyonov had to kind of wrestle the information out of him to find out about it. And he says, well, it really wasn't a big thing, that he had dreamed and seen a future vision of this actually happening 3 times. So he felt quite well warned. And he knew exactly who was going to come and when, and he felt was very comfortable that his dream was accurate, so he wore a metal plate under his clothes. And when he got shot, it was just a small little .22 again, and it happened to hit him right in the pocket in his chest, where his agenda book, he calls it. And there's a picture in Billy's photo journal of the little agenda book and the shell that hit him in the pocket, and the shell just fell in his pocket. And but he wasn't caused any damage, and he actually was not even afraid. Actually, I think he felt pretty good that he was able to foresee it and protect himself. Okay, we move up to the 54th contact now, which was on June 8th, a Tuesday in 1976. A few little interesting things were brought out there. Semyonov gave a demonstration for the whole house the night before this contact, and apparently she had several of their little telemeter devices. These are little small saucers that are unmanned. They're remotes that fly around the planet all the time collecting information about our languages and what's going on in different places of the world. Apparently she had 2 or 3 beam ships and a few telemeter devices that hovered over Billy's house, and the whole household got to come out and watch as they floated around. Must have been very exciting. And she noticed that there was 2 people visiting in the house from Germany that she was not aware of. And she commented to Billy that she had also recorded their brain patterns in the ship so she would know who they were in the future. I mentioned on an earlier tape that Billy was rejoined with Ascot when he went on a trip with the Pleiadians to the Great Spacer. And on that picture, which is circulated around, there's a lot of confusion about what looks to be her earlobes. And many people think it's just hair, and I thought I'd clear that up. They are earlobes. It is definitely earlobes. That Ascot's people, who are called Timmers, they're from the Dow universe, a separate universe from ours, that Ascot's earlobes not only are lower, but they come down almost to the bottom of the jawbone, and they're forward set on the face. They're not as far back as our earlobes are. They're a little closer to the front. So when you look at that picture, it's a little deceiving because she has white hair, and it kind of blends in. Since the picture's not real sharp, it blends in and looks like it could possibly be her hair, but it is not. It is her earlobes. Billy had a cute little question about, do the size of earlobes have anything to do with intelligence? And she kind of laughs, says, of course not. If it did, consider that the most intelligent thing on Earth would be a jackrabbit. Semyonov has blue eyes, by the way, and does use, I guess we'd call it eyeliner. She uses some makeup, and remarked that most of the Pleiadian women use some form of makeup, we'd call it, to, like, add to their general looks. They don't use very much, but they are into some sort of especially eyeshadowing. Semyonov lives on a planet called Ira in the system of Tegeta. She has concerned herself on Earth, she says, for about 72 years, but she's only been on Earth actually for 4 years physically. So those previous years were all mostly in research. Currently, the Pleiadians, there was about 114 of them visiting Earth at the time. That number can vary from 50 to 300. They have 3 bases on Earth. One's in Switzerland. At the time, in the contact notes, she says she couldn't tell Billy where the others are at, but Billy told me later on he learned that one was in Russia, and they had built one underground in the southwestern part of the United States, but abandoned that one in 1981. And there was a lot of activity in the North Sea. It was never clear if they were just doing something there or they actually had a base under the water there somehow. There, at that time, were 7 other extraterrestrial bases on Earth, and probably still are, possibly might be some more now. She says they all know each other. They are all familiar with what each other is doing, and they are all friendly towards one another, so that's a good sign. Another question about spiritual evolution. Billy wanted to know if animals in nature evolve just like people do. And she says, no, it's different. That animals do not strive for perfection. That animals are actually a form of spirit created by creation, which really only strive for the evolution of nature itself. She calls within a set order, is how she explained it. What that actually means is the human being strives for perfection and ultimately has the ability to join in with creation itself. Animals do not. They have kind of a limit on how far that they can evolve. And their evolution isn't based on growing wisdom like ours is. Instead, it's more like they strive for instinct development. Where and also I know their life cycle is different. Billy explained to me once, and I'll go more into the life cycles on the other tapes of creation when we get to it. But in nature, animals have a fixed turnaround period. When they go through, like we die and pass on and go to the fine matter world, and when we come back is determined by other factors, which I'll get into later. But the animal world is controlled. It's kind of on a calculated numbering system. They always come back the same number of years. So it's more of a controlled, instinctive system with animals. Animals, again, are not part of the human evolution. The human spirit form did not evolve out of the animal world. Creation created the animals and then all of the nature spirit forms separately from the human spirit forms. At such a time on the planet when the planet was evolved enough for human life form to be here, the human spirit form was created and evolved out of a different level of intelligence for different reasons and to operate in a different manner, like I said. It's a wisdom system, which I'll explain more about later on. So we did not evolve out of any animals or any form of nature. There's confusion about that because anthropologists are always trying to relate us somehow, that missing link, to the monkeys and so forth, which is not true. As I explained to you earlier, quite a few of the unusual monkey types actually were created out of experiments from our early ancestors who were using human genetics and mixing it with animals, and that's where most of the monkey types actually came from, including the Bigfoot sort of thing. Billy asked how their radios work. If it was, just dial in like we do, but how do they communicate like from planet to planet? And if they're a long ways away, radio waves are far too slow to get an immediate answer. It could take thousands of years to get an answer as slow as radio waves are. She says, well, our radios don't operate in normal space. We send our messages through hyperspace, much like we do the ships. They actually attach their message, whatever it is, to particles that we call, she says, they're similar to the particles that we call tachyon particles. And these particles can accelerate in hyperspace at speeds way beyond the speed of light and almost instantaneously reappear at some other location in the galaxy. So they have learned how to build radios which actually send messages through the hyperspace so they can hear each other immediately at different parts of the galaxy. There were some questions on gravity, like what is it, can we do it, and what could you explain about that? And it kind of caught her off guard because at first she says, well, I'm not allowed to talk about that. That again, that we see you so far out of balance with your technical development that we are not really interested in supplying you information that you don't need. You don't need to know about anti-gravity yet because the last thing you need to do is get off your planet. You need to spend more time with your social development. But she offered a few insights into that. She says it is electromagnetical in nature. There are two unitary but contrary forces. And here's kind of a key phrase. She says that the Earth generates the gravity. Now, generates may be a key here. It's the cause of the gravity, she says, also can be found in the self-warmth of the planet and the cold of space. So there's something to do with this, the difference in temperature between the coldness of space and the warmth of our atmosphere that also contributes to the gravity itself. She says another contributing factor is the core of the planet, which is very dense. That's also a contributing factor. So there are several things involved here in the creation of the gravity. But the planet is generating it. Temperature has something to do with it. Mass has something to do with it. I think that probably in different private circles here on our planet, people have probably already kind of figured that out. And it would be interesting to see if their explanation falls in line with Billy's notes. Among other questions was about the Pleiadians themselves. She remarked that the Pleiadians live in a solar system of 9 planets. We believe that ours has 9, but later on they're going to tell us that there's actually 11. There's 2 kind of renegade planets far out floating around that we hadn't discovered yet. But there's 9 planets in their solar system. On the planet Era, which is the planet that Semjase comes from, there are approximately 400 million people living on that planet. She says when her earliest ancestors had come to Earth on several occasions, the ancient Lyrians and so, they were familiar with Earth. And when they left Earth and returned back to their own world, at a certain point, they fled out into the world themselves, and they found a planet very similar to Earth, just like it. The planet Era has 365 and a quarter days. A day is 23 hours and 59.4 seconds long, which is pretty amazing that it rotates that accurately to Earth. The Pleiadian word for a day is musal, M-U-S-A-L. A second, a word for a part second they call it, is odur, O-D-U-R. A year is 13 months long with a compensation time every 23 years, so they're doing a little different calendar than we are. The word for a month is an asar, A-S-A-R. Their atmosphere is 70 to 75% nitrates, 25 to 29% oxygen, and about 1% rare gases like carbon dioxide and argon. Argon, excuse me, not Aragon, that's a ballroom someplace. Argon. Era has a little higher oxygen content. It's 32.4%, higher than the other planets. Their surface gravity is 1.003, density is 5.521, axis inclination is 22.99 degrees. The equatorial diameter is 12,749 kilometers, and their planet is moving through space at 11.19 kilometers a second. So there's some statistics for the astronomy types, if you want to do some comparison there. To the planet Earth. She says compared to our calendar, that she was born actually on February 7th. That was Semjase's birth date. She says the Pleiadians are very much into astrology, but they know far more about it, and their astrology is far more accurate. That there is definitely something to the concept that the radiations put out by planets do affect life. There's no doubt about it. She just commented that Earth astrology is not very accurate at this point, that more has to be learned about how these radiations actually affect the human spirit. Another interesting subject that was brought up at the 55th contact Monday, that was on June 14th, Semjase has a brother and a sister. Her sister's name is Pleja, P-L-E-J-A, and her brother's name is Yukata, which sounds kind of Japanese. It's Y-U-K-A-T-A. Now, again, let me reiterate, I don't believe any of these names of planets or anything because it doesn't make any sense that they would all have the sameness of sound. Even on our own planet Earth, you go from one language to the other, and all the sounds and the styles of language are all different. But here in Billy's notes, everywhere he goes, the planet names, system names, galaxy names, universe names, people names, they are obviously all from the same language. They're all with the same phrasing and so forth, and lettering and spelling. So I don't believe that actually they're using correct names. I think for the most part that many of these names are probably just made up for these particular contacts or whatever, but that's my opinion at any rate. I don't think Semjase is probably even her real name, and I don't think Ptah is her father's real name. These are probably just names they've used, for this particular mission, because these are words that mean something in their language that refer to them, but it's not really their own names. They've tried pretty much throughout all the contexts to kind of keep their personal thing private. Billy comments that his wife is coming around and getting very interested in the contacts. She'd had a lot of difficulties previous to this, but it's coming around, and Semjase says she knows, and that she's going to extend some thoughts to Billy's wife and offer her some help in her own spiritual growth. Ptah, Semjase's father, is 759 years old. And I've got a little space on the tape here, I think, just to tell you one more thing, which is ice ages. Ice age is a natural event in the evolution of a planet. And we're going to find out more in the creation tapes about how all life goes through cycles of off and on and awake and sleep periods. Well, a planet does the same thing, and it does it by virtue of an ice age. The planet we have to start thinking of is a living creature also. It has to evolve like anything else. It has a very low consciousness, not much of a personality, but we have to start looking at it like that. Ice ages are a way for the planet to go through its own evolutionary stage. stages. It has to sleep also. Okay, again, we're running out of tape, so we'll continue with the Ice Age on next tape. See you over there.